Chapter 3362. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown when he saw this terrifying sword chi. The difference was too great. Given his own cultivation base, it was simply impossible for him to unleash such a domineering sword chi. It seemed that if he really encountered a reincarnation divine-grade martialist, he could only avoid it. Master, their cultivation bases and combat strength are similar. I'm afraid it will be difficult to determine the victor. Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. No, that girl will win. The Yuan Venerate shook his head. Although the Undying King is powerful, it hasn't been formed for a long time. Therefore, it can't fully display the abilities of the Star Demon King. In terms of martial techniques, it shouldn't be as powerful as Dark Frost's. Of course, the most direct reason is that Dark Frost is a soul race martialist. A powerful soul race martialist. The parasitic beast has to rely on its spirit power to control a physical body. Otherwise, the physical body's movements will be very stiff. It will be the same as those ordinary zombies. It can be said that Dark Frost is basically its nemesis. It just doesn't know it yet. Ling Xiao partially agreed with the Yuan Venerate's words, but he also had doubts. The parasitic beast and Dark Frost obviously hadn't just started fighting. How could it not know that Dark Frost was proficient in spirit mystic techniques? It was probably too early to say who would win or lose. Of course, deep down, he still hoped that Dark Frost would win. Otherwise, the Western region martialists would suffer miserably, just as the parasitic beast had said. Boom! There was a loud explosion in the sky. The sword chi collided with the black wind and each released a powerful and terrifying energy. The entire space seemed to be on the verge of exploding due to this loud explosion and became extremely unstable. The void warship below couldn't help but sway. After a moment of stalemate, the attacks of both sides were annihilated at the same time. From the looks of it, the two of them were evenly matched. The parasitic beast had an advantage in terms of cultivation base. Dark Frost had an advantage in terms of spirit power. It seemed like this battle would either last for a long time or be decided in a short time. It all depended on which side would reveal their trump cards first. The moment the attack was annihilated, the undead king moved. The blood-red wings on his back flapped, and his body turned into a beam of blood-red light. In an instant, he traversed a distance of several hundred meters and stabbed the blades in his hands toward Dark Frost. Perhaps the undead king also knew that he was good at close combat. The other party belonged to the soul race, so they were better at long-range combat. Getting closer would definitely give him an advantage. There was a blood-red light flickering on the two blades, as well as strange veins that looked like blood vessels. Ling Xiao had no doubt that if this sword pierced Dark Frost, it would suck out Dark Frost's blood. Ding ding! The blade-like monster did not hit Dark Frost. Instead, when it was 2 or 3 meters away from Dark Frost, it hit something, as if it was an air wall. This caused the sword's hands to be unable to continue moving forward. It seems to be a domain similar to the domain of absolute frost. Ling Xiao was shocked. Sure enough, Dark Frost has already cultivated the Soul Emperor's inheritance. While Ling Xiao was still in shock, 2 huge cylinders suddenly flew out of the void behind Dark Frost. The front part of the cylinders was like a sharp thorn that stabbed toward the undead king. The soul race martialists are really good at fighting. They only need to use their soul power and they don't even need to move their hands and feet to make all kinds of attacks. The Yuan Venerate lamented. Kid, you can't forget the advantage of your soul power. If you suddenly use it in battle, it will definitely have a miraculous effect. I know, but my soul mystic technique most likely can't keep up with my cultivation anymore. If I enter the reincarnation sacred realm, what I have learned before will no longer be of any help. I can only learn new mystic techniques. Fortunately, the 4-leaf demonic eyes have always been effective, so it can be considered a consolation. Ling Xiao also wanted to use soul mystic techniques, but the problem was the things he had learned when he was still a zero-transition martialist. He might not be able to use them effectively now. The sudden appearance of the 2 huge cylinders clearly made the undead king a little unhappy. 2 tentacles appeared on his body and blasted out like the tentacles of an octopus. The 2 tentacles blocked the 2 cylinders. Sure enough, that guy is no longer human. How can a human have tentacles? It's too strange. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. The Star Demon King was also a 9th-level life-sizer, but he had died so tragically. Not only was he dead, but his body was also at the mercy of the parasitic beast. That feeling was really pitiful. Dark Frost's attack was ineffective, but her expression didn't change. Suddenly, a huge skeleton walked out of the void behind her. The skeleton was covered in black smoke. Its hands were unarmed, but the color of its bones was silver-white, like some kind of metal. The skeleton slammed its claws down, and black smoke filled the air. Wherever the claws passed, the air was directly torn apart, and there was a sharp whistling sound. It was enough to make one's head hurt. Although Dark Frost didn't have the advantage of a physical body, she was still a member of the Soul Race. The Soul Race had the ability to summon monsters from alternate dimensions to do battle. The undead monarch raised his hands and blocked the huge skeleton's claws. However, because he was passively defending, he was clearly at a disadvantage and was sent flying. The skeleton didn't have it easy either. The claws that were waving in the air were instantly shattered into pieces. Apparently, the Undying King's body was much tougher than the skeleton's. The Undying King flew back 4 or 5 meters, then suddenly circled behind Dark Frost. Continue attacking. Facing the Undying King's rapid attacks, Dark Frost seemed very calm. She always had a way to block, and always had a way to counterattack. For a moment, the two sides were evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who would win. Dark Frost clearly cultivated the Soul Emperor's legacy, but other than using her domain to defend, she didn't seem to use it to attack. She can't. Or is she waiting for an opportunity? Ling Xiao frowned. She should be waiting for an opportunity. Although both sides have powerful trump cards, in this situation, the first person to use them first will be the first. If they can't defeat the opponent by using their trump card, they will be in trouble. Therefore, both sides are very restrained and cautious. This battle will probably be a long one. The Yuan Venerate analyzed. I'm afraid Dark Frost will be in trouble at night. Ling Xiao said. I didn't expect you to realize this, kid. You're worth teaching. You're right. At night, the combat strength of the Undying will definitely skyrocket. And Dark Frost will become weak because of the consumption of her soul power. If the battle can't be resolved during the day, the situation will definitely reverse. The Yuan Venerate praised. The battle in the sky was too loud. It attracted many monsters from the meteorite zone. Ling Xiao could see through his Taiji eye that most of these monsters were undying, zombies, and blood drinkers. There were also some mutated monsters, such as the demon dog whose head had completely split into 4 parts. Another example was the tree vines that could move. The strength of these monsters was generally above the 1-star life-seizing realm. Chapter 3363. Only 8th and 9th level 1-star life-seizing monsters dared to get close to the battle between the two superpowerhouses. The rest of the ordinary zombies and demonic beasts had already hidden far away. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Is this an accident? He muttered to himself. He had never heard of so many mutant monsters appearing after the opening of the immemorial divine tomb. Maybe, but with so many monsters, the immemorial divine tomb must be more dangerous than usual. Especially in the meteorite zone. Are you sure you want to stay here? Yuan Venerate asked. The more dangerous it is, the fewer martial artists will come. I have no problem dealing with these brainless monsters. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Not only are you not afraid, but you will also be very happy, right? Yuan Venerate shook his head and smiled bitterly. After being with Ling Xiao for so long, how could he not understand Ling Xiao's character? The stronger the enemy, the more motivated he would be. It would be the same this time. The battle continued in the sky. Ling Xiao opened his Taiji eye and recorded every detail. This would be an important experience for him in future battles. They fought from noon until the sun set in the west. This battle was truly a stalemate. However, as the sky gradually darkened, the Undying King was obviously getting stronger. His eyes were filled with excitement. Pathetic human girl, you can still fight me in the day. Now that the sun has completely set, What will you use to fight me? The Undying King's throat made a low sound. The parasite was ready to launch its final attack on Dark Frost. Yes, it's time to end it. At night, you monsters should be able to handle it with more ease. Dark Frost's expression did not change at all, as if she was frozen, forever as cold as frost. Ling Xiao guessed that after the torture of the Soul Hall, this girl had probably lost all human emotions. She was quite pitiful. Is that so? You seem to be very confident, but I will let you know how insignificant you are. The Undying King's cold voice came out again. An even more intense blood-red light was released from his body. His body actually began to change. His body, which was originally only 2 meters tall, gradually grew to 5 or 6 meters tall. Sharp claws grew out of his hands, and a pair of sharp horns grew out of his forehead. The red light became more and more dazzling, completely covering the light of the setting sun. The terrifying aura pressured Ling Xiao until he was practically unable to breathe. It seems like the Undying King has been waiting for his chance to show his trump card. Ling Xiao had a strong feeling that if Dark Frost did not have a reasonable defensive method, she would be in trouble. Master, I want to save that girl, right? Ling Xiao asked Ling. That's a risk. Who knows what kind of personality that girl has? If you save her, it'll be fine if she's grateful. With her help, you'll be even more unyielding in the immemorial divine tomb. But if she was an ungrateful person, or if she didn't know how to be grateful, then you might even be killed by him. Yuan Venerate reminded him. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's take a gamble. And do you think I, Ling Xiao, am that easy to kill? Ling Xiao smiled and began to pay close attention to the battle. If Dark Frost was really in trouble, he would definitely save her. If Dark Frost was absorbed by the parasite beast, then the human martial artists in the immemorial divine tomb would be wiped out. Although those unrelated people had nothing to do with him, he might not even be able to protect his own life if that happened. And his friends. Saving Ming Shuang was the same as saving himself and saving his friends. He had thought this through thoroughly. He discovered the Undying King's situation. Some of the one-star life-sizers and one-star life-sizers who had been waiting nearby to take advantage of the situation quickly fled. They could clearly feel the terror of the Undying King's attack, and it might even affect them. It seems like an ability similar to my bloodthirsty plague, but obviously stronger, Ling Xiao exclaimed. At the same time, Dark Frost also realized the terror of the Undying King's attack. At that moment, she also mobilized the most powerful energy in her body. Intermediate King-class martial technique, soul-devouring domain. It was indeed a domain. Hearing Dark Frost's voice, Ling Xiao was finally certain of his judgment. Any domain is useless. You can't defend against this move of mine at all. The Undying King revealed a ferocious expression. The red light in his hands formed the shadow of a huge mouse. Then, he suddenly released it. The sky was filled with red light, and Ling Xiao could barely open his eyes. Fortunately, his Taiji eye and four-leaf demonic eyes were special eyes, so he could carefully observe the entire process. In almost an instant, the countless blood-red mice were not far from Dark Frost. They were so fast that it was as if they had teleported. Undying Plague. The Undying King roared in a low voice that echoed in the void warship. Boom. The Undying Plague and the soul-devouring domain finally collided. At that moment, the space was severely distorted, so much so that the scenery in the sky seemed to be bent, looking extremely strange. It was a stalemate for about a minute. The terrifying Undying Plague began to corrode the soul-devouring domain. Even though it was not completely dark yet, the Undying King still displayed a combat power that was more terrifying than Dark Frost's. Boom. Finally, the soul-devouring domain was completely destroyed. The remaining Undying Plague was not as powerful as before, but it still broke through the layers of defense set up by Dark Frost and entered Dark Frost's body. Dark Frost's face was a little pale at that moment, but the corner of her mouth hung a smile that only a victor would have. She had been waiting for this moment. When night fell, the opponent would use his trump card because of the increase in strength. At that time, she could take advantage of the opponent's underestimation and kill him in one blow. The Undying King had indeed underestimated his opponent. At that moment, he wanted to take advantage of the undying plague's influence on Darkfrost to kill Darkfrost. His body approached Darkfrost and his huge claws slapped the girl's head, wanting to smash it into pieces. Die. Soul-sealing chain. Kill. A pitch-black chain suddenly appeared behind the Undying King. It turned into a pitch-black ray and instantly pierced through the Undying King's head. This move was very quiet, but its power and speed were terrifying to the extreme. It should also be a king-class martial skill, and also the inheritance of the Soul Emperor. Ling Xiao simply wanted to clap his hands and cheer. Darkfrost's attack this time was chosen at the perfect time. The Undying King's body became bigger, and his movements were not as agile as before. There was no way to dodge. His head shattered in an instant. But the Undying King was still an Undying King. The moment his head shattered, his claws still slapped down. Chapter 3364. The headless undead king swiped his claw at Darkfrost's head. However, Darkfrost's head tilted to the side, and the claw slammed into her, turning her body into a bloody mess. She could even hear the sound of bones breaking. Darkfrost's face turned pale. Coupled with the effects of the undead plague, Darkfrost's body was no longer under her control. She fell from the sky. Countless zombies and undead were waiting for her. They were waiting to tear Darkfrost to shreds. However, the undead king didn't fall. Although he seemed to be in great pain, he was still struggling in the sky. But one thing was for sure, his head was shattered, and his body was seriously injured, but his life crystal wasn't destroyed. That meant he wasn't dead. I can't believe I couldn't kill this monster even after using all my power. Whatever. If I die, I die. There's no point in living anyway. Darkfrost sighed helplessly as she looked at the undead king's condition. She knew that she wasn't lucky enough to kill the undead king. If she fell from the sky like this, she would definitely die. However, she didn't seem to be in any pain. Instead, she closed her eyes. Whoosh! A beam of golden light shot up into the air, grabbed Ming Shuang, and quickly fled. It was so fast that even the 9th-level life-sizers were shocked. It's too early to talk about death. Ming Shuang heard the voice and vaguely saw the face of the person who had saved her. How could it be him? Darkfrost would never have dreamed that someone would come to save her. For someone like her, no one would feel sorry for her if she died. She also didn't expect that her savior would be the weakling she had despised outside the door of the god tomb. She struggled to get to her feet, but the pain caused her soul to be torn apart, and she fainted. This girl is really strong. If she also had the Tai Chi eye, she would have been able to kill the Undying King with just the soul-sealing chain. Ling Xiao sighed. The undead king's cultivation base was clearly higher than Darkfrost's. However, Darkfrost had displayed an incomparably powerful and intelligent combat style. He was so close to winning. After using the earth-crossing golden light technique to save Ming Shuang, Ling Xiao fled for a long time. After confirming that there were no enemies around, he finally found a safe cave and entered it. He took out a bed from his storage ring and placed Darkfrost on it. Then, he went outside the cave and set up a temporary array, the 10,000 Beasts Blood Refining Array. There was also an illusion array. Then, he activated his spirit formation Martial Spirit. This way, even if monsters were to chase after him, they would not be able to easily discover him. Moreover, the 10,000 Beasts Blood Refining Formation could also turn those monsters into the energy source for his counterattack. After doing all this, Ling Xiao returned to the cave. Looking at Darkfrost who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, he couldn't help but sigh. She's still a child. Such a big child should have enjoyed the fun of childhood, yet he was captured by Soul Palace and trained into a devil-like existence. Pitiful. No wonder he didn't feel any pain even if he died. Perhaps to her, death is a form of release. No, I have to treat her immediately. Otherwise, she will really die. Seeing that the left side of the girl's body was almost completely shattered, her miserable appearance made one's heart ache. Fortunately, he was an apothecary and had the immemorial nature dragon martial spirit in his body. Although he had not used the dragon martial spirit for a long time, it was only because he did not have a suitable martial skill to complement it. It was not that the dragon martial spirit was useless. The immemorial nature dragon martial spirit should have no problem treating this kind of external injury. Coupled with the medicinal pills that he had refined, it should be enough to cure her. After thinking about it, Ling Xiao summoned the immemorial nature dragon. The green nature dragon appeared. Rays of green light enveloped the girl. The left side of her body that was already badly mutilated was quickly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the girl suddenly opened her eyes. There was a murderous intent in her cold eyes. "Why did you save me?" the girl asked. "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Shut up and wait until the treatment is over." Ling Xiao acted very domineering. In the end, the other party was just a little girl. Although she was very strong, her thinking was not that mature. Moreover, she was seriously injured and was no match for him. Most importantly, he could sense that the girl's body had been tormented by the undying plague. Even if the external injury was healed, it would not be a threat to him. "You dare to yell at me?" Dark Frost was stunned. Ever since she became the master of Soul Hall, no one dared to yell at her like this. "Shut up." Ling Xiao did not waste time talking nonsense with her and continued with the treatment. After spending a full 3 hours, the girl's external injury was finally healed. However, he was so tired that he lay on the ground. "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" The girl walked over and grabbed Ling Xiao's collar with her slender hand and said coldly, "Is this how you treat your savior? Do you think that there are no good people in this world because those people from Soul Hall are not good people?" Ling Xiao did not resist and let her grab his collar as he said coldly, "Is that not the case? You saved me because you want me to repay your kindness." Dark Frost shouted. She thought of her previous encounters and was in a bad mood. "You can get lost after your injury is healed and we will be strangers from now on." Ling Xiao mocked, "I want you to repay your kindness. How can you repay me? In your current situation, it's hard to say if you can even walk out of here." Dark Frost looked at Ling Xiao and finally let go of his collar. Then, she burst into tears. No one dared to scold her like this. Although many people slandered and mocked her behind her back, at least no one dared to speak to her like this in front of her. However, for some reason, when she heard Ling Xiao's words, her frozen heart actually began to melt. "Sigh, I'm most afraid of girls crying." Ling Xiao sighed and simply sat to the side to recover his strength, ignoring Dark Frost. He knew that she would not kill him. Although this girl had been treated very cruelly, deep down, she was still very kind and cute. Otherwise, she would not have risked her life to avenge her subordinates alone. Anyway, he had seen this kind of people who would not do such ungrateful things. Dark Frost cried for a full half an hour before her sobs gradually subsided. Ling Xiao had also completely recovered his strength and inner strength. "Are you really not afraid that I will kill you? Everyone thinks that I am a monster and is unwilling to get close to me." Dark Frost gradually stopped crying and asked, "I am afraid," Ling Xiao said indifferently, "but I can't just leave you to die because I am afraid. Moreover, in my eyes, other than your strength, you are just a little girl with a tragic fate. Sigh, let's not talk about this. The undying plague in your body needs to be dealt with immediately. Otherwise, your cultivation will not be able to recover. Don't worry about me. I don't want to go back anyway. That cold, cruel place without any warmth." Dark Frost hugged her head, looking very frightened. Chapter 3365. As long as one is alive, there is hope, isn't there? Ling Xiao glanced at Dark Frost and sighed. "I know what you went through. My childhood might not have been as tragic as yours, but it wasn't that great either. I used to be a little beggar who was bullied at will. Even if I was beaten to death, no one would care. I had to work hard every day just to have a bite to eat. However, I never despaired because I knew that as long as I was alive, there was hope. You are very strong and you survived the cruel torture. Why don't you live well? Let those who laugh at you see that you are happier than them. That's all I have to say. Think about it yourself." After saying that, Ling Xiao walked out of the cave. There were traces of monster activity everywhere outside the cave, and it was obvious that someone was commanding them. Ling Xiao guessed that the Undying King was really angry because he had almost been killed by Dark Frost, so he was searching every nook and cranny of the place. However, this place was heavily guarded by him, so the monsters never discovered the existence of the cave. Why don't you leave? You have already saved her anyway. Why bother if she doesn't want to live anymore? The Yuan Venerate asked as he flew out of Ling Xiao's body. Save her until the end. Besides, she is a powerhouse of the reincarnation divine grade. If you can build a good relationship with her, wasting some time is nothing. The power of one person is ultimately not enough. Look at Dark Frost. Isn't she strong enough? No, she still needs me to save her. It's the same for me. I can't always be safe and sound. It would be good if someone came to save her at this time. I still believe that the nature of that girl is better than most people, even after experiencing the cruel torture. That's still the case. Ling Xiao chuckled. Do you really have a way to help me? Suddenly, Dark Frost appeared at the entrance of the cave. Ling Xiao didn't know if it was an illusion, but he actually saw a blush on her little face. It must be an illusion. Ling Xiao shook his head. This girl was as cold as ice. How could it be? Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. All right, I'll accept your treatment. Regardless of whether you need it or not, since you've saved me, I owe you a favor. I'll definitely repay you in the future. Dark Frost added. All right. Ling Xiao was not a pretentious person. It was definitely a good thing to be able to make an expert owe him a favor while saving a life. He would never refuse. After entering the cave, Ling Xiao placed his hand on Dark Frost's weak back. He didn't know much about the undead plague. Therefore, he needed to do some analysis first. Do not resist, no matter what happens. Ling Xiao reminded. I know. Ming Shuang said with a nod. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill her, he could have done it a long time ago. He wouldn't have waited until now. Therefore, she had nothing to worry about. Seeing that Dark Frost was so cooperative, Ling Xiao was in a good mood. If he had met someone who would nag even if you saved her, Ling Xiao would never save her. He wasn't a masochist. After more than 10 minutes of analysis, Ling Xiao basically confirmed the composition of the undead plague. It was very similar to his bloodthirsty plague. They were both powerful germs. However, the difference was that the bloodthirsty plague absorbed the opponent's blood and inner strength. The undead plague, on the other hand, destroyed the opponent's blood and muscles in all directions. After understanding the principle, it was easier to remove it. From the Tianlong continent to the Xuanwu continent, Ling Xiao's medical skills were getting stronger and stronger. He used his trait of not being afraid of poison and transformed into the Nine-Snake General to forcefully extract the undead plague. This process only took an hour to complete. All right, next, I'll prepare some medicine for you. After using it, your body will slowly recover. Your strength will be the same as well. Ling Xiao wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a long sigh. The treatment this time was not completely without benefits. Other than gaining Dark Frost's favor, the biggest gain was that his 9-snake poison domain had an additional poison, the undead plague. This was a virus that could create zombies and even immortals. Furthermore, the zombies and immortals created would listen to his commands. Are you a doctor? Dark Frost asked curiously. You can say that. Ling Xiao nodded. I also know a doctor. He is the best doctor in Seoul Hall. Even in the entire Western region, no one can compare to him. If you want to become his disciple, I can introduce you to him. Dark Frost said all of a sudden. There's no need for that. I already have a master. Ling Xiao didn't believe that there would be someone more outstanding than a Yuan Venerate in terms of medicine in this world. Even the so-called #1 in the Western region couldn't compare to him. Dark Frost was stunned when she heard Ling Xiao's words. She wanted to repay a debt of gratitude. Who knew how many people dreamed of becoming that doctor's disciple? Ling Xiao had actually rejected her. Didn't he ask how powerful that person was? Are you sure? The person I'm talking about is definitely more powerful than your master. Dark Frost said. He might not be as powerful as me, let alone my master. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm going to prepare the medicine. Dark Frost swallowed her words back into her stomach. This was the first time someone had dared to stop her from speaking. In the next few days, Ling Xiao took care of Dark Frost. He also went out to look for medicinal herbs. The two of them had been together for a long time, so their relationship had naturally warmed up. Dark Frost had changed the most. In the past, she would absolutely disdain to talk to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao still remembered her cold and aloof demeanor. However, she seemed very familiar with him now. That aloof demeanor that kept people thousands of miles away seemed to have gradually disappeared in front of Ling Xiao. Instead, she felt like a little girl next door. Ling Xiao liked this feeling very much. 2 days later, Ling Xiao returned from outside and found Dark Frost lying there covered in blood. Although it was all external injuries, he was still very angry. "You went out." His face was a little gloomy. "I can't always owe you a favor. I have to speed up the recovery of my strength through battle." Dark Frost's little face that was covered in blood was stubborn. "Bullshit. Am I the doctor or are you the doctor? Originally, if you had listened to me and recuperated well, your strength would have completely recovered in less than 5 days. But now, everything has to start all over again. You have to delay another 3 days just to recuperate." Brainless. Ling Xiao was a little angry, and his words were not pleasant to hear. "You dare to scold me?" Dark Frost frowned. "So what if I scold you? Are you going to wait until you recover to kill me?" Ling Xiao said coldly, "Stay here and don't move. Tell me what monster injured you. I have to find suitable blood to refine medicine." She was startled by Ling Xiao's cold voice. Dark Frost actually said honestly, "It's a blood drinker with a huge tail." After saying that, she realized that she was actually so obedient to this Ling Xiao. "Okay, you wait." Ling Xiao turned and left. Chapter 3366. Dark Frost wanted to be angry, but she couldn't get angry at all. She knew that Ling Xiao scolded and reprimanded her for her own good. Perhaps in Ling Xiao's eyes, she was just a 12 or 13-year-old girl. She wasn't some high and mighty Soul Hall master. Seeing Ling Xiao go out, Dark Frost struggled to get up and nervously listened to the sounds outside. Loud roars kept coming. It was the roar of the blood drinker. Dark Frost was very nervous. She clenched her small fists and gritted her teeth. "If you dare to hurt him, I'll make all the mutant creatures in the meteorite area pay with their lives." She had never cared so much about someone. She had never been cared for so much by someone. Her small heart had long been filled with that person's shadow. Although she didn't want to admit it, she really wanted to call Ling Xiao brother. She was betrayed by her parents, and only her brother didn't leave her. However, her brother died in the cruel punishment of Soul Hall. For her, her brother was the closest person. She could treat Ling Xiao as her brother, which meant that she really trusted and cared about Ling Xiao. Just as she was thinking about this, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside. It was Ling Xiao. "Brother, are you okay?" Dark Frost was anxious and shouted out the words in her heart. "I'm fine." Ling Xiao didn't think there was anything wrong. Was it strange for a 12 or 13-year-old girl to call him brother? "It's okay. I've already taken the things back. Next, I'll treat you." Speaking up to hear, Ling Xiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision turned black and he fainted. However, he didn't fall to the ground. Instead, Dark Frost caught him. "I'm fine. I'll be fine after some rest. You should use the medicine to stop the bleeding first. I'll help you refine the medicine to remove the bacteria later." After a while, Ling Xiao woke up. In the battle just now, the bloodthirster was too strong. Ling Xiao had fought with his life on the line. Due to the huge difference in their strength, even though he was able to get some of the other party's blood, he was still severely injured. It was already good enough that he was able to make it back. Most importantly, his King-tier Black Tortoise Divine Body and Immemorial Nature Dragon Soul both had the ability to heal themselves. After resting for a while, his body should be more or less recovered. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been injured. I really am a jinx." Dark Frost's expression became very ugly, as if she had thought of something that terrified her. "Dark Frost. Look at me, look into my eyes." Ling Xiao grabbed Dark Frost's head and forced her to look at him. "I don't care what those people thought of you in the past. Today's matter is not as serious as you think. You just wanted to recover as soon as possible, and I forgot to remind you that I'm also at fault. Don't carry everything on your back. Living like that will be very tiring. You really won't blame me? Dark Frost asked pitifully. This child, she had never had such an expression before. Of course I will. In the future, you have to listen to me. You're not allowed to go out. When you recover, you can do whatever you want. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. Dark Frost said as she wiped her tears. I'm so tired. I'll sleep for a while. Ling Xiao finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell to the ground. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious for, but when he opened his eyes, he saw Dark Frost brewing medicine. This little girl's ability to brew medicine was not small. It was obvious that she had done a lot of work since she was young. Her parents probably didn't love her very much. Big brother, you're awake? Hurry up and drink this medicine. I also know a little about medicine. This is good for treating internal injuries. Dark Frost looked at Ling Xiao eagerly. To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't want to drink it. Because after his own treatment, he was basically healed. But looking at the medicine that the little girl had painstakingly brewed, it didn't seem right not to drink it. After thinking for a while, he took the medicine and drank it. It's so bitter. Haha, the medicine elder said that good medicine is bitter. Dark Frost said with a smile. Although the two of them were injured, the small cave was filled with laughter and chatter. 5 days later, Dark Frost completely recovered her strength. However, Ling Xiao's cultivation hadn't recovered yet. Because he forced himself to use the bloody rat, it was impossible to rely on cultivation alone. He must have a medicine as an auxiliary. Unfortunately, until now, he hadn't found any auxiliary medicine. So his cultivation fell into a stagnant state. You're too weak to survive alone in the meteorite area. Come with me to the green area. Dark Frost looked at Ling Xiao and said, Green area? Yes, it's the only safe place in the meteorite area. For some reason, it seems that the monsters in the meteorite area can't enter that area. The germs can't spread there either. Our soul hall occupies the green area. Dark Frost replied. Okay, I'll go with you. Ling Xiao thought for a while. Although the green area wasn't a city, it was a real safe area. There must be warriors trading herbs there. Even if there wasn't, the master of Soul Hall should be able to get some herbs for him. Anyway, they were just ordinary herbs that weren't worth much. Brother, don't tell anyone what happened here. The situation of Soul Hall is more complicated than you think. I'm afraid that someone will make an issue out of it. Also, in the green area, I can only protect you in secret. On the surface, I can only treat you as my savior. I'll tell the people of Soul Hall that only you can remove the germs in my body. This way, you'll be even safer. On the way, Dark Frost reminded Ling Xiao. In fact, Ling Xiao had thought about this a long time ago. Although Dark Frost was powerful, she was only a 12-year-old girl. How could she rule Soul Hall? There must be a real ruler in Soul Hall. To put it bluntly, Dark Frost was just a hired thug. But no matter what, he could be sure that Dark Frost could still provide him with some protection. At the very least, if Soul Hall didn't want Dark Frost to die, they wouldn't attack him. I know. Under Dark Frost's lead, the two quickly approached the green area. The so-called green area was actually a slightly larger campsite. It was surrounded by fences. There were many tents and temporary wooden huts, straw huts, and the like. There were monster activities around the green area. But strangely, these monsters didn't even take half a step closer to the green area. They would even stay far away. When they approached the green area, there were already people who noticed them first. There was a watchtower built in the green area that allowed one to see very far. There was probably no one in Soul Hall who didn't recognize Dark Frost. A moment later, a group of people charged out of the green area. On the way to the green area, there were many monsters and they weren't weak. Soul Hall had always had people in charge of clearing the path. But this time, they were here to welcome their hall master. Chapter 3367. Remember what I said, she said. Don't get too close. Ming Shuang also noticed that someone had come out and reminded him again. Don't worry, I understand. Ling Xiao nodded. Even as the words left his mouth, the newcomers appeared in front of him. There were more than 10 of them, all of them wearing the uniform of the Hall of Souls. However, the strange thing was that these people had 2 different uniforms. One was black, the other was white. Dark Frost had told him that the Hall of Souls was divided into the inner sanctum and the outer sanctum. The inner sanctum was a member of the Hall of Souls. As for the outer sanctum, they had all been selected through harsh and cruel methods. Therefore, the inner sanctum had a higher status, while the outer sanctum was filled with hired thugs. Not even the Lord of the Hall of Souls could escape such a fate. As for how the Hall of Souls managed to control the Lord of the Hall of Souls, it was impossible to say. Hall Master, said a magnetic voice from within the crowd. Ling Xiao looked up. It was a young man who appeared to be about 20 years old. He was dressed in black, and was quite handsome. From the look of it, he was from the inner sanctum. Of course, that wasn't what Ling Xiao was concerned about, but rather, how strong he was. From what he could tell, he was in the 9th division of the life-seizing level, roughly on the same level as the Koi King. Although he wasn't completely sure, he could tell from his aura. He's called Yama, she said. He's very strong, second only to me in the 9th division of the life-seizing level. There are 4 kings in the myriad kingdoms, and 3 devils in the Hall of Souls. All of them are in the 9th division of the life-seizing level. Dark Frost gave Ling Xiao a brief introduction. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. It seemed his guess had been correct. Considering that this young man was called Yama, he was definitely one of the strongest of the 3 devils. By this point, Yama had reached Dark Frost. Looking concerned, he said, Hall Master, you left the green zone without saying a word. You scared the hell out of us. It's been days, and both the inner sanctum and the outer sanctum have been searching for you. Thankfully, you're back. It's good that you're fine. She could tell that Yama seemed to have a special feeling for Dark Frost. He seemed to be very concerned about her. Sorry for making you guys worry. I'm fine. I'm just heading to Star City to fight the Undead King. In the end, he lost. There were some things that happened later. We can talk about the details when we get back. This is not the place to talk. When Dark Frost faced other people, including this Yama, she had a cold expression on her face. She didn't look happy at all. The Palace Master actually lost to the Undead King. Yama was shocked. In their hearts, although this little girl was not smart enough, her strength was definitely one of the best in the Western region. Other than Dragon Mother, who else could be her opponent? He had actually lost to the Undead King. How terrifying was the strength of the Undead King? Surprised, he suddenly looked at Ling Xiao. His originally concerned eyes instantly turned cold and vicious. As expected of one of the 3 devils, this person was truly devilish. He didn't even ask any questions, and instead unleashed a powerful aura on Ling Xiao. Obviously, that was the way to deal with an enemy. From what Ling Xiao could tell, it was something a male demonling would do to protect his territory. What are you doing here, boy? Why are you with the Palace Master? His tone was clearly interrogative. Ling Xiao didn't like it. Nonsense, Yang Qi said. Shouldn't you be asking your Palace Master that question? Ling Xiao wasn't happy, so it was only natural that his tone wasn't pleasant. Yama was taken aback by Ling Xiao's words. Never could he have guessed that a piece of trash in the 5th division of life-seizing would dare to talk back to him. Are you looking to die? Yama said, preparing to attack. Enough. At this moment, Ming Shuang spoke. I was heavily injured by the Undying King, and he saved me. Don't let him laugh at the Soul Hall for not knowing how to repay kindness. Her voice was as cold as ever. I don't believe you, Yama said. He's a measly 5th division life-sizer. In the domain of the falling stars, if it weren't for your protection, he'd be dead by now. Don't worry, Palace Master. It doesn't matter what information he has on you, Yama will get it back for you. Yang Qi's words were getting more and more outrageous. From the look in his eyes, it was clear that he viewed Ling Xiao as an enemy. In response, Ling Xiao's eyes grew even colder. Yama obviously had a high position in the Soul Hall. If he dared to disobey the orders of the palace master, then he obviously had someone backing him. But even if that was the case, so what? Did Ling Xiao really deserve to be cursed at? Did he deserve to be humiliated? Looking coldly at Yama, he said, I've long since heard that the inner sanctum of the Soul Hall is arrogant. I never would have guessed that you would be so lacking in manners. I saved your palace master. I don't expect anything in return, but at the very least, treat him nicely. With your current attitude, you've truly lost all of Soul Palace's face. Yama's jaw dropped. Never could he have guessed that this person in front of him would be so arrogant. Normally speaking, 5th Division life-sizers would be so terrified that they would drop to their knees. But not only did this person refuse to kneel, he even tried to reason with him, and even mocked him. No one in the Soul Hall had ever dared to speak to him like that. Even in the Western domain, it was rare to find someone who dared to speak to him in such a manner, even if they had a cultivation base no lower than his. What was wrong with this piece of trash? Yang Qi's expression darkened. A terrifying aura surged toward Ling Xiao like a ferocious beast. And yet, Ling Xiao just stood there, unmoving. What did he have to fear? He had killed the Mirror Devil King. He had almost killed the Koi King. He had played the Dragon Shark King. The Yama Devil's strength was only on par with the other three, and he wasn't much stronger than them. Was he really worth being afraid of? It seems you really don't know how strong Yama's killing intent grew even stronger. Of course I do, Yang Qi said. You really are strong when it comes to being unreasonable and disrespectful. Ling Xiao sneered. Are you looking to die? Yama didn't hesitate to attack Ling Xiao. However, before he could do anything, Dark Frost sent him flying back with a palm strike. Dark Frost's palm strike was perfect. It didn't injure Yama, and it also sent Yama flying. It went to show how adept she was at controlling her strength. Sect Mistress, you, Yama said, stunned. He couldn't believe that Dark Frost would protect this man. I've said it before, he's my savior. Dark Frost said coldly. Remember this, Yama. You might be an Inner Hall disciple, but I'm the sect mistress. You even dared to kill my savior. Are you looking down on me, the palace master? The sect mistress was still the sect mistress. Although the Inner Hall had ways to suppress the sect mistress, under normal circumstances, no one would easily offend such a powerful sect mistress. Unless there was something wrong with their brains. Seeing that Dark Frost was really angry, only then did the Yama demon curb his anger. However, he was still very unhappy. How could he be happy to be humiliated by a piece of trash? Chapter 3368. Usually, Yama and Dark Frost were the closest. Basically, Dark Frost had never refuted what he said. After all, he represented the highest elder of the Inner Hall, Yang Shifeng, who was his grandfather. Under normal circumstances, this temple master would not dare to refute him. Who knew that today, the temple master was so overbearing that he dared to touch him for an outsider? How could he not be angry? Although he was angry, he did not show it on his face. After all, the other party was the temple master, the strongest fighter of the Inner Hall. In this Archean divine tomb, it was really impossible to do without Dark Frost. Thinking of this, he suppressed his anger and walked to the green zone with the others to protect Dark Frost. Seeing that Ling Xiao had been following Dark Frost, Yama's face darkened again. Since the temple master is fine, you can leave. I won't ask you what you did to the temple master. You have to know your own limits. Yama suddenly said. Shut up. Dark Frost was really angry at this time. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would turn and leave because he was unhappy, and with Ling Xiao's temper, the possibility of that was still very high. Mr. Ling still wants to carry out follow-up treatment on me. Do you want me to die? Temple Master, with the medicine elder here, why do we need this kid? Yama frowned and said, the medicine elder is the best doctor in the Western region. He knows my situation better, and I was poisoned by the King of the Undead. He helped me suppress it. Besides, with 2 doctors, isn't it more foolproof? Do you want me to die early? Dark Frost said coldly. I don't dare. Yama glanced at Ling Xiao and sneered in his heart. A 16 or 17-year-old trash actually pretended to be a doctor to deceive people. See if I don't expose your mask. When we reach the green zone, I'll take the time to deal with you. Thinking of this, he stopped talking nonsense. The group walked all the way to the green zone. Sure enough, this place felt different from other places. Ling Xiao felt that the air here was much fresher, and even the water was very clear. Unlike the other parts of the domain of the falling stars, which were almost all pitch black and blood red. Even so, the green zone was still very simple and crude. It was not as prosperous as the cities. Ling Xiao didn't understand why the Soul Hall had chosen to stay in a place like the meteorite area. Could there really be a 7-star combat emperor's imperial tomb in this place? After entering the green zone, Yama left with several inner hall martial artists and Dark Frost. As for Ling Xiao, he was brought to a temporary tent by a few outer hall martial artists to rest. Ling Xiao couldn't stay idle, so he went to the market in the green zone. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint him. There really were the herbs he needed here. However, when he was asked about the price of the herbs, his expression turned ugly. How much did you say? This stalk of silver thread grass was only worth 100 low-grade spirit stones in the western region. Although it's a little more expensive in the immemorial divine tomb, it shouldn't increase by 100,000 times. Ling Xiao looked at the herb merchant with an ugly expression. It wasn't that he couldn't afford 1 million low-grade spirit stones or 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, but he really didn't want to be cheated by these black-hearted merchants. It's up to you whether you want it or not. To tell you the truth, if you're a Soul Hall martial artist, I only need 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. But you're not, so 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The herb merchant sneered. I see. Ling Xiao smiled. Since it was like this, it was easy to deal with. At worst, he could ask Dark Frost to buy it for him so that he wouldn't be cheated. Thinking of this, he turned around and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by the herb merchant. If you don't buy my herbs after touching them, who else wants them? Hurry up and pay. Forced sale? Ling Xiao frowned. He had traveled extensively, and this was the 4th continent. It was not unheard of for him to encounter forced sales. However, it was the first time in the immemorial divine tomb. So what if I force you to sell me? You piece of trash, you sullied my medicinal plants. Hurry up and pay up. The herb merchant was clearly being very domineering. So what if I don't buy them? Ling Xiao said coldly. You don't want to buy them? Well, you'll have to ask this saber of mine first. The herb merchant pulled out a huge saber, which was actually a mortal-grade emperor weapon. He was only a 7th division life-sizer, and yet he had a mortal-grade emperor weapon. The Soul Hall really was rich. Why don't you give it a try? Ling Xiao said coldly. Hey, I've really met a stubborn fellow today. Good, very good. Since you want to die, I'll help you out. In the immemorial divine tomb, killing people was a common occurrence. Although they were in the green zone, it wasn't a problem for the Soul Hall to kill an outsider. Without any hesitation, the herb merchant brandished his saber. As far as he was concerned, he was a 7th division life-sizer, while his opponent was only a 5th division life-sizer. How could he possibly be a match for him? However, the result was very different from what he had expected. Ling Xiao moved with incredible agility. Before the saber could even reach him, he had already dodged out of the way. The saber slammed into the ground, causing a huge fissure to appear. However, in the blink of an eye, the fissure healed itself. Ling Xiao said, his jaw dropping. There was something strange about the green zone. He had never seen anything like this before. Even after being damaged, the ground healed itself. Well, you're pretty nimble, aren't you, kid? The herb merchant was even more surprised than before. You'd better stay your hand. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Ling Xiao had only just arrived in the green zone, and didn't want to kill anyone. Therefore, he simply dodged and didn't fight back. However, if this guy didn't know what was good for him, and tried to kill him, then he wouldn't be polite. Heh. Let's see how merciless you are. The herb merchant chuckled coldly. Obviously, he wasn't going to be intimidated by Ling Xiao's warning. Are you looking to die? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly as he transformed into his unbounded heavenly rat. Then, his body flickered as he grabbed the herb merchant by the neck and lifted him off the ground. As for the saber, it was easily crushed by his claws. What? How could this be? The herb merchant was scared out of his wits. Everyone else in the area was also stunned. Although they had noticed what was going on earlier, they had simply laughed it off. After all, they couldn't be bothered to care if someone from the Hall of Souls killed an outsider. Furthermore, a piece of trash in the 5th stratum of life seizing had dared to show off. Wasn't that just asking to be killed? Who could have guessed that things would turn out this way? This kid isn't bad. I heard he came back with the Hall Master. That's interesting. That herb merchant works for the Medicine Elder. He's one of the 3 devils, so he's also known as the Medicine Devil. Now that he's offended the Medicine Devil, I'm afraid he won't have an easy time. Yeah. After all, the Medicine Devil is an elder of the Inner Hall. His position is probably higher than the Hall Master's. The group of people discussed fervently, and Ling Xiao also learned the identity of this herb merchant from them. No wonder he was so arrogant and domineering. He had the backing of one of the 3 devils, the Medicine Devil. Did you hear that? I work for the Medicine Devil. If you dare to touch me, I'll kill you. Chapter 3369. Idiot. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate at all. Instead, he tightened his grip. The herbalist's neck snapped. I don't care who your backer is. If you dare to kill me, I'll kill you. Chuckling coldly, Ling Xiao took the herbalist's medicinal plants and left. Once he was far away, the onlookers began to recover from their shock. Are you kidding me? How could that brat be so arrogant? He actually dared to kill someone from the exalted Medicine Devil? Maybe it's because the pontiff is protecting him. Some people were speculating. In any case, it's a fight between immortals. Mortals like us shouldn't get involved. If we do, we'll all die. Many of the onlookers were neutral martial artists. Although they were from the Soul Hall, they weren't core martial artists. Without the protection of the Soul Hall, they had no obligation to do anything for it. After returning to his tent, Ling Xiao began to concoct a medicinal pill. He had all the ingredients he needed. Once he finished concocting the pill, he would be able to begin his cultivation. In the end, strength was the most important thing. In places like the Western Domain, where there were rules and regulations, few people would reason with you. That was even more true in a place like the Archean god Necropolis, a forbidden zone of death. Did you need a reason to kill someone? At the very least, you didn't need one here. After half an hour, Ling Xiao finished concocting the pill and popped it into his mouth. His cultivation base, which had been stagnant for some time, began to recover. He had fought many battles in the past, and his cultivation base had long since been filled to the brim. The only reason he hadn't been able to break through was because of the negative side effects of the Bloodshrike Devil. 3 minutes after taking the pill, his cultivation base was back to the 6th stratum of the life-seizing level. He was at the level where he could fight the Koi King and the others. Just as he was about to resume his cultivation, someone approached him from outside his tent. It was none other than Yama. I heard you killed someone in the marketplace. Yama asked coldly. I did. Ling Xiao replied casually. How dare you kill someone in the green zone, and a core martial artist from the Soul Hall at that? Shouldn't you say something? Yama said angrily. Say what? Say that he forced me to sell something and tried to kill me, but was killed by me instead? Or should I apologize in front of you? Ling Xiao mocked. What a bunch of nonsense. How can my Soul Hall cultivators force a sale? Yama said coldly. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and laughed. That's right, your Soul Palace's martial artists are all born saints. Every one of you is incomparably holy and righteous. You are simply untainted white lotuses that emerge from the mud. You dare to mock us? Yama's frown deepened. Sarcasm? I wouldn't dare. Didn't you tell me to say that? Ling Xiao smiled and said, I'm afraid that Lord Yama didn't come to my little tent personally for this kind of trivial matter, right? Tell me, is the Hall Master looking for me? You're not stupid after all. Yama said coldly, let's go, the Hall Master, the Inner Hall, and the outer hall are all waiting to see you. Didn't you brag about your medical skills? They all want to see you, the divine doctor. Yama sneered in his heart. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao knew any medical skills at all. He even suspected that Dark Frost had said that purely to protect Ling Xiao. In front of the inner hall and outer hall's upper echelons, he believed that this brat would not dare to lie. Even if this brat was truly audacious and full of lies, with the medicine demon present, could he deceive them? Therefore, it was his suggestion to invite Ling Xiao to explain the problem. He had to tear off this brat's mask of hypocrisy. Let's go. Ling Xiao stood up and said. The new daughter-in-law also wanted to see her in-laws. He wanted to see what kind of tiger's den this soul hall was. He had even experienced Dark Frost's most terrifying state. So what if the others were terrifying? He had even killed the Mirror Demon King and seriously injured the Koi King. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, wasn't there still Dark Frost? Even if she couldn't help him openly, creating an opportunity for him to escape would be no problem. Therefore, there was no need to worry about this matter. Are you sure you want to go? Yama was stunned. He thought that Ling Xiao, Mr. Nangua, wouldn't dare to go. He didn't expect this brat to not resist at all. Was he relying on Dark Frost's help? Brat, you're too naive. In such a situation, even Dark Frost can't help you. Brat, just wait for your bad luck. Yama didn't waste any more words and walked in front. Ling Xiao followed behind. The two of them headed to the temporary headquarters of Soul Hall. There was a temporary palace in the green zone. It wasn't magnificent, but it was definitely majestic. Ling Xiao guessed that someone must have a storage ring at least at the level of a precious emperor artifact to be able to store such a huge building. This building was very eye-catching in the green zone. It wasn't big, only about 1% the size of Star City. But compared to the tents and temporary wooden huts, it was much better. The security here was the strictest, with white-robed outer sanctum martial artists on the perimeter. Even the weakest of them was in the 7th stage of life seizing. Inside, the guards were replaced by black-robed inner sanctum martial artists. Although their cultivation bases were similar to the outer sanctum martial artists, it was clear that they had a higher status. Furthermore, they were trusted by the leaders of Soul Hall. The inside of the building was no different from the other palaces. What Ling Xiao was most concerned about were the two terrifying auras in the depths of the palace. One of them was very familiar to Ling Xiao. It belonged to the leader of Soul Hall, Dark Frost. As for the other aura, it was very unfamiliar. Compared to Dark Frost's aura, it was purer and more experienced. However, in terms of strength, they were about the same. In addition to these two powerful auras, there were two others that were on the same level as Yama. They were probably the other two of Soul Hall's 3 devils. One of them was Medicine Devil. Who was the other one? As soon as Ling Xiao stepped into the palace, he sensed several powerful auras pouncing on him. They were unceremoniously probing him. It was as if they wanted to see through him. However, if they wanted to rely on auras to make him submit, it was impossible. His martial soul was the heaven-dominating martial soul. It was the most domineering and powerful martial soul in the world. No one could make him kneel in front of pure auras. Unless they attacked directly. In the face of these auras, Ling Xiao's footsteps were a little heavy. Thus, he simply stopped and smiled faintly. I thought that Yama was the only one in Soul Palace who didn't understand etiquette. It turns out that this is a problem with all of you. You don't welcome me? Fine, I'll leave. Ling Xiao didn't feel the slightest bit of fear when facing the leaders of Soul Hall. Truth be told, other than Dark Frost and the old man with the same aura as Dark Frost, there was no one else present. He wasn't afraid of the others. Everyone in the palace was stunned when they heard Ling Xiao's words. They had heard from Yama that this young man was a troublemaker. They didn't expect it to be true. Retract your auras. You're a guest. Don't mess around. Chapter 3370. Dark Frost had already introduced the powerful old man to Ling Xiao. He was the prime elder of the inner sanctum, and the true leader of the Soul Hall. His name was Yang Shifeng, and he was Yama's grandfather. Hearing Yang Shifeng's words, everyone retracted their auras. Ling Xiao began to walk forward. He didn't really want to leave, as there was no need to. There were some things that needed to be dealt with. If he could stay in the green zone and cultivate, that would be perfect. Even if it's WN Guo, it's impossible to send people here to capture him. Under the watchful eyes of the powerhouses, Ling Xiao stood there calmly with a faint smile on his face. Greetings, Hallmaster of the Soul Hall. Greetings, esteemed members of the Soul Hall. He first cupped his hands at Ming Shuang, then cupped his hands at the experts around him as a form of greeting. Although Yang Shifeng looked old, his eyes shone with a sharp aura. Ling Xiao was certain that if he tried to do anything improper, the old man would be the first to notice. Reincarnation God Realm martial artists were truly terrifying. The Soul Hall had 2 Reincarnation God Realm martial artists, and 3 ninth stage life-sizers. No wonder the other organizations were so afraid of them. However, Ling Xiao also thought of another possibility. Perhaps the true experts of the League of Vengeance and the Celestial Dynasty had yet to show themselves. The people who had appeared on the surface were just pawns. Otherwise, given their strength, they wouldn't be able to stand up to the Myriad Kingdoms and the Soul Hall. Back when he had first arrived in the Sword Dynasty, someone had told him that the strongest martial artist in the Sword Dynasty was only in the Yin-Yang realm. That kind of information could only be heeded, and could not be used as a reference. Otherwise, he would be the unlucky one. Grandfather, Hallmaster, I've brought Ling Xiao here. If there's anything you want to ask, feel free to ask. Yama had always believed that Ling Xiao was a swindler who had tricked Dark Frost. After all, although Dark Frost was strong, she was only a child of 12 or 13 years old. He really couldn't resist those glib-tongued fellows. Young man, I heard that you saved our hall master. Yang Shifeng was not courteous, directly getting to the point. Not bad. Ling Xiao's answer was very concise. Bullshit. Do we need you to save our hall master? I don't know where this piece of trash came from, how shameless. The person speaking was an elder from the inner sanctum, who was only in the 8th division of life-seizing. Can't he speak human language? Ling Xiao did not look at that person. Instead, he looked at Yang Shifeng. Elder Li, when I'm asking questions, shut your mouth. No one will think that you're mute. Yang Shifeng coldly glanced at Elder Li. He wasn't happy either. Elder Li, this idiot, even dared to interrupt him. Your subordinate is guilty. Elder Li hurriedly knelt on the ground. From that, it was obvious that this Yang Shifeng was very powerful. Furthermore, his position in the Soul Hall was even higher than that of Dark Frost. Yang Shifeng didn't pay any attention to Elder Li, allowing him to kneel there. Then he continued, Young man, what's your name? How old are you? Ling Xiao. 17 years old. After entering the Primeval God Necropolis, Ling Xiao had just celebrated his 17th birthday. However, he hadn't had the time to celebrate it. Ling Xiao? That's a strange name. Yang Shifeng said with a frown. Prime Elder, according to our investigation, this Ling Xiao is the new monarch of the 8 Immortals Kingdom from the Western Domains. Furthermore, as soon as he arrived in the Primeval God Necropolis, he got into a conflict with Prince Heaven. The person speaking was a young woman in a black garment. Apparently, she was one of the 3 devils, and was in the 9th division of life-seizing. From what she was saying, it was obvious that the Soul Hall wasn't very well informed. None of them knew about the Frigid General's necropolis, or about the Ice Emperor's legacy. That had to do with the unique environment of the domain of the falling stars. The monsters in the domain of the falling stars were the strongest in all of Borough 10. And they were very dense. Because of that, very few martial artists were willing to come here. That was also why Ling Xiao had come to the domain of the falling stars. Most likely, no one here would know that he had stolen the legacy of the Ice Emperor. That would be a lot safer. Oh. You were able to escape from Prince Heaven. You're pretty good. Yang Shifeng was starting to think highly of Ling Xiao. After all, it was impossible for a 6th division life-sizer to escape from a heaven-seizing fate-exchanging expert. The chances of that happening were in the single digits. That's nothing special. Ling Xiao said coolly. Oh. If that's nothing special, then what is? Yang Shifeng asked curiously. Killing Prince Heaven is what I call special. Ling Xiao said coolly. Ha 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 ha. Everyone stared in shock for a moment, then burst into laughter. Brat, do you really think you're something? Do you really think you're something? Do you think you can kill Prince Tian? That's right. I don't know where you get the courage to be so arrogant. Ling Xiao wasn't angry. As far as he was concerned, the more these people looked down on him, the better. They were like frogs at the bottom of a well. If they knew that he had killed the Mirror Demon King, and had almost killed the Koi King, they probably wouldn't be laughing. Yang Shifeng chuckled. You're pretty funny, kid. But there's a limit to how much you can brag. You said the Hall Master was poisoned, but Medicine Demon Elder examined him and said there was nothing wrong with him. What do you say? Yang Shifeng's voice suddenly became gloomy and cold. Ling Xiao knew that he was getting to the point, and was starting to put pressure on him. Quack. Ling Xiao said without thinking. Since Medicine Demon's subordinates dared to force him to sell herbs, I reckon that Medicine Demon's medical skills aren't that great. They say that one's medical skills depend on one's character. I believe that. If one's character isn't good, they only want to harm others. How can their medical skills be good? When he first stepped in, Medicine Demon's aura was the most ferocious. He wanted nothing more than to kill him with his aura. So he wasn't polite at all when he spoke now. If you don't give me face, I naturally won't give you face. You want to ruin my reputation? Then I'll let you know how stupid you are. Impudent. Say that again. Medicine Demon couldn't stand Ling Xiao talking to him like that. He immediately flew into a rage. Quack, quack, quack. I've said it 3 times. What are you going to do? Ling Xiao looked at Medicine Demon and mocked. You're obviously a quack. Why are you afraid of others talking about you? If you have the ability, why don't you check the Hallmaster's condition? You're courting death. Medicine Demon's old face was completely red. No one had ever dared to call him a quack. In the Western region, he was the #1 doctor. Who dared to slander him like that? Medicine Demon, don't be angry. Listen to what he has to say. If he can't explain himself today, you don't need to do anything. I'll make sure he doesn't even have bones left. Yang Shifeng said coldly. Hihi, I'm so scared. Ling Xiao sneered and looked at Yang Shifeng mockingly. This group of old things, did they think they could suppress others as they wished because they were strong? Chapter 3371. What did you say? Yang Shifeng didn't expect that this kid called Ling Xiao wouldn't even give him face. Oh, I almost forgot. You're old and your ears aren't that good. Then I'll repeat what I said. I came to the Green Zone to treat Palace Master Darkfrost's illness. She also promised to give me a quiet and safe cultivation environment. As for whether some people believe me or not, I don't care. Do I have to prove my medical skills every time someone doubts me? What a joke. Who do you think you are? Ling Xiao looked at Yang Shifeng. He was extremely arrogant, his attitude extremely egotistical. He didn't place Yang Shifeng in his eyes at all. Grand Elder, this bastard is despicable. He has no respect for his elders. Let your grandson end him. Yama looked at Yang Shifeng and said. No respect for my elders? What a joke. Who was the one who used his aura to suppress me? If I didn't have enough resistance, I would have exploded and died. Who was the one who said I was trash? Who said I wasn't a doctor? Who doubted me? Who said you wanted to gain my respect? Are you all a bunch of fools who have never entered the Jianghu? Ling Xiao sneered. Impudent. Yama roared and was about to attack. Yama, you can try. If you hurt him, I'll take your life. Finally, Darkfrost, who had been silent all this time, opened her mouth. Yama was instantly stunned. Yang Shifeng frowned. He didn't expect Darkfrost to be so protective of this young man. Palace Master, this kid is talking nonsense. He mocked the upper echelons of Soul Palace. This is unforgivable. Yama said angrily. I saw it. You were the one who treated my guest rudely first. You were also rude to him. Shouldn't he have such an attitude? What attitude do you want? To kneel before you? Darkfrost said coldly, let me tell you. He's the only one who can save me. Whoever hurts him doesn't want me to live. You should know the consequences. It was fine if she didn't speak, but the moment she spoke, the entire hall fell silent. Although Darkfrost was only a high-level fighter in the inner palace. But she was powerful. Being powerful meant having the right to speak. In the entire Soul Palace, other than Yang Shifeng, no one dared to treat her lightly. Once she said that, the others were at a loss for words. Haha, since the palace master has said so, we will naturally respect your opinion. Yang Shifeng was an old fox. He knew that it was not a good idea to have a direct confrontation with Darkfrost. Therefore, he changed his mind. Anyway, as long as Ling Xiao was still in the green zone, there was no need to worry about not being able to get hold of this kid's weakness. That would be best. Darkfrost said indifferently. Ling Xiao, you can go back now. Focus on concocting pills to heal this hall master's injuries. Wait. Medicine Demon suddenly shouted, Hall Master, this matter can be ignored, but when Ling Xiao first came to the green zone, he killed my men. That was a core martial artist of Soul Palace. How should we settle this matter? How do you want to settle it? Darkfrost said coldly. This. Medicine Demon was dumbfounded. It's fine if you don't mention this matter. Since you have, I don't need to give you any face. Darkfrost stared at Medicine Demon and said, Do you think that no one knows what you have done? Embezzling Soul Palace's property and filling your own pockets. Raising the price of herbs to earn profits for yourself, but you have ruined Soul Palace's reputation. If you were not the mainstay of Soul Palace, do you believe that I would kill you with one slap right now? This subordinate is innocent. Medicine Demon hurriedly knelt down and said, Whether you are innocent or not, you know best in your heart. Yang Shifeng, you better control your dog. As the palace master, I have a headache too. Be careful that I don't kill him one day when I am unhappy. Darkfrost sneered and looked at Yang Shifeng. After saying this, she turned and left with Ling Xiao. Looking at Darkfrost's back, Yang Shifeng's eyes shot out a malicious glint. After a long time, he sighed heavily and looked at Medicine Demon. Trash, your body is not clean. Blaming others makes you feel powerless. Disperse, disperse. Yama, go arrange a new residence for Ling Xiao. Make a better place and send people to protect him. Grandson understands. Yama obviously understood that Yang Shifeng's so-called protect was actually surveillance. As long as they did not touch Ling Xiao, Darkfrost had no reason to fall out with them. Blood Demon, how is the matter I asked you to investigate? Before Yama left, Yang Shifeng looked at Blood Demon and asked. Blood Demon, one of the 3 demons, was ranked second in terms of overall strength compared to Yama. However, he was good at hiding and investigating. Therefore, he naturally had to ask her for information. Reporting to Supreme Elder, the investigation has been completed. The incident in Star City was indeed an accident. However, this incident did not seem to affect the owner of the Godfiend Order at all. He did not do anything and is still paying close attention to the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. Blood Demon replied. You weren't discovered, right? Yang Shifeng asked. This, Blood Demon was silent for a moment before saying, To be honest, I have been discovered. Moreover, the owner of the Godfiend Order asked me to pass a message to you. What did he say? Yang Shifeng asked. Search for the Imperial Mausoleum and the Imperial Mausoleum. The Imperial Mausoleum can be yours, but the Imperial Mausoleum is ours. The Blood Demon repeated what he had said. As expected, the owner of the Godfiend Order let us in. Other than plundering, he also hopes that we can become his labor to search for the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. Yang Shifeng smiled bitterly and said, The powerhouses of the 4 regions really don't care about ants like us. We can just look for the Imperial Mausoleum and ignore the Imperial Mausoleum. This way, we can avoid the competition between the powerhouses of the 4 regions. Yama thought. Idiot, do you think that no one has done something like slacking off before? Do you know what the result is? Everyone in the entire force is wiped out. Yang Shifeng scolded, pass down the order. Pay close attention to all news about the ancient sword Imperial Mausoleum. But if we really find it, how do we inform them? Yama asked again. Do you know what the Godfiend Order is for? The biggest effect of the Godfiend order is to transmit everything you do to the owner of the order. Therefore, as long as you have news about the Imperial Mausoleum, he will definitely know. There is no need to specifically send a message. Yang Shifeng explained, "We are ants, and we are always under the supervision of others. If we give up the Godfiend order, only death awaits us. And with the Godfiend order, we can't escape surveillance. It's really tragic for the weak. Report this matter to the Palace Master later. No matter what, she is our Soul Palace's #1 fighter. Although she didn't kill the undead king, it is a miracle that she came back alive." After a moment of silence, Yang Shifeng said to Blood Demon. This subordinate obeys. "Grandfather, what about that Ling Xiao? I don't believe that he can really cure Dark Frost." The Yama demon still refused to leave. He was still thinking about the matter of Ling Xiao. "Child, you are still too inexperienced. Do you know why your grandfather let him go?" Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Chapter 3372. Mother. Yama hurriedly kowtowed. Yama's mother was the previous Lord of Soul Hall, and also someone from the inner hall. Her position was very high, and so was her authority. However, due to a mishap in her cultivation, she had temporarily lost her physical body. Dark Frost was the best human cauldron that the previous Lord of Soul Hall, Leng Chuyan, had chosen. However, because it wasn't time yet, she hadn't possessed her yet. "Chuyan, why are you here?" Yang Shifeng asked with concern. "Father, don't you think that Ling Xiao kid has a very special aura? He can actually resist the auras of the higher-ups. Just this point alone shows that he's not a simple person." "You're underestimating him," Leng Chuyan said indifferently. "Underestimating him? Mother, he's just a 6th-level life-sizer trash. Even the weakest martial artist in Soul Hall is at that level." Yama said disdainfully. "That's why I said you're still inexperienced." Leng Chuyan looked at her son and said, "That kid has the aura of the ancient Sword Emperor on him. That's why I suspect that he has very likely obtained the 9 Supremes catalog and combined it. In addition, I also found the aura of the Ice Emperor's legacy on him. Even the Ice Age that the Ice Empress relied on to become famous was in his possession. The strangest thing is that he doesn't have the aura of the Fiend God Medallion on him, as if it doesn't exist. Perhaps he's the only one who isn't being watched by the Fiend God Medallion's master." If Ling Xiao heard Leng Chuyan's words, he would definitely be shocked. Ling Xiao had done his best to hide the fact that he had obtained the Ice Emperor's legacy. However, he hadn't expected that this woman would see through it so easily. Most frightening of all was that this woman could actually sense the aura of the ancient Sword Emperor on him, and deduced that he might have found the complete 9 Supremes catalog. This woman's thoughts were really deep. If she had said it in front of Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao might have already fled. However, she had only mentioned it now, and she had kept it from Dark Frost. It was obvious that she was preparing to make a move in secret. Yang Shifeng looked at Leng Chuyan in surprise. "Good wife, your soul is still as terrifying as before. Although I've noticed some of these things, I really haven't noticed the ancient Sword Emperor's aura." "Mother, grandfather, what are you talking about? How come I don't understand at all? So many powerful things gathered in one person's body. That Ling Xiao, could it be that he's the chosen one?" Yama was very unhappy. "Child, don't worry. The things on him will be yours sooner or later," Leng Chuyan said coldly. "As long as we can obtain the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance, our Soul Hall will be able to contend against even the 4 regions." "Really? Mother?" A smile finally appeared on Yama's face. "Of course it's true. Ling Xiao is in the green zone right now. It's the best time for us to make a move. However, don't cause too much of a ruckus. Otherwise, Dark Frost will find out. When that girl goes crazy, not even your grandfather is a match for her," Leng Chuyan warned. "Playing dirty, huh? Don't worry, Mother. That's what I'm best at." Yama laughed coldly. "We still have to be careful. The Ice Emperor's legacy should be in the Glacier District. There are so many experts in the Myriad Lands, but he still managed to steal it. This kid is definitely not simple. Don't underestimate him," Leng Chuyan warned. "Don't worry, Mother. I know. Yama didn't take Lung Chuyen's words seriously at all. How could a mere sixth stratum life-sizer possibly defy the heavens? He didn't believe it. I don't think we're going to my place. Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Of course. We're going to my bedchamber. Dark Frost said coolly. Huh? Ling Xiao was stunned. Bedchamber? My dear sister, you're still young. Don't let your imagination run wild. You've already been targeted. You don't even know it, do you? Dark Frost reminded him. Are you talking about the powerful soul power I sensed when I stepped into the hall? Ling Xiao asked. You know about it. Dark Frost said in surprise. It seems your soul power isn't any weaker than the spirit folks. I only know that someone is spying on my secrets, but I don't know exactly how much. Ling Xiao sighed. You'd better prepare for the worst. If things go wrong, all your secrets might not be secrets anymore. Dark Frost frowned. I can see through everything about you. That person's soul power isn't any weaker than mine. What? What did you see through me? Ling Xiao said in surprise. The Ice General's memory metal, the Ice Emperor's legacy, and the ancient sword sovereign's aura. Dark Frost said. Nothing else? Ling Xiao asked. Anything else? Dark Frost was puzzled. That's good. Actually, as long as the secret of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit wasn't exposed, it didn't matter if the others were exposed. Although the situation was bad, with Dark Frost's protection, there shouldn't be any problems for the time being. During this period, he had to seize the time to raise his cultivation. After all, Dark Frost couldn't protect him forever. In this world, there were still existences stronger than Dark Frost. For example, the Undying King. Another example was the owner of the Divine Devil Order. And the experts from the 4 major regions. Suddenly, there were more people in front. Ling Xiao and Dark Frost stopped talking. When the two of them walked together, it really caused a commotion. Especially the little beauty Dark Frost, who was usually as cold as ice and kept people 1,000 miles away. She was the master of the Soul Hall. She had never seen anyone who could get within 3 meters of her. But this unfamiliar kid was almost right next to Dark Frost. He was only 2 fists away. An ice cube like Dark Frost was easy to conquer in many men's dreams. They dreamed of making such a woman submit to them. But that was just a dream after all. In reality, they wouldn't dare to do it even if they had 1,000 times the courage. Their lives were more important. Who is that kid? Why doesn't he seem to be afraid of Hall Master Dark Frost at all? Yeah, I felt that they were chatting quite happily just now. You must have seen wrongly. You must have seen wrongly. The ice beauty in my heart would never chat happily with anyone. Saw wrongly? Look at the direction they're walking in. That's the Hall Master's bedroom. No one is allowed to enter that place without permission. Women are not allowed, let alone men. That kid must have been a saint in his previous life. Damn it. I don't care who he was in his previous life. If he dares to touch the Hall Master in this life, I'll kill him. Such discussions only started after Dark Frost and Ling Xiao walked far away. They didn't dare to do it in front of Dark Frost. But Ling Xiao still heard it all. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. Even if he didn't have a woman he loved, he couldn't fall in love with a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Furthermore, Ming Shuang seemed to treat him like a sister and treated him like an older brother. Hallmaster, please wait. Just as the two of them were about to step into the Soul Hall Master's bedroom, Yama appeared. Is something the matter? Chapter 3373. Arbiter Dark Frost, we don't know who this person is, and I'm worried that it will affect your reputation. He could even threaten your life. He absolutely cannot live in your chambers, Yama said, sounding very agitated. Obviously, he was interested in Dark Frost, and assumed that everyone else was as shameless as him. What if I force him to stay? Dark Frost said, looking at Yama with eyes filled with killing intent. She knew all too well what Yama was thinking. From the day she had arrived in Soul Hall, he had been trying to take advantage of her. Back then, she had been thrown into the hell of Soul Hall, where she had been tortured. Yama hadn't been able to get his way. By the time she came out, Yama didn't dare to touch her. After all, she had killed everyone who had touched her. That included those who had tortured her. Who would have guessed that this guy still wouldn't give up? Sensing Darkfrost's terrifying killing intent, Yama swallowed hard. Your subordinate is doing everything for the sake of Arbiter, he said helplessly. But if Arbiter doesn't mind, then I won't stop him. If he has any improper thoughts, Arbiter, you can notify me immediately. I'll be there immediately. What a joke. You think he can touch me? Darkfrost said disdainfully. He's in the 6th division of the life-seizing level, and I'm only in the 1st division of the reincarnation god level. Do you really think that's possible? Yama thought about it for a moment, and decided that it really wasn't possible. However, if Ling Xiao moved into Darkfrost's chambers, then it would be very difficult for them to do anything to him. Unfortunately, there was nothing else they could do. They could only take things one step at a time. Not daring to offend Darkfrost, Yama looked at Ling Xiao and said, I don't know what you did to earn Arbiter's trust, but listen up. If anything happens to our palace master Ming Shuang, I will not let you off easily. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. There's something wrong with your head. Ling Xiao looked at Yama and said, you'd better get this straight. I'm an honored guest of your palace master, not your prisoner. Don't put on that commanding tone in front of me. Your servants might be afraid, but I'm not. Scram. Don't tell me you want to go in with us. Listening to Ling Xiao's merciless words, Yama felt like his heart was about to explode. He tried very hard to suppress his anger, but he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he vomited blood. Brat, you can show off now. There will be a day when the palace master will see your true colors. You pretended to be a doctor and attempted to sneak into my soul palace. I will definitely tear off this mask in front of the palace master. Get lost, idiot. Ling Xiao didn't understand. He didn't steal or rob. He only saved Darkfrost. This Yama didn't treat him with respect, as if he had committed some heinous crime. How could he be polite to this guy? Just you wait. Yama harumphed and turned to leave. From his actions, it seems like he wants to make a move on you. He doesn't want you to live in my palace, so it's easier to make a move. Darkfrost said worriedly. Don't tell me he dares to barge into your palace. Ling Xiao laughed. It's not like there's no such possibility. Yang Shifeng's strength is unfathomable. If he comes out to stall me, you can only save yourself. Darkfrost said with a frown. I understand, so let's not waste any more time. Let's go in. I want to quickly immerse myself in cultivation. Once I become stronger, I naturally won't have to worry. Ling Xiao understood Darkfrost's worries. Actually, that was exactly what he was worried about. The two of them stepped into the palace and Darkfrost went to do her own things. Ling Xiao first arranged the surroundings of the room he was staying in before preparing to start cultivating. Master, what did you eavesdrop on in the hall just now? Ling Xiao asked all of a sudden. A wisp of white smoke floated in from the outside and turned into the Yuan Venerate's figure. Big news. What's the big news? Ling Xiao asked anxiously. Firstly, Darkfrost's suspicions were correct. There is a woman called Lung Chuyan, the former Hall Master of Seoul Hall. She saw that you have the Ice General's inheritance, the Ice Emperor's inheritance, and the aura of the ancient Sword Emperor. Don't worry, the Tyrant Sky Marshal soul is still very safe. Secondly, there is another interesting thing. The Godfiend token is actually a tool used by the Godfiend token's owner to monitor people. However, your Mountain River realm seems to be able to block such monitoring. Thirdly, the Star Demon King becoming the Undying King doesn't seem to be a big deal to the Godfiend token's owner. From this, it can be seen that the Godfiend token's owner is very terrifying. Furthermore, their true motive is to find the ancient Sword Emperor's tomb. Fourthly, Yang Shifeng has already ordered Yama to take everything from you. Darkfrost is still very sensitive. Fortunately, she made the judgment in advance. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if you returned to your original place. The Yuan Venerate told him everything he had heard. I never expected things to become so complicated. Ling Xiao frowned. Are you afraid? The Yuan Venerate asked with a smile. Afraid? If I was afraid, I wouldn't have set the Eternal Life Palace as my target. If I was afraid, I wouldn't have thought of avenging you, master. Your enemy is the strongest king of sovereigns in the mystic world. Ling Xiao sneered. The difficulty is right in front of me, but it's actually simple. As long as I continue to improve my strength, I won't be afraid of those people targeting me. It seems like you understand. Then I'm relieved. All right, master is a little tired. I'll go back and rest first. The Yuan Venerate's spiritual body couldn't stay outside for too long. He immediately flew back into Ling Xiao's body. After watching the Yuan Venerate leave, Ling Xiao finally focused on his own cultivation. His cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the life-seizing realm. Although it wasn't very powerful, he had the beast soul transformation and the tyrant martial soul. He was still able to fight against ordinary 9th level life-sizers. The most important thing now was to cultivate the ancient Ice Emperor's technique and master the Absolute Frost Domain and the Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps, these 2 king-level martial arts. Whether it was fleeing or fighting, he would become stronger. As for the Ice Age armor, it was a good defensive armor, but it was still difficult for him to control it when attacking. Furthermore, he had 3 9 sword techniques, so he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate offensive martial techniques. While cultivating, Ling Xiao kept the Ice General's memory metal in the Mountain River realm. To his surprise, he discovered that not only did his cultivation speed increase, even the speed of his martial arts cultivation had also increased. Things that used to take a few days to comprehend now only took an hour or even a dozen minutes. It took him half an hour to master the intermediate king-level martial art, the Arctic Field, and he had finally mastered the embryonic form. Another half an hour passed, and he was finally able to unleash his power when he reached the small success stage. When he released it, his surroundings entered the Arctic domain. Chapter 3374. His enemies would definitely be at a disadvantage if they fought in the frigid domain. Next, he began to practice the elementary king-class movement technique, the Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps. It only took him about 10 minutes to reach the level of minor success. He had already mastered both of those consummate skills. As for the later stages, there was no need for him to sit around and cultivate. After all, it wouldn't do him much good. After all, martial arts had to be improved as they were used. Maybe I should go find Dark Frost and spar with her? Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then decided against it. What a joke. Dark Frost was so strong that if he went to her for training, he might end up losing his life. Even as he pondered the matter, the spell formation he had set up around the room trembled. Someone's there. Rising to his feet, he opened his Taiji eye. There was a man and a woman outside. Ling Xiao recognized the woman as Dark Frost's personal maidservant. Of course, that wasn't the right thing to do. After all, even a maidservant like her couldn't get within 2 meters of Dark Frost. However, she was allowed to live in the bedchamber, and was in charge of cleaning. If he recalled correctly, her name was Aya. As for the man, Ling Xiao didn't recognize him. However, he did seem to resemble Medicine Devil. Perhaps they were related by blood. Even as he pondered the matter, he heard a voice outside. Ling Xiao, I know you're in there. Get the hell out here. It was the man who had spoken. His attitude was very arrogant. It was obvious at a glance that he was used to being arrogant. Originally, Ling Xiao hadn't wanted to go out, but then he realized that the man was in the 8th stage of life-seizing. That level of strength made him the perfect sparring partner. After a moment of thought, he opened the door and walked out. It went without saying that Dark Frost was being held back by Yang Shifeng. Otherwise, there was no way she wouldn't show up when a man suddenly entered her bedchamber. Aya, he said, do you know what happens to people who disturb my cultivation? Ling Xiao asked, looking coldly at the maidservant. There's no need to scare me. With Big Bro Yarrow Chen here, what can you possibly do? Aya's maidservant was actually very arrogant. Originally, Ling Xiao did not intend to blame her. He thought that she was being held hostage by this guy called Yarrow Chen. But now, it seemed that she had deliberately brought people to cause trouble for him. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hold back. Pa! A crisp sound came from the door. Aya didn't even see what had happened. Her face was already swollen from the slap. As a maidservant, You should have the self-awareness of a maidservant. When you make a mistake, not only do you not admit it, you even dare to talk back. Do you think I won't dare to touch you just because you found a gigolo? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Aya was stunned, and so was Yarrow Chen. Although Aya was only a servant girl, her cultivation base was still in the 6th division of life seizing. Even if Ling Xiao was a genius, he should not have been able to slap Aya's face so easily. You! How dare you hit me? Aya was stunned, but because her face was swollen, she couldn't speak clearly. Hit you? If you don't shut up, I might even kill you, Ling Xiao said coldly. You talk big, Yarrow Chen said. Let's see how you'll kill Aya with me here. Finally, Yarrow Chen opened his mouth. His voice was cold and sinister. His tone was very similar to Medicine Devil's. No wonder they looked alike. You're Medicine Devil's son, aren't you? Ling Xiao asked. You think you have the right to call him Medicine Devil? You should call him Elder Medicine, Yarrow Chen said angrily. That's exactly what I did. What are you going to do about it? Ling Xiao said mockingly. You trespassed on Innkeeper Soul Hall's lair, and you were up to no good. Even if I killed you right here and now, no one would say anything. That said, you didn't do anything to offend me, so I might as well kill you. But you're going to have to spar with me. If I'm satisfied, then I'll pretend none of this happened. How arrogant. You're really arrogant. Yarrow Chen heard Yama mention Ling Xiao. Yama described Ling Xiao as an arrogant and condescending bastard who didn't put Innkeeper Soul Hall in his eyes. Because of the first impression, no matter how Ling Xiao behaved, he would feel the same way. Yes, I'm arrogant. Do you dare to fight with me? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. He needed a sparring partner now. Whether it was a breakthrough in cultivation or the tempering of martial techniques, he had to go through real combat. It was too dangerous to leave this place and fight monsters outside. It wasn't the monsters that were too dangerous, but the people of Innkeeper Soul Hall were too dangerous. He didn't have the ability to protect himself now, or rather, he didn't have enough ability to protect himself. Since Yarrow Chen had delivered himself to his door, how could he let him go? Why wouldn't I dare? Yarrow Chen couldn't wait for a chance to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Not only had Meng Hao killed his father's subordinates, but he had also been extremely rude to his father. The truth was that he had come to see Ling Xiao because of Yama's instigation. Yama was very cunning. Whether or not Yarrow Chen succeeded in killing Meng Hao wouldn't affect him. It would be best if he could kill Ling Xiao. Even if he didn't succeed, he would still infuriate Medicine Devil. Medicine Devil was the #1 doctor in the Western Domains, but even more terrifying was the #1 doctor of poisons. Using poisons to kill people was much simpler and easier than using other methods. Fine. Let's do it. Ling Xiao simply stood there, not using his beast soul transformation. He wanted to test out the power of his frigid domain and frostwind sealing steps. At the same time, the immense pressure weighing down on him would cause his cultivation base to rise rapidly. Of course, before the fight began, the memory metal of General Frigid Ice began to glow with a soft light. That would make his cultivation progress even faster. Die. Yarrow Chen's first attack was only a test. That said, the attack of an 8th division life-sizer couldn't be underestimated. Ling Xiao wasn't in his beast soul transformation, so he couldn't afford to underestimate him. Frigid domain. Ling Xiao called upon his frigid domain. Moments ago, Yarrow Chen had been in illusory form, but now he was visible, moving so slowly that it almost seemed like he was moving in slow motion. However, because Ling Xiao's cultivation base was so low, his frigid domain couldn't last very long. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. Yarrow Chen's attack was unstoppable. Frostwind sealing steps. Ling Xiao took a step to the side. Although he didn't move very quickly, the frigid energy beneath his feet caused Yarrow Chen to slow down significantly. Yarrow Chen's attack brushed past Ling Xiao's shoe, and then destroyed a nearby gazebo. Not bad. Ling Xiao thought excitedly. After successfully using the skill, his proficiency with it increased dramatically. Furthermore, the energy in his cultivation sea had also increased by 10% under the immense pressure. As a result, he only used these two techniques in the future. Obstruct and evade. Every time Yarrow Chen tried to attack him, his frigid domain would obstruct him, and Ling Xiao would use his frostwind ceiling steps to evade. Because his frigid domain covered everything, it was impossible for Yarrow Chen to evade. However, as Yarrow Chen's attacks grew more and more powerful, Ling Xiao was having a hard time dealing with them. Chapter 3375. From the very beginning, Yarrow Chen felt that this battle was full of strangeness. Clearly, he occupied a huge advantage. As long as he ran into Ling Xiao, he could kill the other party. But the strange thing was that each time, it was just a hair's breadth away. As time passed, he felt more and more strange. Because he actually felt that Ling Xiao's strength was gradually increasing. His feeling was right. In the continuous thrilling battles, Ling Xiao's cultivation C energy increased to 80%, which was equivalent to his strength increasing eightfold. Furthermore, it was still continuing to increase. Extreme cold domain also increased from minor completion to proficient completion. His blizzard ice ceiling steps had been upgraded from proficient to great mastery. Ling Xiao's strength increasing was also within reason. Suddenly, Yarrow Chen stopped and looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "You flea-like thing, always hiding here and there, what's the point? Dare to have a head-on battle with me if you have the ability. Are you sure?" Ling Xiao looked at Yarrow Chen and asked with a smile. As the battle continued, perhaps because Yarrow Chen's pressure on him gradually decreased, the increase of his cultivation C energy also gradually stagnated. It became extremely slow around 80%. Therefore, Ling Xiao also prepared to end this battle. Just nice, the other party asked this, he planned to directly blast this guy flying out. "Do you dare?" Yarrow Chen asked. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Ling Xiao gave a cold laugh and hooked his finger at Yarrow Chen and said, "Come on, let me see the true strength of the medicine demon's son. This time, I definitely won't dodge." "You said that." Yarrow Chen did not believe what Ling Xiao said at first, but he still planned on giving it a try. Circulating all the vital essence in his body, he deployed his strongest martial technique. He roared and pounced at Ling Xiao. Originally thought that Ling Xiao would repeat the same trick. Did not expect that this time, Ling Xiao actually did not move. He just stood there as if waiting for him to attack. "Fool, I didn't expect that you're actually arrogant and ignorant to this extent. Facing my attack, you also dare to not defend." Yarrow Chen sneered. He did not hesitate at all. A terrifying killing intent erupted from his fists as he punched towards Ling Xiao's heart. "You want to kill me?" Ling Xiao's gaze abruptly turned sinister and cold. He instantly entered his Frost Dragon Beast Soul transformation state and attacked with his Ice Supreme Sword. Supreme Ice's Frozen Sky Sword was unleashed. Everything exploded in an instant. It was so fast that Yarrow Chen had no time to react. The cold revered Ice's Frozen Sky Sword art, coupled with the release of the Absolute Frost Domain, increased its power by several times. He easily tore apart Yarrow Chen's attack and pierced Yarrow Chen's throat with his sword. Drip. Fresh blood dripped onto the ground, staining the ground red. Aya screamed and turned to run. However, how could Ling Xiao give her this opportunity? "You traitor, go to hell." A drop of Yarrow Chen's blood flew out from the tip of Ling Xiao's sword. It turned into a cold light and directly pierced through Aya's head. Aya fell forward, blood splattering on the ground. "I didn't intend to kill you, but you wanted to kill me. I can only protect myself." Ling Xiao looked coldly at the two corpses on the ground. He raised his hands and two balls of flames flew up. The two corpses were completely burned. If the pavilion had not collapsed, if the air was not still filled with the smell of blood, no one would have thought that a terrifying battle had just taken place here. Outside Darkfrost's bedroom, a black shadow left quickly. Inside the medicine demon residence. "What? You said Chen is dead. Who killed him?" The medicine demon could not believe his ears. Yarrow Chen was his only son. He had been carefully nurturing him as his successor and the key to passing on the family line. Of course, Yarrow Chen was very talented. Whether it was in martial arts or medical skills, he was outstanding. This also made him have high hopes for Yarrow Chen. But now, he actually heard that his son, Yarrow Chen, had been killed. "Ling Xiao, I saw it with my own eyes. The person who spoke was none other than Yama. Originally, I was planning to take advantage of the fact that Sect Lord Darkfrost was occupied with other matters to deal with Ling Xiao. Who could have guessed that I would see something so shocking? Yama continued. This fellow was the one who had instigated everything in the first place. Ling Xiao's strength had surprised him, but that didn't matter. After all, killing an 8th Division life-sizer like Yarrow Chen wasn't all that impressive. Any 9th Division life-sizer would be able to do that with ease. After all, Yarrow Chen's specialty was medicine, not martial arts. Therefore, he planned to report the matter to the medicine demon, and have him test out Ling Xiao's strength. Bastard! How dare you kill my son? Not even the Sect Lord can protect you. The medicine demon slapped the table in front of him, causing it to shatter into dust. Before leaving, he went into a secret chamber and pulled out a metal bottle. As for what it contained, it was impossible to tell. Yang Qi watched as the medicine demon led a group of people toward Darkfrost's bedchamber. Chuckling coldly, Yama followed them. By this point, Darkfrost had already returned to her bedchamber. Someone was here? Darkfrost asked, frowning. She had been summoned by Yang Shifeng to discuss the matter of the Undying King. She had a strange feeling about it. Before the meeting was over, she had hurried back. As soon as she arrived at her bedchamber, she could smell the stench of blood in the air. Yeah, a brat named Yarrow Chen, Yang Qi said. Your maidservant, Aya, sent him here to kill me. Ling Xiao nodded. Aya, Yang Qi said. I usually put up with her, and didn't want to bicker with her. Who could have guessed that she would be such a traitor? Where are they? Darkfrost asked angrily. Dead. I killed them all. Ling Xiao said coolly. Including Yarrow Chen and Aya. I didn't cause you any trouble, did I? You can kill Yarrow Chen? Darkfrost asked in surprise. However, when she suddenly remembered what happened in Star City, she felt relieved. Ling Xiao's actual combat strength was much stronger than his cultivation on the surface. Forget it, let's not talk about this. It's good that you're fine. Yarrow Chen, how dare you barge into my bedchamber? You deserve to die. Darkfrost said coldly. What do you mean by deserve to die? Palace Master, I'm going to demand an explanation from you today. At this moment, Medicine Demon stepped in from outside. His only son had died tragically, and Medicine Demon was overwhelmed by anger. Previously, he did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Darkfrost because he was afraid of Darkfrost. However, this time, he decided that even if he had to die, he would drag Ling Xiao down with him. Looking at Medicine Demon and the men of sacrifice behind him, Darkfrost frowned. In the end, she was just a high-level fighter. In terms of power, she could not compare to the 3 demons in the Soul Hall. However, she also had her own principles. Those who barge into my bedchamber, die. Ming Shuang did not hesitate. She suddenly attacked at lightning speed, enveloping Medicine Demon and the people behind him. A ferocious beast formed by soul power pounced out. Have mercy. Amidst the shouts, a golden Buddha flew over from the sky. It was clearly formed by soul power. Chapter 3376. A golden Buddha flew from the sky. It was also condensed by soul power and blocked in front of Medicine Demon. However, the golden Buddha came too late and could only save Medicine Demon. As for the dozen people behind Medicine Demon, none of them were spared. They were all killed by the beast condensed by soul power. Yang Shifeng, do you want to break the rules too? Darkfrost looked at the person who came and frowned. Palace Master, you misunderstood. You can't blame Medicine Demon for this. Ling Xiao killed his only son. How can he not be angry? It's normal for him to do something irrational. Why do you have to be so harsh on him? Let's forget about it this time. Yang Shifeng said with a smile. Yang Shifeng was really dissatisfied with Yama's stupid way of doing things today. It was unwise to let Medicine Demon kill Ling Xiao when Darkfrost was still in the bedroom. Yarrow Chen trespassed into my bedroom. He deserves to die. Darkfrost said coldly. Palace Master is right. However, this is another matter. Medicine Demon has done many meritorious deeds for Soul Palace. This time, He was angered. Medicine Demon, go apologize to the hall master and return. Yang Shifeng said coldly. Yes. Medicine Demon held the small metal bottle tightly in his hand. He then approached Darkfrost and knelt down on both knees. However, at that moment, a black shadow suddenly flew out of the metal bottle and went straight for Ling Xiao. How could he just let it go? In order to avenge his son, he didn't care who came to plead for mercy. No matter who it was, they couldn't stop his anger. Damn it! Darkfrost immediately stood in front of Ling Xiao. The black shadow hit Darkfrost directly. It was chopped off by Darkfrost's hand. It was a golden silkworm GU. It was completely dead. However, the GU poison had already entered Darkfrost's body. In that instant, Darkfrost's entire right arm turned purplish-black. Darkfrost hurriedly used her left hand to seal the blood vessels so that the poison would not enter her body and only exist in her right arm. Medicine Demon, you're crazy. Seeing this, Yang Shifeng was also very surprised. Although Darkfrost wasn't very obedient towards Ling Xiao, she was still very loyal to Soul Palace. If they encountered a strong enemy, they would have to rely on Darkfrost to fight. Once her right arm was crippled, Darkfrost's battle prowess would drop by at least half. I want to kill that Ling Xiao. Medicine Demon was stunned. He knew Darkfrost's position in Soul Palace. If something really happened to Darkfrost, it wouldn't just be a matter of one of his sons dying. Perhaps, his whole family would be buried with her. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and get the antidote. Yang Shifeng said sternly. There's no antidote for this. I bought this golden silkworm GU from Star Demon King. It said that only the 4 regions have it. There's no antidote for this strange poison. Medicine Demon was also a little panicked. What? Yang Shifeng was stunned. Aren't you the #1 doctor in Western region? Go back and develop the antidote immediately. No matter what, you have to save Darkfrost's right arm. I'm afraid it's no longer a matter of the right arm. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded. The golden silkworm goose poison was truly terrifying. Even though Darkfrost had sealed her blood vessels, the poison still seeped in. However, it wasn't that fast. However, at this rate, Darkfrost's entire body would be poisoned in 3 days at the earliest. Darkfrost had a nearly immortal body and could be resurrected. However, after being resurrected, Darkfrost's strength would be greatly reduced. This wasn't what Yang Shifeng wanted to see. Medicine Demon, I'll give you 3 days. If you can't refine the antidote, you can kill yourself. Yang Shifeng said coldly. There's no need for him. I'll naturally cure Palace Master Darkfrost's poison. Ling Xiao looked at Yang Shifeng and said. You. Medicine Demon sneered. It's not that I look down on you. With your level, you can't even cure an ordinary poison, let alone this golden silkworm goose poison. You talk too much nonsense. Get lost. You're not welcome here. Ling Xiao was very angry now. If he had enough strength, he would really kill Medicine Demon with one slap. Palace Master, you should rest well. Don't worry about this. We'll definitely bring the antidote over within 3 days. Yang Shifeng glanced at Medicine Demon and said, Did you hear that? Don't worry, Supreme Elder. I'll definitely develop the antidote within 3 days. Medicine Demon nodded and hurriedly headed home. The pain of losing his son was also diluted by fear at this time. He planned to talk about Ling Xiao's matter later. It was better to cure Darkfrost first. Otherwise, with Yang Shifeng's temper, he would definitely not let him go. After everyone had left, Yi Zichen looked at Yi Zichen. Ling Xiao released the 9-snake General Beast Soul and sucked out the golden silkworm goose poison from Darkfrost's body. However, his brows were still furrowed. This golden silkworm GU must have been raised by the experts of the 4 regions. Although I've temporarily sucked out the poison, I can't cure the root cause. From today onwards, I'll help you refine pills and absorb the poison for you every day. I estimate that I'll be able to refine a pill that can completely remove the poison in 3 days at most. You don't have to worry. Ling Xiao gently rubbed Darkfrost's head and said with a smile. If it was in the past, if someone dared to touch her head, Darkfrost would definitely kill him mercilessly. However, At this time, she did not feel any disgust. Instead, her face was filled with happiness as if she was thinking of her brother again. I know you can do it, brother Ling Xiao. Dark Frost nodded and said. Sigh, actually, you didn't have to block it just now. My body is immune to all poisons. No matter how powerful the golden silkworm goose poison is, I should be able to slowly remove it. Fortunately, Yang Shifeng did not want you to die. Otherwise, today's matter would have been really dangerous. Ling Xiao sighed and said, no matter what, thank you very much. Regardless of whether what Dark Frost did was useless or not, at that moment, Dark Frost really wanted to risk her life to save him. He could clearly feel it. If I had to do it again, I would still make the same choice. Dark Frost said with a smile. Silly girl. Ling Xiao sighed and said, go back and rest first. Don't practice for a while. Just come over once a day. After saying that, he turned and went into his room. He placed the poison extracted from Dark Frost's body into a container and began to study it. To concoct the antidote, he had to understand the poison first. This process took him a full day. Fortunately, he had the Tai Chi eye. Otherwise, to concoct the antidote within 3 days was simply a fool's dream. During the period when he and Medicine Demon were concocting the antidote, what happened here had quietly spread out. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Although Yang Shifeng was very angry about this matter, he did not know which idiot leaked it. However, he really could not investigate at the moment. If he did, it would cause a bigger storm. The most important thing was to concoct the antidote. The entire Green Zone was now spreading the news that Palace Master Dark Frost was poisoned by Medicine Demon's golden silkworm Gu. If the antidote could not be concocted within 3 days, she might die. However, fortunately, there were 2 powerful pharmacists in the Green Zone at this time. Chapter 3377. Now, the whole Green Zone was saying that 2 doctors were developing an antidote. One was the famous Medicine Demon, the #1 doctor in the Western region. He was the one who raised the golden silkworm Gu, and his medical skills were excellent. So, people thought that he was the most likely to make up for his mistake. As for Ling Xiao, it was said that he was the Medicine Demon who saved Palace Master Dark Frost in Star City. His specific abilities were unknown. People did not have much confidence in him. However, with one more person, there would be one more ray of hope. Ming Shuang had been running around for Soul Palace all these years and had done many things. Although the little girl was cold, she was very kind and had done a lot of good things. As a result, most of the ordinary Soul Palace martial practitioners had a good impression of Palace Master Ming Shuang. They did not want anything to happen to her. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd day, Medicine Demon, led by Yang Shifeng and others, came to Dark Frost's palace. This was a special event, so the rules of the palace were temporarily relaxed. Dark Frost. Ling Xiao did not allow her to cultivate, so she obediently did not cultivate. Anyway, there were only 3 days. She believed in Ling Xiao's judgment. Where is that person? Yang Shifeng asked in confusion. Cultivating. Dark Frost said lightly. Cultivating? Didn't he say that he was developing an antidote for Palace Master? Yang Shifeng frowned. Can't he develop it while cultivating? Dark Frost asked. Palace Master, I'm afraid you have been deceived by that villain. How is he researching a new medicine? He doesn't even care about you, Hall Master. Yang Shifeng said angrily. I believe in him. Today is the 3rd day. He will definitely come out. Dark Frost said lightly. There is no need to wait for that liar. Medicine Demon has developed an antidote. It can definitely cure the poison in your body. Yang Shifeng pointed at Medicine Demon behind him. Don't worry, Palace Master. I've already developed an antidote, and it can definitely cure the poison. As for Ling Xiao, he was definitely a liar from head to toe. Not only did he swindle your trust, he also sowed discord between the higher-ups of Soul Palace. If this person isn't eliminated, Soul Palace won't be at peace, Medicine Demon said hurriedly. Shut up. I won't allow you to insult him. Dark Frost's face instantly turned cold. During these 3 days, Ling Xiao would come over every morning to help her absorb the toxins. Every time, he had to take a huge risk. It was just that no one else knew about it. If this was considered a swindler, then the swindler was a little too noble. Medicine demon, let's cut the crap. Since you've already developed the antidote, bring it to me immediately. Yang Shifeng glanced at Medicine Demon and said. Through the Medicine Demon's probing, Yang Shifeng also understood that Ling Xiao's position in Darkfrost's heart was not low. It wasn't that easy to shake Darkfrost's trust in Ling Xiao. However, if the antidote worked, the situation would be very different. There's no problem with your antidote, right? Darkfrost glanced at Medicine Demon and said, don't blame me for not trusting you. That golden silkworm GU was released by you. What if you want to harm me again? She actually didn't want to take Medicine Demon's antidote. She still wanted to wait for Ling Xiao's antidote to come out. Her trust in Ling Xiao was much higher than her trust in Medicine Demon. Don't worry, Palace Master. I've already tested this medicine and confirmed that there's no problem. Not only does this medicine have the effect of detoxifying, but it also contains many precious herbs. Therefore, after taking it, it's extremely beneficial to the recovery and improvement of cultivation. Medicine Demon said hurriedly. It has nothing to do with that. What you did yesterday has already made me lose my trust in you. Whether your antidote is useful or not, it's still a potential danger to me. Darkfrost shook her head and still didn't want to take it. However, it was already the afternoon of the third day. Although Ling Xiao had already absorbed the poison in the morning. At this moment, her skin gradually turned purplish-black again. The poison seemed to be acting up again. Palace Master, there's no time to lose. Please take the antidote. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Seeing Darkfrost's situation, Yang Shifeng was also very worried. If Darkfrost died because she didn't take the antidote, not only would it be a huge loss to Soul Palace, but their inner palace's reputation would also be severely damaged. After all, Darkfrost was injured by Medicine Demon. Palace Master, please take the antidote. The rest of Soul Palace's upper echelons also said. Although Darkfrost was only a fighting machine in their eyes, a high-level fighter. Even if the machine was broken, it still needed to be repaired. Otherwise, how could it fight? Therefore, they still wanted Darkfrost to live. Palace Master, you know our intentions best. How can we let you die? Yang Shifeng said anxiously. Please give me a chance to make up for my mistakes. It wasn't easy for me to refine the elixir. Medicine Demon also said while kneeling. Darkfrost still didn't say anything because Ling Xiao had reminded her not to use medicine carelessly no matter what happened to her body. She was naturally willing to believe in Ling Xiao. Supreme Elder, we can't wait anymore. Use force. No matter what, we have to save Palace Master's life. A Soul Palace higher-up suddenly said. That's right. Even if Palace Master blames us, as long as her poison is cured, there will be no reason. Someone else said. Yang Shifeng hesitated for a moment and nodded. Now that Darkfrost's poison had broken out, she was definitely not as strong as him. Therefore, he only needed 3 moves to capture Darkfrost. Then, Medicine Demon took out the elixir he had refined. The air was filled with a strange fragrance. The elixir looked extremely beautiful. And with one sniff, one could tell that it was good stuff. Although I don't know much about alchemy, I have read the introduction in the book. This elixir is a mysterious grade elixir. It is very suitable to treat a reincarnation divine realm warrior. Of course. As the #1 doctor in the Western region, Medicine Demon's alchemy skills are not for show. Other than him, who else can detoxify this poison? I really don't understand why Palace Master refuses to take it. In the end, we can only use force. In the midst of everyone's discussion, Yang Shifeng had already taken the antidote from Medicine Demon. At this moment, Darkfrost's situation seemed to be getting worse. Not only was her body purplish-black, but it was also beginning to swell. Yang Shifeng did not hesitate to put the antidote into Darkfrost's mouth and forced it down. Palace Master, please forgive me for offending you. After watching Darkfrost take the antidote, Yang Shifeng let go of her, then stood aside and began to observe. The elixir melted as soon as it entered her mouth and began to take effect. Dark Frost's condition rapidly improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's done. It's really done. An excited shout came from the crowd. Ha ha ha, I've said it before. That Ling Xiao is simply a liar. When it comes to alchemy and detoxification, it's still up to Medicine Demon. Yang Shifeng was very happy. He then looked at Medicine Demon and said, "You have done a good job this time to make up for your mistakes." "Thank you, Supreme Elder," Medicine Demon said excitedly. Chapter 3378. Medicine Demon looked nervously at Dark Frost's condition. The swelling had clearly subsided. The purplish-black color also quickly disappeared. He also let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, although he was very confident in his pharmaceutical skills, he was still unsure before the medicine truly took effect. Medicine Demon is Medicine Demon, the #1 doctor in the Western region. He's not bragging. I've said it before. How can Ling Xiao compare to our Soul Palace's famous doctor? Fortunately, we used force. Otherwise, I don't know what Palace Master would do. He actually believed such a liar. Grand Elder, we request to immediately capture Ling Xiao. There's definitely something wrong with that brat. Yama seized the opportunity to speak at this moment. Yes, you're right. Ling Xiao attempted to deceive Palace Master. He's guilty of a heinous crime. We can't let him continue to be free. Yama, go personally and capture him to the underground prison. I want to personally interrogate him. Yang Shifeng couldn't wait to get Ling Xiao's things. Now, Dark Frost had no reason to protect Ling Xiao. After all, it was Medicine Demon who detoxified the poison, not Ling Xiao. Hearing this, Medicine Demon was very happy. He wanted Ling Xiao to die. This goal should be achieved as long as Grand Elder got what he wanted after interrogating him. Then, Ling Xiao naturally couldn't live. Just as everyone was trying to capture Ling Xiao, Dark Frost suddenly screamed. Her body that had almost recovered was instantly poisoned, and the speed was more than 10 times faster than before. In an instant, she had reached the state where she couldn't be cured. Moreover, this momentum was still continuing. Bastard, Medicine Demon, what's going on? Yang Shifeng's expression changed greatly. He looked at Medicine Demon and asked sternly. I don't know. This is impossible. Medicine Demon was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect this to happen. He had already done all that he could. He should have succeeded. But why did this happen? Yama, who was about to leave, was also dumbfounded. The rest of the higher-ups were also dumbfounded. They thought that there was no more problem. Who knew that the situation would become more serious? Quick, go find Ling Xiao. Yang Shifeng had no other ideas at this time. Although he was extremely unwilling, the first person he thought of was still Ling Xiao. Other than Ling Xiao, there was no one else in the entire Green Zone who could possibly be better than Drug Demon in terms of medical skills. No need to look, I'm here. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly appeared before everyone. Bastard, you clearly know that today is the Hall Master's deadline, yet you still dare to be late. Do you want the Hall Master to die? Yama roared. Shut up. You idiot, what do you know? Which idiot gave her the medicine? Ling Xiao's anger was even greater than Yama's. He coldly glanced at everyone and asked harshly. It's your fault for being late. Medicine Demon refined the detoxification pill. Of course, he had to use it. Yama said indignantly. I'm late. Am I the doctor or are you the doctor? I've been with Dark Frost alone for the past 3 days. How could I not know her situation? If I say you're stupid, just admit it. Why are you still talking back? Why don't you give it a try? Ling Xiao looked at Yama contemptuously and said coldly. You. Alright, since Ling Xiao is here, please treat her as soon as possible. We can't waste any more time. Yang Shifeng stopped Yama and said to Ling Xiao. I don't need you to teach me how to treat her and when to treat her. Medicine Demon, give me your detoxification pills formula. Ling Xiao roared. In your dreams. Medicine Demon gritted his teeth. When he saw Ling Xiao, he couldn't help but feel angry. Give it to him. Yang Shifeng was really speechless. Medicine demon, this idiot, still couldn't see the situation at this time? Even if you want Ling Xiao to die, you have to wait until he saves Dark Frost. He roared, scaring Medicine Demon. He hurriedly gave the formula to Ling Xiao. It's simply superfluous. Although your detoxification pill won't have much effect, it can still alleviate the symptoms. But you added those ridiculous tonics. Not only did it reduce the effect of the detoxification pill, you also let those tonics nourish the GU poison and make it stronger. If you're not stupid, then you're bad. Looking at the pill formula, Ling Xiao already had confidence in his heart. He was most afraid that Medicine Demon would give Dark Frost some troublesome medicine, but the situation was obviously not that bad. All right, all of you get out. I'm enough for Dark Frost. Ling Xiao waved his hand impatiently. Some of his treatment methods really couldn't be seen by others. Those were his secrets. But these words were really domineering enough. The Soul Hall's upper echelons were uncomfortable when they heard it. Go, 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 go outside and wait. Yang Shifeng was also unhappy in his heart. But when he thought of those treasures on Ling Xiao's body, he decided to endure. Moreover, other than Ling Xiao, who else could save Dark Frost? He didn't want Dark Frost to die like this. Grandpa, we can't let that guy stay with the Hall Master. What if something happens to the Hall Master? Yama was anxious. Can you shut up? They've been together for a few days and nothing happened. Do you have to kill in front of us? Go. Yang Shifeng was really tired. Sigh, these guys in the inner hall were really spoiled. They were all brainless. At this time, they were still fussing over such trivial matters. Yama and the others all shut up and walked out of the door. Medicine Demon stared at Ling Xiao's back, his eyes emitting a venomous light. To him, Ling Xiao didn't just kill his only son. At this time, he even wanted to fight with him for credit. This was simply deliberately coming to the green zone to find trouble with him. Medicine Demon, you better not do anything now. Otherwise, if anything happens to Hall Master Dark Frost, I won't let you off. Yang Shifeng snorted and turned to leave. Medicine Demon gritted his teeth and walked out. I don't believe that Ling Xiao is only a 17-year-old youth. What can he do? He would rather Dark Frost die than let Dark Frost be saved by Ling Xiao. However, things wouldn't develop in the direction he wanted. When they left the room, it was still filled with black energy. Dark Frost would occasionally let out miserable shrieks. However, less than 3 minutes after they left the room, the black energy quickly receded. Dark Frost's screams were gone. Back in the room, Ling Xiao first absorbed the toxins from Dark Frost's body. The process caused the power in his cultivation base to surge to 100%. He was now only a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough. Furthermore, his 9-snake venom domain now had a new type of toxin, the golden silkworm venom. However, it was much weaker than before. The original golden silkworm venom was something that not even a reincarnation god-level expert like Dark Frost could resist. However, because of the limitations of his cultivation base, it could only affect martial artists in the 9th level of life seizing. Chapter 3379. Although the newly obtained golden silkworm venom of the 9-snake poison region was not fatal, in terms of weakening the opponent, it was even more terrifying than the Death Kingdom black poison. This undoubtedly increased Ling Xiao's chances of choosing in the battle. Even if he was not as strong as others, he could strengthen himself and weaken the opponent. Outside the door, everyone, including Yang Shifeng, was waiting nervously. Seeing the black smoke disappear, the screams stopped at the same time. Many people looked at each other. Did he succeed? It's also possible that the Hall Master was killed by that kid. Yes, it's impossible for him to be cured. Our #1 doctor in the Western region spent so many precious herbs to refine the pill. He couldn't detoxify the poison. Why did that Ling Xiao do it? He's just a 17-year-old boy. He's not even an adult yet. Shut up. Yang Shifeng felt very embarrassed. Don't you feel the aura inside? How did he raise a group of good-for-nothings? Over the years, perhaps the outer hall had become stronger and stronger and had been fighting outside, while the people of the inner hall had been pampered and gradually became more and more unbearable. He was really worried that if this went on, the inner hall would be completely replaced by the outer hall one day. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they realized that they could do that. When they calmed down and felt the aura inside, they found that Darkfrost's aura had not disappeared, but had obviously returned to normal. This clearly meant that the poison had been detoxified. This Ling Xiao is really something. He's not bragging. Although Yang Shifeng was unwilling to admit it, this was the truth. Ling Xiao had done something that even Medicine Demon could not do. Didn't this explain the problem? Creak. A moment later, the door opened. Darkfrost walked out and looked at everyone coldly. I can let bygones be bygones about you forcing me to take the pill just now. After all, you did it for my good. You were just too stupid. But I need to remind you that in order to detoxify me, Mr. Ling overworked himself and needs a long time to recover. In addition, there are still germs left by the undead king in my body that have not been completely removed. From today onwards, whoever dares to disturb Mr. Ling will be going against me, Darkfrost. I don't care who you are. Kill. After being saved by Ling Xiao again, Darkfrost's feelings for Ling Xiao had also improved. He completely regarded Ling Xiao as his own brother. Regardless of whether he was in the right or not, she would protect Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sat there, looking very tired. It was not easy to save Darkfrost, but he was still very happy. Although he was a little tired, he was very satisfied to see Darkfrost's smiling face. Soul Palace's higher-ups looked at Darkfrost, but couldn't see any weakness from her body. Even, congratulations, Palace Master, you've actually broken through. Yang Shifeng's pupils suddenly shrank as he hurriedly said. You have good eyesight. I've indeed broken through from the first level of the reincarnation divine realm to the second level. This is all thanks to Ling Xiao. So you'd better remember that Ling Xiao is my Soul Palace's benefactor. Don't always think about things that don't belong to you. You'd better hurry up and find the 7-star Combat Emperor's inheritance. Don't let your imagination run wild. Darkfrost was warning Yang Shifeng that she already knew everything and asked Yang Shifeng not to act recklessly. Now that Darkfrost's cultivation had improved and her strength had soared, Yang Shifeng was no longer her opponent. Unless he used the inner palace's treasure, it was impossible to suppress Darkfrost. Yang Shifeng sighed and said, I understand Palace Master's words. Of course, he wouldn't give up on the Ice Emperor's inheritance. However, it was probably impossible to snatch it directly. He had to find an opportunity. At this moment, Medicine Demon looked at Ling Xiao with resentment. Today, he lost to Ling Xiao in alchemy and lost the best opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. However, he wouldn't give up. Ling Xiao's existence was a huge threat to him. Not only would it weaken his title as the #1 in the Western region, but it might even disappear. He was also the murderer of his only son. No matter how difficult it was, no matter what happened, no matter who protected Ling Xiao, he wouldn't let it go. Just you wait, kid. I'll let you know how terrifying a real poison doctor is. Last time, the golden silkworm GU didn't kill you. However, next time, I won't be so impulsive. I'll think of all ways to make you die a horrible death. At this moment, he really wanted to leave as soon as possible. However, Yang Shifeng and Darkfrost didn't say anything. He could only stand there with resentment and embarrassment in his heart. It was as if the whole world was laughing at him. Yama's mood wasn't much better than Medicine Demon's. He always felt that Darkfrost would be his when she grew up. However, now, Darkfrost was so close to Ling Xiao that she seemed to have completely ignored him. This kind of neglect, or even disregard, made his heart itch more and more unbearable. He even had an impulse to explode. The fire of jealousy burned wildly in his body. All right, if there's nothing else, you can all leave. After Darkfrost issued a warning, she didn't want to see these people in front of her anymore. She just wanted to quietly spend some time alone with Ling Xiao, lie on her brother's lap, and reminisce about the happiness of her childhood. Then, Hallmaster, please have a good rest. We'll take our leave. Yang Shifeng sighed softly and led everyone away. He was very clear that Medicine Demon overreached himself this time. Not only did he fail to kill Ling Xiao, but he also further deepened the Hall Master's trust in Ling Xiao. The possibility of trying to sow discord in the future was almost zero. Therefore, if he wanted to get the Ice Emperor's inheritance, he would have to reconsider. As an old fox, he was never willing to do things that he wasn't sure of. Medicine Demon, come to my place. On the way, Yang Shifeng suddenly said to Medicine Demon. Medicine Demon was startled for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. He couldn't afford to offend Yang Shifeng, nor did he want to offend him. When they arrived at Yang Shifeng's residence, Medicine Demon said respectfully, I didn't do a good job. I've troubled Grand Elder. I don't want to talk about the past. Next, I'll give you a task. Don't do anything else during this period of time. Focus on the completion of this task. Yang Shifeng said. Grand Elder, as long as it's within my ability, I'll do my best. Medicine Demon said. I want Ling Xiao to die, understand? Yang Shifeng went straight to the point. I understand. This task was simply too suitable for Medicine Demon. He wanted Ling Xiao to die now. Remember, it's just that you want to take revenge. This matter has nothing to do with me or the inner palace. Yang Shifeng said again. Of course I know. I'll never implicate Grand Elder or the inner palace. Medicine Demon nodded. All right, go. If you want to take revenge, you have to learn to protect yourself. There are many neutral martial artists in the Green Zone. Some are willing to kill for some spirit stones. Chapter 3380. Thank you for your advice, Grand Elder. Medicine Demon's eyes lit up. Go. I'll take my leave. After Medicine Demon left, he didn't return to his residence. Instead, he left the Soul Hall Palace and headed to the place where the neutral warriors were most concentrated in the Green Zone. Yang Shifeng was right. There were many ways to kill Ling Xiao. Doing it personally was the worst choice. One had to be smarter when killing people. At the same time, in Darkfrost's palace. Brother Ling Xiao, after this incident, I'm afraid those people won't do anything to you anymore, right? Darkfrost lay on Ling Xiao's lap like an innocent little girl. If outsiders were to see this situation, their eyeballs would probably fall out of their sockets. The dignified owner of Soul Hall, Darkfrost, was actually so close to a man and even called him brother. Silly girl, human desire is a bottomless pit. It can't be filled. Those people don't care whether I'm a liar or not. What they care about is controlling you and the treasures on me. So, they may be more low-key in the future, but they won't give up on me. As the saying goes, it's easier to dodge an open spear than a hidden arrow. It may be more dangerous in the future. Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. Darkfrost was very strong, but in terms of scheming, even he wasn't as good as her, let alone those old foxes. Why don't I take you away from the Green Zone? Darkfrost was anxious. There's no need for that. Relatively speaking, it's still safe here. They won't be too arrogant if they do it secretly. I can deal with ordinary problems by myself. But once we're outside, you know the situation in the meteorite zone. It's much more dangerous than here. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, and I can feel that the Green Zone is very helpful for cultivation. I want to stay here for a while. Don't you welcome me? How can that be? I can't wait for Brother Ling Xiao to stay by my side. Darkfrost said. That's good. Now that you've recovered and unexpectedly broke through, you should go and consolidate your cultivation. I should also seize the time to cultivate. I've gained a lot from refining medicine for you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Right, I have something here that might be useful to you. Darkfrost suddenly said and took out a beautiful oracle bone from her storage ring. I found this in Star City. It's rumored that it's the oracle bone of the Black Tortoise. It contains the power of the Black Tortoise. Don't you cultivate the Black Tortoise divine body? This will be of great help to you. Who knows, it might even allow your Black Tortoise divine physique to advance further. It's a good thing, but I don't have anything to repay you. When Darkfrost took the oracle bone, Ling Xiao Yu Tai Chi, it. This was indeed the genuine Black Tortoise oracle bone, and it was indeed beneficial to his Black Tortoise divine physique. His Black Tortoise body divine body's body. If he could get his hands on the Black Tortoise oracle bone, it wouldn't be impossible for him to advance his black tortoise divine physique to mid-grade king rank. Repay. I'm your little sister, okay? How can a sister ask her brother to repay her? What's more, you've saved me twice. I can't even repay you for saving my life. Why do you need to repay me? Dark Frost pouted and said, if you talk about repaying me again, I won't be happy. Okay. I won't talk about it anymore. Ling Xiao smiled. It wasn't easy to gain Dark Frost's trust. He felt that he was really lucky. Dark Frost, I'm afraid I have to go somewhere to cultivate the black tortoise divine body. Ling Xiao said. You want to leave this place? Dark Frost was stunned. Yes, I've checked. There's a lake southeast of the green zone. Although it's not big, it contains the power of the black tortoise. It's very helpful for cultivating the black tortoise divine body. I plan to set up a tent there to cultivate. Ling Xiao said. Okay, I'll go with you. Dark Frost was worried about Ling Xiao. It's possible, but if you go with me, it'll cause too much of a commotion. I won't be able to cultivate if we attract too many people. So, I hope that you can protect me in secret if possible. Ling Xiao said. He naturally knew that someone wanted to kill him, so he didn't object when Dark Frost said that she wanted to protect him. No problem. Dark Frost nodded. The two of them finished their discussion. Ling Xiao set off for the Black Tortoise Lake. The name of the lake was given by the people of Soul Hall. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a huge black tortoise lying there. Long Chen, hold on a little longer. I'll come to find you soon. That Prince Tian must die. Ling Xiao came to the meteorite zone after obtaining the Ice Emperor's inheritance. He only had one goal. That was to become stronger. His encounter with Dark Frost was just an accident. He still hadn't forgotten his goal. Staying under Dark Frost's protection might be safe, but he might lose his chance to get stronger. Therefore, he decided to take a gamble. Although he knew it would be dangerous, he had come this far, so there was no need for him to be afraid. The outside of Soul Hall was much livelier than the inside, because there were even more martial artists. Generally speaking, killing wasn't permitted here. After all, Soul Hall needed a stable environment. Therefore, they had to take care of people who killed people. If they didn't want to provoke Soul Hall, then no one would do anything rash. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to enjoy the scenery outside, so he hurried toward Black Tortoise Lake. That's him. Do you recognize him? As Ling Xiao walked down the street, he didn't notice that someone was watching him. Medicine Devil was in disguise, and had found the person he was looking for in the neutral camp. He was an 8th Division life-sizer, and would often leave the camp to hunt monsters in the meteorite zone for life crystals. Although his cultivation base was similar to Medicine Dust's, his fighting prowess was much higher. He went by the bloody name of the Butcher. That was because he killed without batting an eye, and was a big fan of violence. Regardless of whether he was fighting against human warriors or monsters, his opponents would often be beaten to a pulp. Oh, that's the kid. Don't worry, I'll kill him for you. But don't forget what you promised me. The Butcher looked coldly at the masked Medicine Devil. He didn't know who this person was, but he knew that he was very generous. Before Medicine Devil had even made a move, he had already paid for everything. In total, it was 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. That was no small sum, enough to keep him in the green zone for 10 days. Although the green zone wasn't a city, it was still a safe zone. Therefore, mid-grade spirit stones were required. Furthermore, the spirit stones weren't for Soul Hall. As long as he stayed in the safe zone, he would have to put the 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones together with the God Devil medallion. That way, the spirit stones would disappear. If he didn't, he would be hunted down and killed. Chapter 3381. He didn't want to be killed for no reason. Ling Xiao had also been paying middle-grade spirit stones during this period of time. Anyway, he had a lot of spirit stones and there was no need to be calculative about it. If he died because he didn't pay the spirit stones, it wouldn't be worth it. He had a feeling that the spirit stones didn't disappear or move. Instead, they all entered the Godfiend Order. As long as the Godfiend Order was still there, it was possible to get those spirit stones back. It was more important to cultivate now. When his cultivation reached a certain level, he could try to see what would happen if he didn't pay the spirit stones. For now, he didn't want to take the risk. As for Butcher, he was even more unwilling to take the risk. This was because he had witnessed someone being killed because he didn't pay the spirit stones. That person was stronger than him. It was his former boss. "Aren't you afraid that I won't do the job after taking the spirit stones?" Butcher laughed. "You can try." Medicine Demon sneered. The reason why he dared to pay all the spirit stones was that he wasn't afraid that Butcher wouldn't do the job. With his strength, it was very easy to kill Butcher. "Ha ha ha, I'm just joking. I've always been in this kind of business. If I don't do the job after taking the money, who would dare to ask me to do the job in the future?" Butcher laughed out loud. "All right, I don't have time to joke with you. Let's go. That kid should be going in the direction of Black Tortoise Lake. We'll deal with him there," Medicine Demon said. "Don't worry, just wait for the good news." Butcher smiled cruelly and chased after Ling Xiao's back. "PH, it's best if you can kill Ling Xiao. If you can't, I can use his corpse. I'm afraid you've never dreamed that the wine I treated you to just now was poisoned, right?" Seeing Butcher leave, Medicine Demon sneered. He wasn't very clear about Ling Xiao's strength, so he wasn't sure if Butcher could kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, he had two backup plans. Even if Butcher couldn't kill Ling Xiao, the poison would still erupt. At that time, Butcher's corpse would become a poison bomb. As long as Ling Xiao was within 10 meters of him, he would be affected by the poison. The closer he got, the greater the danger. If they were within 1 or 2 meters of each other, he believed that Ling Xiao would have been killed instantly. "How dare you offend me, Medicine Demon, and kill my only son? Ling Xiao, just wait for my crazy revenge." The Black Tortoise Lake was not big, and one could see the edge of it at a glance. However, the energy contained within it was something that could not be ignored. Ling Xiao stood at the edge of Xuanwu Lake, feeling the wind blowing from the surface of the lake. Even in the wind, there was an aura that made one's spirit tremble. "What are you doing?" Just as Ling Xiao was about to enter Black Tortoise Lake to cultivate, a voice suddenly rang out. His voice was somewhat ferocious. Clearly, he didn't come with good intentions. Ling Xiao turned his head and saw a group of martial artists. None of them had very high cultivation bases, most were only in the 6th or 7th division of life seizing. However, there were quite a few of them. There were actually over 100 of them. "I'm here to cultivate," Ling Xiao replied. "Cultivate? Don't you know the rules?" The leader of the group seemed to be at the peak of the 7th division of life seizing. He carried a huge saber over his shoulder, and his body was covered with tattoos that extended all the way down to his neck. "Rules?" Ling Xiao said, a bit puzzled. The green zone was a public safety zone. If there had to be rules, they would be rules set by the Soul Hall. These people weren't wearing the uniform of the Soul Hall. Clearly, they weren't martial artists. What rules did they have? This Black Tortoise Lake is the territory of the Whale Gang. If you want to cultivate here, you have to pay 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones a day. "How many days do you plan on cultivating here?" the man asked. "The Whale Gang's territory?" Ling Xiao laughed. "I've only ever heard of the Soul Hall, not the Whale Gang. Since when did the Whale Gang get mentioned in the same breath as the Soul Hall?" "Nonsense," the man shouted. "The Whale Gang's boss is an elder of the Soul Hall. Pay up, or get the hell out of here. 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 The Green Zone is a public place. Not even the Soul Hall can force me to pay, much less you people." Ling Xiao didn't give a damn about these people. They were nothing more than bandits who wanted to rob people. Chuckling disdainfully, he walked toward the lake. "Stinking brat, how dare you disregard our word?" "Brothers, surround him." The leader of the group roared furiously. Whoosh! Whoosh! Over 100 people surrounded Ling Xiao, not giving him a chance to escape. "I'd advise you not to do anything," Yang Qi said. "If you do, people will die." Ling Xiao didn't want to bicker with these people, but if they didn't know what was good for them, he wouldn't be polite. "So now you know people will die. If you're scared, pay up. We do business fairly. Pay up, and you can cultivate. The leader laughed maniacally. Oh really? Well then, Black Tortoise Lake is mine. Get the hell out of here. Or you can pay 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao mocked, I do things fairly. You can stay as long as you pay up. This brat is looking for death. Don't waste your breath on him. Brothers, attack. The leader roared angrily and charged towards Ling Xiao. Seeing this person rushing over, Ling Xiao sighed. He just wanted to cultivate in peace, but why did he have to encounter this kind of trouble wherever he went? Get lost. Thunder roared. Ling Xiao threw out a palm, and the leader was sent flying. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Still not getting lost. Ling Xiao didn't care about that person's life and death. He glared at the crowd. Run. Those people were cocky at first because they didn't know how powerful Ling Xiao was. Who would dare to stop Ling Xiao after seeing that he had actually beaten their boss to such a state? The group of people all ran away. Ling Xiao didn't bother to look at those people anymore. He stepped on the lake and his body gradually sank into the water. Behind him, the canopy beast martial spirit appeared. The canopy beast allowed him to swim in the lake with ease. It made the entire Black Tortoise Lake seem like his body. Next, I can cultivate the king-level Black Tortoise body. Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He held the Black Tortoise oracle bone in his hand and began to cultivate. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. Many people noticed the strange scene in Black Tortoise Lake. The lake water was gradually rising, giving birth to thick water vapor. The entire Black Tortoise Lake was covered, and no one could see what was happening inside. The Black Tortoise's power was constantly released from the bottom of the lake and integrated into Ling Xiao's body. The Black Tortoise oracle bone in his hand gradually became smaller. After entering the meteorite area, he had been tormented for a long time. Now, he could finally cultivate. However, obtaining the Black Tortoise oracle bone was a surprise. This thing was more important to him than the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Chapter 3382. As Ling Xiao was focused on his cultivation, a shadowy figure appeared next to Lake Xuanwu. The people from the whale gang had appeared with him. Big Bro Butcher, that guy went into Lake Xuanwu to cultivate. Clearly, the whale gang members were familiar with the butcher. In fact, they even had a good relationship. Why is this guy cultivating in such a big way? Don't tell me he lied to me. He's not even in the 6th stratum of life seizing. The sight of Ling Xiao's cultivation caused the butcher's heart to pound. He wasn't an idiot. Although he had taken someone's money, he still had to protect his own reputation. Besides, he wasn't a professional assassin. There was no need for him to care so much about professional ethics. Big Bro Butcher, that kid isn't weak. He killed our boss with a single palm strike. One of the whale gang members said. Your boss is a piece of trash. Most 8th stratum life sizers could kill him with a single palm strike. But he's clearly only in the 6th stratum of life seizing. How did he do it? The butcher's suspicions only grew. He thought about it. The mission had to be accomplished, but he couldn't just attack recklessly. Big Bro Butcher, one of the whale gang members said, that kid is cultivating, so he definitely isn't on guard. If you help us, we can kill him. On the one hand, we can get revenge for our boss. On the other hand, Lake Xuanwu is a good place. We can't let it fall into that kid's hands. The whale gang member said. His words reminded the butcher of something. That's right. Why don't we join forces? If these guys want revenge, I might as well take advantage of them. The butcher chuckled inwardly. Fine. Since I'm on good terms with your boss, I'll help you get your revenge. But that kid is strong. In a head-on fight, I might not be able to kill him easily. So I'll have to trouble you to attack first and delay him. That way, I'll be able to sneak up on him and end his life. But Big Bro Butcher, that kid is really strong. I'm afraid we're not a match for him. The whale gang's members were also cowards. They wanted to avenge their boss, but they were also afraid that Ling Xiao was too strong and that they wouldn't be a match for him. A bunch of cowards. That brat just now was just a sneak attack. Furthermore, as you said, he is currently cultivating. You suddenly launched an attack and had the advantage of numbers. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, am I not here? Butcher cursed. All right, Big Brother Butcher, we'll listen to you. But you have to hurry up. If we're late, I'm afraid we'll have to sacrifice a lot. In the end, the whale gang couldn't bear to part with the benefits of Black Tortoise Lake. After all, by guarding this place, there would be income every day. Once they were chased away, they probably wouldn't even be able to pay their filial piety to the master of the fiend god token. He could only give it his all. Furthermore, according to Butcher, this sneak attack had a high chance of succeeding. After all, they had the advantage in numbers. Coupled with Butcher's strength, they were not afraid of failure. That's right. Your boss is still waiting for you to avenge him. You must not admit defeat. Butcher sneered in his heart. What did these people's lives have to do with him? All he had to do was complete his mission. Brothers, get ready to sneak up on that brat and attack together. We'll avenge our boss and take back our territory. If their boss was dead, then there was still their second boss. The whale gang was a loose organization, but there were still a few leaders. Everyone responded, then simultaneously crept towards Ling Xiao's location. Although the water vapor was very thick and foggy, it was nothing to martial artists. However, these people didn't know that Ling Xiao had already sensed them as soon as they stepped onto the surface of Black Tortoise Lake. Dark Frost, you don't have to do anything. Once you do, there will be a lot of trouble. I'll take care of this bunch of trash. Ling Xiao knew that if he'd discovered these people, Dark Frost would definitely have discovered them as well. However, Dark Frost was a trump card that could only be used at the most critical moment. If he could take care of the problem, it was best not to use it lightly. Otherwise, if Soul Hall were to intervene, it would be bad. All right. Be careful. Dark Frost's spiritual transmission wasn't a problem. As a spiritus, and as the Hall Master of Soul Hall, this was her specialty. After notifying Dark Frost, Ling Xiao activated his Taiji Eye and scanned his surroundings. On the surface of the lake, the people walking towards him were the whale gang members. He was somewhat curious. Were these people not afraid of death? He'd already given them a chance, but they didn't cherish it. Since that was the case, he'd just kill them all. He couldn't even be bothered to do anything. He took out a formation stone. It was the Lesser Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation. The whale gang members were quietly creeping towards Ling Xiao. Butcher was also prepared to attack. Although the person who'd given him the spirit stones hadn't revealed his identity, he could roughly guess that he was most likely a high-ranking member of Soul Hall. Since it wasn't convenient for them to act personally, they'd asked him to do it. Therefore, he didn't dare not complete this mission. If he offended a high-ranking member of Soul Hall, only death would await him. At that moment, a sudden bolt of lightning struck the surface of the lake. Rumbling sounds rang out continuously. Butcher jumped in fright. Countless people turned to look in his direction. At the same time, the whale gang members on the surface of the lake began to scream miserably. How could they still be thinking about revenge? All they could do was flee for their lives. Unfortunately for them, Ling Xiao had already unleashed his canopy beast martial soul. The entirety of Lake Xuanwu was under his control. Terrifying waves of water slammed them all back into the lake. Then, they continued to be bombarded by lightning. In just a few minutes, hundreds of people had died. Over 100 people died tragically on the surface of the lake. Even their corpses were burned to ashes. Not a single one was left behind. Heavens! What's going on over there? Is some demonling causing trouble? Off in the distance, people began to cry out in alarm. I've heard people say that there's a Xuanwu beast living in Lake Xuanwu. Although it's not a real Xuanwu, it's still a 9th level 1-star life-sizer demonling. I bet that demonling went crazy. Oh my god. Judging from the screams, quite a few people died. Let's go watch the show. Do you want to die? Do you want to die? What's there to be afraid of? Just stay away. Lake Xuanwu is pretty big. There really were people in the world who didn't care if they died or not. Everyone hurried over to the shore of Lake Xuanwu. Then, he saw a gigantic monster rising into the air from the lake. It was none other than the canopy beast. Ling Xiao had used his canopy beast martial soul to create something like that. Making this thing was naturally to scare off some martial artists with insufficient strength. Oh my god. It's a canopy beast. Judging from its strength, it's at least in the 8th level of life seizing, right? The onlookers were all crying out in alarm. Although they didn't see a Xuanwu beast, they did see a canopy beast, which was just as powerful. Chapter 3383. In the crowd, the butcher was also watching the scene unfold above Xuanwu Lake. He couldn't help but gape. This wasn't something an ordinary cultivator could do. But after a while, he calmed down. This scene is probably caused by his martial soul. The more he acts like this, the more it shows that he's strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It seems like it's time for me to make a move. He guessed that Ling Xiao was busy dealing with the whale gang and hadn't noticed him. He sped up and dove into Xuanwu Lake. True essence wrapped around his body, and he released his martial soul. The butcher's martial soul was a blade. A blood-red blade. It was a very unconventional blade martial soul. When it was released, the air was filled with the smell of blood. But because of the chaos at Xuanwu Lake, the smell of blood was masked by the smell of fish. Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to detect it. This was why the butcher dared to release his martial soul. But when he was about 100 meters away from Ling Xiao, a figure suddenly emerged from the water. The butcher stopped in his tracks and looked at the figure in front of him in shock. Wasn't this the target of his mission? You're also here to kill me? Ling Xiao asked coldly. Haha, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I'm just here to check out the situation. The butcher laughed. Is that so? It seems like I've misunderstood you. Ling Xiao shook his head and turned to leave. This is the chance. The butcher hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would believe his words so easily. He saw Ling Xiao turn his back on him. Thinking that his chance had come, he charged forward. The steel blade in his hand, infused with the power of his martial soul, stabbed into Ling Xiao's body. But in the next moment, the butcher was stunned. It didn't feel like he was stabbing into a person's body. It felt more like he was stabbing into water. Splash! The figure scattered, turning into waves and falling into the lake. On the other side, another figure appeared. It was Ling Xiao again. You're really here to kill me. Who sent you? Ling Xiao's voice was cold. Tell me who's behind this, and I can spare your life. Brat, you are indeed cunning to be able to form a water clone. However, the more you do this, the weaker your strength is. He could only rely on this trick to save his life. At first, I was afraid of you. But now, do you want to know who's behind this? In your dreams. Butcher sneered, and the blood-red sword soul behind him became even brighter. Hehe, actually, even if you don't tell me, I can guess a little. I haven't been in the green zone for long, and I've only offended a few people. Those who could hire assassins were probably people from Soul Palace. Yama. Or Medicine Demon. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Seeing Ling Xiao's fearless expression, Butcher couldn't help but frown. He didn't know if this kid was really unafraid or just bluffing, but he felt that things might be more troublesome than he had imagined. I don't know. Butcher shook his head. You don't need to know because you're about to die. After saying that, he charged at Ling Xiao again. This butcher was indeed someone who dared to hunt monsters in a group of monsters. His movements were smooth and fast. Like a ferocious demonic beast, he arrived in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. His sword light was filled with murderous intent. Blood bloomed. This sword light was aimed at Ling Xiao's neck. Butcher loved to cut his opponents into pieces. Be it monsters or martial artists, he liked this method because he felt that it was more violent and more in line with his aesthetics. Interesting. Then I'll use you as a practice partner. Your strength is much stronger than Yarrow Chen's. Ling Xiao saw Butcher's strength. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also very excited. It was not easy to meet such an opponent. He didn't use his beast soul transformation. Instead, he raised his sword and blocked Butcher's attack. Boom! The tyrannical attack caused Ling Xiao to sink into the depths of the water. Ling Xiao could feel that the cultivation barrier in his body was gradually being torn apart. Nice one. Again, he said, rising to his feet. Smiling, he looked at Butcher. "Oh, you're pretty good, aren't you? But do you dare to block my next move?" Bloodblade saber technique, Bloodlight Calamity. Butcher could sense Ling Xiao's strength. Just as the Soul Hall expert had said, he was in the 6th division of life seizing. The only difference was that his defenses were a bit stronger. In that case, Butcher had nothing to fear. Even if Bai Xiaochun was a turtle shell, he would shatter it. The steel saber in his hand transformed into a terrifying beam of blood-colored light. The beam of blood-colored light was 4 or 5 meters long, and it slashed toward Ling Xiao's waist. His Bloodblade saber technique was extremely terrifying. Usually, he would use it to fight monsters or warriors. It was a move that was incomparably powerful. It was incomparably ferocious. Many of the martial artists who sensed his bloodthirsty killing intent were so frightened that their legs went weak. They simply couldn't stand up to him. Incredible. Ling Xiao sighed in admiration. That's how it is. The stronger you are, the better. Otherwise, you won't be able to pique my interest. Bullshit. Butcher raged. Not only was Bai Xiaochun not afraid of his powerful attack, he was even criticizing it. Butcher's pride was hurt. Butcher was a man who cared a lot about face. Boom. Boom. Ling Xiao casually slashed out with his sword. Although it wasn't as powerful as Butcher's, it was extremely accurate. It blocked the ferocious saber strike. Terrifying power surged out from the saber, piercing through revered ice sword. Ling Xiao was once again sent flying backward. The cracks in his cultivation base barrier were even wider now. Ling Xiao also realized something else. That was the black tortoise oracle bone that he had been holding in his left hand. When he was being beaten, the speed at which it shrank became even faster. Massive amounts of Xuanwu power poured out of the oracle bone into his body. His King-class Xuanwu divine body was rapidly growing stronger. Mid-King-class Xuanwu divine body. Completion rate, 5%. Again, originally, Ling Xiao planned to complete the King-class Xuanwu divine body through cultivation. However, in a battle, the speed of improvement would be faster. Your defense is really strong. But if it's just defense, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Butcher stopped talking nonsense. There were a total of 72 saber strikes in the blood saber technique. He kept attacking Ling Xiao, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to breathe. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao would still be alive after 72 saber strikes. Mid-King-class Xuanwu divine body. Completion rate, 10%. Mid-King-class Xuanwu divine body. Completion rate, 20%. Mid-King-class Xuanwu divine body. Completion rate, 90%. Ling Xiao was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. The Xuanwu oracle bone in his hand had completely disappeared. His mid-King-class Xuanwu divine body was close to completion. On the other side, Butcher's expression had changed drastically, and he was panting heavily. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, seemed to be safe and sound. Chapter 3384. The Butcher had already used 70 of his 72 saber strikes, and only had 2 left. And yet, Ling Xiao only had a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. He didn't seem to be seriously injured. There was no way he was going to die. The Butcher had a feeling that Ling Xiao was getting stronger and stronger. At first, he had been able to send Ling Xiao flying. But now, he was only able to push him back 2 or 3 steps. Scared? Ling Xiao said mockingly. Scared? Why would I be scared? You're nothing but a piece of trash who can only defend. Why would I be scared? My blood saber technique, and my 2 most powerful attacks, are enough to kill you. The Butcher was terrified, but at the same time, he didn't want to leave. He was worried that Ling Xiao was just bluffing. Who knew if he was actually on the verge of death? He had been in a similar situation before, but at that time, he had been the one bluffing. After his opponent left, he slumped to the ground, paralyzed. He suspected that Ling Xiao was in the same situation. Pretending to be weak didn't seem to be a problem. In fact, he even seemed to be getting stronger. In fact, he was so weak that he couldn't get any weaker. Therefore, he didn't want to leave. If he left, he wouldn't be able to complete his mission. What if experts from Soul Hall came looking for him? At the thought of this, he gritted his teeth and released an even more powerful aura from his body. The blood-red light almost enveloped his entire body. Blood Saber Technique, 71st Saber Strike, Merciless Blood Buddha. Suddenly, the image of a blood-red Buddha appeared in front of the Butcher. Butcher roared, and his attack was already launched. Rumble. This attack was even more powerful than the previous ones. However, the terrifying pressure caused Ling Xiao to break through the final shackle. Second level Black Tortoise God Body, complete. The Black Tortoise God Body had finally reached the mid-king class. Not only that, but demonic tribulation lightning also appeared. It merged with the lightning of the lesser myriad lightning immortal slaying formation, so no one noticed. However, Ling Xiao knew that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Once he passed this tribulation, he would be a 7th level life-sizer. At that point, this piece of trash in front of him wouldn't be a problem at all. However, during the tribulation transcendence, one could not fight. One could only hide. Fortunately, he had the absolute frost domain and blizzard ice sealing steps, which could be put to good use. Blood Blade Technique, 72nd Blade, Boundless Blood Sea. Even more frenzied attacks were launched. Even the water in Xuanwu Lake was stirred up. The waves and the blood-red light merged into one, turning into a huge blood-red saber that slashed down at Ling Xiao. Butcher also noticed that Ling Xiao was about to break through. He absolutely could not let this happen. It was already very difficult for him to defeat Ling Xiao now. If he allowed Ling Xiao to break through, wouldn't it be even more difficult? Therefore, he had the intention of risking his life with this strike. Even if he was struck by the demonic lightning in the sky, he would still kill Ling Xiao. It had to be said that this guy's luck was extremely good. Despite his ferocious attacks, he wasn't hit by a single bolt of demonic lightning. Almost all the demonic lightning landed on Ling Xiao's body and continuously tempered Ling Xiao's body. Just as my Yuan Venerate Master said, the stronger a martialist's power is, the more heaven-defying it is, and the more unreasonable it is, the stronger the lightning tribulation will be. The possibility of death is very high. However, the benefits obtained once a breakthrough are huge. It had to be known that the tempering effect of so many lightning strikes was extremely good for one's body. Ling Xiao even discovered that his king-grade Black Tortoise Divine Body seemed to have started to improve once again. The king-grade Black Tortoise Divine Body's completion rate was actually rising continuously under this terrifying lightning tribulation. Although it wasn't as fast as the Black Tortoise Armor Bone, it was still improving. Suddenly, Butcher's attack arrived. Ling Xiao simply couldn't resist. However, dodging wasn't a problem for him at all. Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps. As Ling Xiao uttered these few words, the surroundings were instantly filled with snow and wind. Ling Xiao's figure was faintly discernible. In an instant, he had already changed positions. Butcher also suddenly discovered that his attack speed and movement speed had slowed down, which was really awkward. His powerful attack landed directly on the surface of the lake and didn't cause the slightest bit of damage to Ling Xiao. The Butcher was completely dumbfounded. No. What kind of strange movement technique is this? How can this be? He clearly couldn't dodge in front of me. Butcher stood there, forgetting to attack. There are many things in this world that you don't know. A fool actually dares to try and kill me for some money. Get lost. I can spare your life on account of the fact that you helped me break through my cultivation base today. Don't be stubborn. Otherwise, I won't show you any mercy. Ling Xiao naturally wasn't afraid of Butcher. However, he was still in the process of breaking through, so he couldn't attack. He might as well let Butcher off and let Dark Frost follow him to see who had sent him. Bullshit. You're a trifling 6th division life-sizer. Even if you break through, you'll only be in the 7th division. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you really think I can't kill you? Butcher clearly felt insulted. His cultivation base was so weak, and yet he dared to look down on him. If that wasn't insulting, then what was? Enraged, Butcher once again unleashed his blood saber technique. Perhaps it was because he was enraged, but the saber technique seemed even more powerful than before. Unfortunately, its accuracy was far from perfect. You're in the middle of a tribulation. brat. I refuse to believe that you were lucky enough to escape the first time, let alone the second time. Of course, one of the reasons Butcher refused to leave was because Ling Xiao was in the middle of a tribulation. Not only was a person in the middle of a tribulation extremely weak, they could also be injured. This was the perfect opportunity for him to kill Ling Xiao. Blood-colored saber light once again enveloped Ling Xiao, one saber strike after another. And yet, Butcher's heart was as cold as ice. That was because, as soon as he got close to Ling Xiao, he felt as if he were being frozen solid by a terrifying frigid energy. Although he could still move, both his attacks and his movements were incredibly slow. His entire body was covered with ice crystals. All he could do was watch as Ling Xiao slowly walked past him. Obviously, he wasn't moving very quickly, but there was nothing he could do. What kind of bizarre movement technique is that? How could there be something like that in the world? Butcher's eyes flickered not with fear, but with greed. If I could get a movement technique like that, I'd be so much stronger. Not to mention anything else, I'd be able to hunt for life crystals much faster. Human greed was more terrifying than anything else. It could take over all other emotions. Butcher had been preparing to flee. However, at that moment, he took out a strange medicinal pill and swallowed it. It had been given to him by one of the experts from the Hall of Souls, who had said that if anything went wrong, he could swallow it, and his strength would increase by at least 2 or 3 times. The Butcher felt that it was time to consume the elixir. Chapter 3385. The Butcher howled madly. The medicinal pill had taken effect, and his body began to transform, making him look like a bloodthirsty person. Despite the pain, he could sense his body growing stronger. At the very least, he was 3 times stronger than before. It was a feeling that boosted his confidence. He didn't care what happened to his body. In this world, as long as you were strong enough, even if you were a monster, you could have anything you wanted. The blood saber martial soul behind him grew brighter. It shone even more brightly than the lightning. Off in the distance, many of the onlookers could see the figure within the blood-colored light. Isn't that the Butcher? What's he doing? I think there's someone else. I recognize him. That's the kid Dark Frost brought back. I think he's only in the 6th level of life seizing. Why are they fighting? I don't know. But if they fight, won't that Ling Xiao kid be dead for sure? That's for sure. After all, the Butcher is in the 8th level of life seizing, and his fighting prowess is among the top. The onlookers had changed from fear to excitement. They had assumed that some monster was causing trouble, but who could have guessed that it was actually 2 martial artists fighting? Let's see how you're going to dodge this, kid. He used the blood saber technique again, and the terrifying blood-colored light was several times stronger than before. The power was also several times stronger. His speed was also several times faster. The blood-colored light also greatly increased the Butcher's resistance. The Butcher was practically immune to the effects of the blizzard ice ceiling steps. Even if he was affected, it would be minimal. Blood-colored Butcher saber, he roared, and the terrifying saber energy closed in. The Butcher was only about 10 meters away from Ling Xiao. Moreover, this saber chi could ignore a distance of 10 meters. If it hit, Ling Xiao would be dead beyond the shadow of a doubt. Time to die, kid. The Butcher's face rippled with excitement. He was incomparably excited. He was about to get his hands on that mysterious and unfathomable movement technique. However, a moment later, his body suddenly went stiff. Frigid domain. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and sinister, with a hint of disdain. The blizzard ice ceiling steps was originally meant to be used in conjunction with the domain of extreme cold. In the extreme cold domain, the blizzard ice ceiling steps could completely ignore the effects of the cold. But his opponent couldn't. The Butcher's body was completely frozen in ice, like an ice sculpture. If it weren't for the fact that Ling Xiao was still breaking through and couldn't attack, Butcher would definitely be dead by now. Even though it was only for a moment. But that brief moment was enough for Ling Xiao to dodge Butcher's attack. So cold. The Butcher shuddered. There were even ice crystals on his eyelashes. He looked at Ling Xiao with trepidation, his eyes filled with uncontrollable fear. Get lost, this is your last chance, don't be stubborn, otherwise, I'll let you know what regret is. Ling Xiao still wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Whether it was Yama or Medicine Demon, he had to know who was the one who attacked him so that he could take revenge. However, upon hearing his words, the butcher thought that he was afraid. Originally, he already had the thought of escaping, but at this time, a crazy killing intent once again ignited in his heart. Escape? I won't escape. The butcher smiled coldly and said, just now should be your final move, right? The next attack, you probably can't avoid it anymore. Idiot. Ling Xiao really took it to this guy. To actually be able to interpret his words like this, it was really enough. Alright, since you think so, then I'll accompany you to the end. I want to see how strong you can still be after eating that lousy medicinal pill. Ling Xiao already reached the final stage of transcending the tribulation. As long as the lightning tribulation was completed, his cultivation would break through. At that time, it was absolutely impossible for him to let this guy leave. Since he wanted to die, he would fulfill this guy's wish. As for casting a long line to catch a big fish, there was no need. Either way, it was either Yama or Medicine Demon. As long as he paid more attention in the future, he could also find out. Brat, stop your senseless bravado. I've seen too many people like you. The more you talk like this, the more you'll show your weakness. With a furious roar, the butcher finally used the last move of his bloodblade technique once again. A terrifying blood-colored light shot toward Ling Xiao, accompanied by an enormous wave. Holy crap! Why is the butcher using this move on that piece of trash? Yeah, I'm confused too. This is his strongest attack, right? Is it really worth it to use it on a 6th-stage life-sizer? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. The onlookers from off in the distance all expressed their confusion. It was at this point that a masked man appeared in the middle of the crowd. Cold eyes shone from the 2 holes of the mask. This Ling Xiao really does have the legacy of the Ice Emperor. And it seems he's already started cultivating it. Ignoring everything else, just the frigid domain and the blizzard ice ceiling steps are enough to make anyone drool. That is, if I can get it. This man was none other than Medicine Demon. When Leng Qiuyan had mentioned the legacy of the Ice Emperor, he had assumed it was just a guess. After all, at that time, there was no proof. But today, after seeing Ling Xiao's fighting style, there was no doubt that it was the legacy of the Ice Emperor. His greed grew even more intense. Kill that brat and take his soul realm. Then I'll know the full text of the Ice Emperor's legacy. The medicine devil thought coldly. He didn't know if the butcher would succeed today. But his goal for killing Ling Xiao had changed. Previously, he had simply wanted to avenge his son. But now, he had a new idea. If he could obtain the legacy of the Ice Emperor, he could become a paragon of the Soul Hall. Even Yang Shifeng and Dark Frost would have to give him face. Unlike now, when he was like a dog in front of Yang Shifeng and couldn't even raise his head in front of Dark Frost. The medicine devil didn't notice that a pair of eyes were staring at him in the darkness. Although Dark Frost hadn't made a move, she had been paying attention to her surroundings. The medicine devil might be wearing a mask and restraining his aura, but how could he avoid her soul power? So it's you. I've already forgiven you for the golden silkworm GU, but you didn't repent. You even dared to hire someone to kill my brother Ling Xiao. If I, Dark Frost, don't kill you, how can I face him? Dark Frost gritted her teeth. But at this moment, she didn't make a move. There were too many people. If she killed the medicine devil, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Even if she wasn't afraid, she had to consider Ling Xiao's safety. The battle on the other side seemed to be coming to an end. Even though the butcher used the last move of the Bloodblade technique, he still couldn't resist the double binding of the extreme cold field and blizzard ice ceiling steps. And thanks to him, Ling Xiao's extreme cold field and blizzard ice ceiling steps both advanced. The former reached the Great Success realm. The latter reached the Great Perfection realm. He became stronger than before. Boom! The last demonic lightning struck Ling Xiao. Chapter 3386. The cultivation session was finally over. Ling Xiao was now in the 7th division of life seizing. Die. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on the butcher. He didn't use his beast soul transformation either. Instead, he leaped into the air and unleashed his Ghost God Seal. The Ghost God Seal was a technique below the 7th division of life seizing. It really did seem like a ghost god. The Ghost God Seal slammed into the butcher. The butcher didn't even have time to react. It was too fast. So fast that the butcher couldn't even see it clearly. The butcher screamed miserably. He flew backward dozens of meters, gasping for breath. In the Archean necropolis, most martial arts techniques were only at the high level of the general class. There weren't many at the peak of the general class. That was why the Ghost God Seal was such a deadly move. There was no need to use the 9 Sovereigns Sword incantation against the butcher. I can't believe it's a peak general class martial art. This kid isn't simple. Yeah, he sent the butcher flying with a single palm strike. Don't tell me he's stronger than an 8th division life-sizer. Well, that makes sense. Otherwise, why would Hallmaster Darkfrost bring a piece of trash back with her? The wind had changed so quickly. Seeing that Ling Xiao had gained the upper hand, the onlookers began to speak in a different tone. Don't kill me. I was just hired to help. I have no grudge with you. The butcher shouted, finally feeling fear. Do you really think your bullshit is going to work now? You had plenty of chances to get the hell out of here. But instead of leaving, you kept attacking me. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Ling Xiao walked coldly toward the butcher. Although the butcher was a pathetic killer, he was just as repulsive as the person behind the scenes. Oh, right. I know who sent me to kill you. The butcher shouted. Oh. Ling Xiao looked at the butcher, waiting for him to continue. Spare my life, and I'll tell you. The butcher said. You don't have the right to bargain with me. Ling Xiao raised his right hand and began to form his golden dragon seal. He didn't want to waste time in this fight. At this moment, Butcher was already heavily injured. Therefore, the high-level general realm martial arts technique, Golden Dragon Seal, was enough to solve the problem. It's a Soul Palace expert. Butcher roared, although I don't know who he is, he must be a high-ranking member of Soul Palace. Is that all? Ling Xiao mocked. What's the point of saying something that I already know? The Golden Dragon Seal finally blasted out. Ling Xiao showed no mercy at all. How could he possibly pity such a person? Trash. Medicine Demon cursed in the distant crowd. He had thought that Butcher would be able to kill Ling Xiao, but who would have thought that it would end up like this? But it doesn't matter. Ling Xiao, you probably wouldn't have guessed what I did to that butcher. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile, while his eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, because he was wearing a mask, no one could see him. Boom. The Golden Dragon Seal fell, and Butcher was completely dead. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically. Ha ha ha, die, die. The GU poison that I implanted in Butcher's body is several times more powerful than the Golden Silkworm GU. Even you can't resist it. Medicine Demon watched excitedly as countless black lights shot toward Ling Xiao. At that moment, he seemed to have seen Ling Xiao being killed by the GU poison. What a pity. Ling Xiao's response was much better than he had imagined. Arctic Domain. The moment the black lights shot out, Ling Xiao released the Arctic Domain. The Arctic Domain froze the black lights for a moment. 9 Snake General Beast Spirit Transformation. Canopy Beast. Water Giant. At the same time as the 9 Snake General Beast Spirit Transformation, Ling Xiao also released the Canopy Beast Spirit Transformation. At the same time, the Water Giant was formed. It actually took away all the GU poison. Boom. In the sky, the Water Giant exploded, and the GU poison also spread out. 9 Snake. Devour. 9 snake heads poked out from behind Ling Xiao. They devoured all the GU poison in the sky. It was not as powerful as the initial GU poison, and with the distance, it became easier to devour. What? Seeing this, Medicine Demon was dumbfounded. If he was not wearing a mask, people would have seen his ridiculous expression. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that Ling Xiao actually had this kind of ability. I understand now. No wonder this guy could cure the Golden Silkworm GU poison in Darkfrost's body. He must have relied on this special beast spirit. At this moment, Medicine Demon suddenly realized. However, he guessed wrong. If it was just the 9-snake general beast spirit, it could only solve the problem temporarily. In the long run, it could not get rid of the root cause. In the end, it was Ling Xiao's alchemy skills that cured the root cause. Unfortunately, Medicine Demon was wrong. Damn it, I'll let you off for tonight. Butcher had failed, and the GU poison had no effect. Medicine Demon had failed completely. He could only turn around and leave helplessly. However, there was no way he would let Ling Xiao off just like that. Ling Xiao had slaughtered the whale gang in the green zone, and had even killed Butcher. That was a grave sin. Soul Hall could not ignore it. A moment later, a group of martial artists arrived. Their leader was none other than Yama, and the others were all 8th Division life-sizers. They were Soul Hall's enforcers. They dealt with people who dared to cause trouble in the green zone. When he saw Yama, Ling Xiao frowned. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. Just now, the GU poison that had exploded from Butcher's body had already told him who the mastermind was. It was Medicine Demon, without a doubt. And now Yama was here. These two fellows must have communicated with each other. He had offended 2 of Soul Hall's 3 devils. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared to death. However, his expression didn't change at all. His cultivation base had already broken through, and with the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation, he was strong enough to contend with Yama. And with the legacy of the Ice Emperor, he could kill Yama even without using his Tyrant martial soul. Therefore, it was best that Medicine Demon didn't cause trouble for him. Otherwise, if he were to flip out, the green zone would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. It really is you. You're simply a troublemaker. Someone reported that you killed Butcher and slaughtered the whale gang. Do you think this is your 8 immortals' kingdom? This is the green zone, Soul Hall's territory. As soon as Yama arrived, he blasted Yang Qi to his face. Cut the crap. Everyone knows why you're here. You want to kill me? Come on. Ling Xiao looked at Yama mockingly. Did that old dog Medicine Demon go back and tell you? Go back and tell him that I killed his son, and now I'm going to kill him. Tell him to wash his neck clean and wait. Using such a despicable method to deal with me is a disgrace. The mighty 3 devils of Soul Hall are nothing more than this. You dare to throw dirty water at me? Let me ask you, did you kill those people? The Yama's expression turned somewhat awkward, but he quickly regained his composure and said coldly. Chapter 3387. That's right. I killed them. Ling Xiao said, nodding. That's good enough. How dare you kill innocent people in the Green Quarter? You'll be expelled. Yama chuckled coldly. Only by expelling Ling Xiao would he have a chance to kill Ling Xiao. Inside the Green Quarter, Ling Xiao had Darkfrost's protection. But outside, who could protect Ling Xiao? Innocent. Hehe, could they be considered innocent? If they hadn't tried to kill me, why would I have killed them? If they hadn't, why would I have killed them? Ling Xiao chuckled coldly. Dead men tell no tales, Yang Qi said coolly. You only have one side of the story. Apparently, Yama had Ling Xiao under control. If you have a mind to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Ling Xiao sneered. Fine, I killed them. But so what? You people from the Hall of Souls killed just as many people as I did, right? Do you have to be expelled as well? Ha 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 ha. You're right. We killed more people than you. But we're stronger than you. The Green Quarter is under the jurisdiction of the Hall of Souls, so our word is law. That's the rule. Yama laughed maniacally. Stronger than me? Ling Xiao laughed. You should have said that earlier. Isn't the so-called law enforcement squad just a bunch of bullies? Well, I'm afraid you won't be able to bully me today. Who do you think you are? You think you're amazing just because you killed the butcher? Yama chuckled coldly. There's no need to waste words with him. Attack. He waved his hand, and 2 8th Division life-sizers pounced on Ling Xiao. Bam! How had the 2 of them charged out? How did they end up back where they had been? However, when they had charged out, they had been alive, but when they returned, They were nothing more than two cold, lifeless corpses. Pontiff. It was none other than Dark Frost. Dark Frost's face was as cold as ice. I said that I'd kill anyone who touched him. Why doesn't someone take me seriously? Her voice was very loud. Many people around heard it very clearly. This was exactly what Dark Frost wanted. She wanted to tell everyone that Ling Xiao was under her protection. Whoever dared to kill Ling Xiao would be her enemy. Hall Master, how can you do this? For an outsider, you killed a Soul Hall martial artist. Yama said sternly. Outsiders? I only know that he saved my life twice and is my greatest benefactor. As for you, you ignored the truth and ruined my Soul Palace's reputation. Get lost. If you don't scram, I'll kill all of you. Dark Frost didn't like to talk nonsense. The corner of the Yama demon's mouth twitched. He really wanted to say something more. But when he saw Dark Frost's cold eyes, his whole body trembled and he didn't dare to speak carelessly. He knew that the look in Ming Shuang's eyes was enough to kill. Clashing head-on with Dark Frost now was tantamount to courting death. Take those two corpses and return. Yama clenched his teeth. He didn't dare to hate Dark Frost, nor did he want to hate Dark Frost. He directed all his hatred towards Ling Xiao. Girl, you didn't have to do anything. Ling Xiao bitterly smiled. I know, but I was worried about you. Dark Frost said, that Yama really dared to kill you. He relied on his grandfather, Yang Shifeng, the great elder of Soul Hall. He's done this many times. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. No matter what, Dark Frost was worried about him. Furthermore, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing for Dark Frost to do something. At the very least, it could make those who coveted his treasures temporarily restrain themselves. After all, in the Green Zone, there weren't many people who dared to offend the Soul Hall Master, Dark Frost. Tonight, you focus on cultivating here. I'll protect you. Dark Frost said. How can I do that? You're the Soul Hall Master. Ling Xiao bitterly smiled. You're also my savior. I don't want the previous incident to happen again. Dark Frost said firmly. Alright, since you've decided, I'm naturally happy. Thank you for your hard work tonight. Ling Xiao had just broken through and needed to consolidate his cultivation. Therefore, cultivation was necessary. Being able to have someone like Ming Shuang as his protector was definitely a great blessing. He turned around and returned to the center of Xuanwu Lake. He sat down cross-legged and sank to the bottom of the lake to continue cultivating. Soul Hall, Yang Shifeng's residence. Yama, Leng Qiuyan, and Medicine Demon were all there. I didn't expect that Dark Frost would be so protective of Ling Xiao. Could it be that she really treats that Ling Xiao as her brother? Yang Shifeng frowned. The present Dark Frost was already stronger than him. He could not suppress her at all. This sort of situation was truly somewhat troublesome. Whether or not she treats him as her brother, I don't know. But she's probably closer to him than our Soul Hall. Yama said crossly. You guys still underestimated the enemy too much. Leng Qiuyan suddenly said, to kill Ling Xiao, we absolutely can't let Dark Frost wait by the side. This is the key. But mother, this sort of thing is easy to say, but not easy to do. Previously, grandfather once held back Dark Frost once. But that time, not only did Ling Xiao not die, he even killed Medicine Demon's son, Yarrow Chen. Dark Frost will definitely be on guard right now. What can we do? Yama said with a frown. Isn't this matter simple? There are some things that Dark Frost can refuse. But there are some things that she can't refuse. Leng Qiuyan said with a cold smile, don't you guys forget, although this is the Green Zone, those monsters will attack the Green Zone once every month. Although I don't know the reason, we're all clear about this pattern. Right now, it's already close to a month, just a few more days. When that time comes, Dark Frost will definitely go to war. I even suspect that the Undying King might also appear. At that time, will Dark Frost still have a chance to protect Ling Xiao? Yeah. Mother, you're really far-sighted. Why didn't I think of this? Yama said excitedly, at that time, even if we kill Ling Xiao, Dark Frost won't know either. But even if we succeed, what if Dark Frost flips out? With her current strength, it's very hard for us to want to suppress her. Yang Shifeng said worriedly. Don't we have the old ancestors' magic treasure? It's specially used to control these outer hall masters. When the time comes, we'll just use it. Originally, I was still planning to wait for a period of time, wait until Darkfrost grew to 16 or 17 years old before taking possession of her. But now it seems that time waits for no one. This Darkfrost strength is increasing too quickly. At that time, even my soul might not be able to suppress her. Not to mention taking possession. Therefore, the monster attack on the green zone this time is the key to our soul haul. Leng Qiuyan said coldly. Alright, since that's the case, let's wait a few more days. After this, Yama, you and Medicine Demon don't have to do anything. Yang Shifeng reminded. Yes. Yama's answer was very straightforward. Medicine Demon also nodded at almost the same time. But in Medicine Demon's heart, he had other plans. According to Leng Qiuyan's plan, the Ice Emperor's inheritance would definitely fall into the hands of Yang Shifeng and the rest. He wouldn't be able to get anything. But this guy was already captivated by the Ice Emperor's inheritance. It was absolutely impossible to make him obedient. After leaving Yang Shifeng's residence, Medicine Demon quietly headed to Xuanwu Lake. Chapter 3388. Seeing Ling Xiao in the middle of cultivation, and Darkfrost standing guard nearby, Medicine Devil's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but frown. He didn't attack immediately. I'll wait for my chance. Gritting his teeth, he decided not to return to the Soul Hall, but to wait in the vicinity of Lake Xuanwu. He waited from dusk to dawn, and from dawn to dusk. Finally, on the night of the third day, something strange happened. Unexpectedly, a terrifying Xuanwu beast flew out of Lake Xuanwu. It wasn't in the 9th division of the life-seizing level, but rather, a demonling in the 1st division of the reincarnation god realm. It was so strong that it could easily kill Ling Xiao and Medicine Devil. When the Xuanwu beast appeared, it gave Ling Xiao quite a fright. He had assumed it to be a legend, but it turned out to be true. The Xuanwu beast was very strange. It wasn't very large, only about the size of a human, and yet its aura was terrifying. It had the head of a turtle and the tail of a snake, and the tail of a snake. It was so vicious that it seemed to be on the verge of transforming into a flood dragon. How dare you absorb my Xuanwu power, brat? I'm going to kill you. Unexpectedly, the Xuanwu beast had appeared because of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had been cultivating, and had absorbed so much of its Xuanwu power that it was infuriating. From the look of it, it was speaking in the human tongue. The huge snake tail attacked Ling Xiao. How could Ling Xiao possibly be a match for it? However, Darkfrost had already stepped in to block the Xuanwu beast. Hold on, Ling Xiao said, not wanting Darkfrost to get into a meaningless fight. Looking at the Xuanwu beast, he said, Junior was cultivating here, and absorbed your Xuanwu power. It was an accident, but thankfully, it didn't cause too much trouble. If you need anything, I can compensate you. The Xuanwu beast looked at Ling Xiao and laughed coldly. Compensation? I want the legacy of the Ice Emperor. Are you going to give it to me? Ling Xiao's jaw dropped, and then a look of enlightenment appeared on his face. At the end of the day, you still have your eyes on the inheritance item on me. What about the power of the black tortoise being stolen? That was just an excuse. He originally felt quite guilty, but at this moment, the guilt in his heart was completely gone. Ha 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 ha, you brat, only now do you understand? Hand over the Ice Emperor's inheritance immediately. Otherwise, prepare to die here today. The black tortoise laughed wildly. Bastard, you better give up on that thought, or I'll kill you. Darkfrost said coldly. Little girl, your strength is not bad, but you are still no match for me. Is it worth it for a trash like him? Black Tortoise was actually unwilling to fight Darkfrost head-on. However, it was confident that it could defeat Darkfrost. However, if two reincarnation divine realm experts were to fight, the final outcome would most likely be a lose-lose situation. That was definitely not something he wanted to see. Boom. Darkfrost's aura exploded. She hated it the most when people said that her big brother Ling Xiao was trash. Can trash save her from the hands of the undead king? Can trash cure his golden silkworm GU poison? TSK, Looks like little girl you've been charmed by this brat. That's right, although this brat's strength isn't much. But he's quite handsome. If this beast had such looks, it would be able to charm a large number of little girls. The black tortoise laughed and said, but if you protect him today, then this beast will kill you as well. Don't think that just because your cultivation is stronger than this beast, you won't die. This beast has stayed in the immemorial divine tomb for much longer than you. Even the undead king that was born in the past did not dare to offend this beast. So much nonsense. Dark Frost knew that there would be a battle to the death tonight. She was not worried about herself, but she was worried about Ling Xiao. After all, there were many people staring at Ling Xiao, wanting to take Ling Xiao's life. If she was held back by this black tortoise, the situation would probably be very bad. Little girl, focus on the battle. As long as you're fine, I'll be fine. Even if Yang Shifen comes, he might not be able to kill me. Ling Xiao was worried that Dark Frost would be distracted, so he reminded her. Got it. Dark Frost nodded. Although she was still worried, she knew that Ling Xiao had done many incredible things in the past. He was clearly a 6th division life-sizer, and yet he could kill an 8th division life-sizer. Now that he was in the 7th division, he wouldn't even be afraid of 9th division life-sizers, would he? Having reached this point in her train of thought, she decided to trust Ling Xiao a bit more. Therefore, she focused on the battle with the black tortoise. Ling Xiao watched off to the side, preparing to use his sun god's divine ability, the bloodthirsty plague, when the time was right. Furthermore, he had all sorts of poisons from the 9 snakes venom realm to help Dark Frost. However, what he didn't notice was that, about 1,000 meters away, someone was smiling coldly. So, my chance has come. Medicine Devil pulled his most powerful parasite out of his ring of holding, the shadowless parasite. The parasite was completely silent as it flew through the air. However, it was terrifyingly powerful. The shadowless parasite was even more terrifying than the golden silkworm parasite or the blackbug parasite. Even a 9th division life-sizer wouldn't be able to survive if struck by it. Most amazing of all, the shadowless parasite was not only fast, but also difficult to detect. He knew that Ling Xiao had the frigid domain, which could cause parasites to freeze. However, if he couldn't detect the parasite, then he wouldn't be able to use the frigid domain. In that case, Ling Xiao would be dead for sure. Ling Xiao, I've been waiting for 2 days. Finally, this is my chance. You're going to die. Dark Frost is going to die. The legacy of the Ice Emperor can only be mine. Medicine Demon revealed a maniacal smile and finally released the shadowless GU. To the shadowless parasite, 1,000 meters wasn't very far. As Ling Xiao watched the battle, he didn't pay much attention to his surroundings. However, he couldn't forget. He still hadn't put away his canopy beast martial soul. All of Lake Xuanwu was under his control, although the further away he was, the weaker his control would be. However, if something happened above Lake Xuanwu, he would be able to detect it immediately. All of a sudden, Ling Xiao sensed an extremely dangerous aura heading his way. Logically speaking, after reaching the 7th division of life-seizing, he wouldn't be too afraid of an attack from a 9th division life-sizer. However, this aura was similar to an attack from a reincarnation deity. Ling Xiao felt as if he couldn't block it. It was too terrifying. As soon as he sensed the powerful aura, he released the frigid domain. However, even with the frigid domain, he still couldn't relax. That terrifying feeling was still tightly binding him. Suddenly, the layer of ice covering his body began to emit a gentle light. Ice Age. That was right. The ice armor was the manifestation of the Ice Emperor's weapon, Ice Age. He could sense that Ice Age was calling out to him, as if it wanted him to use it. Ling Xiao didn't think too much about it. That dangerous thing was extremely fast. He trusted in the Ice Emperor's weapon. With a thought, the ice armor disappeared. The ice crystal armor disappeared, and in its place was a huge 2-handed ice sword in his hand. Chapter 3389. It was the Ice Age that the Ice Emperor had used in the past. The blade was translucent and sparkling, as if it were carved from diamond. That thing was getting closer. Ling Xiao's Taiji eye caught a faint shadow. It's a parasite. He suddenly understood. It's that bastard medicine devil again. I didn't do anything. Does he think I'm easy to bully? Fine, today is the day you die, medicine devil. I'll use you to test the power of the Ice Age. Ling Xiao's heart burned with anger. The medicine devil had tried to kill him time and time again. This time, he had seized the opportunity. But would he die? Of course not. With the Ice Age in hand, Ling Xiao no longer had any fear. It was as if he was invincible. The power of the Ice Age was something that even a reincarnation Godrealm martial artist couldn't contend with. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao couldn't use it freely. Otherwise, not to mention Medicine Demon, even if it was Yang Shifeng, he would have exterminated him. Bang! The shadowless GU shot over at an unbelievable speed, but when it came within 1 meter of the Ice Age, it suddenly slowed down. Then, as if the Ice Age had a terrifying suction force, it actually sucked the shadowless GU up. The shadowless GU froze, then turned into ice crystals and finally shattered. The entire process only took an instant, but it was still very nerve-wracking. Ling Xiao believed that if it weren't for the Ice Age, the shadowless GU's sneak attack would have killed or injured him. And if he was injured, it would definitely be a serious injury. He was a doctor, after all, and had some understanding of GU poisons. Once the shadowless GU hit a martial artist, even a 9th level first cycle life-sizer would find it difficult to resist. Let alone him. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Dark Frost and the Black Tortoise, who were fighting, didn't even notice the shadowless GU's attack. By the time they did, the shadowless GU had already been destroyed by Ling Xiao. Good. The Ice Age, it really is the Ice Age. Kid, as long as you give that thing to me, I'll protect you. The Black Tortoise's eyes lit up. However, Ling Xiao completely ignored him. He only looked at Dark Frost and said, "Lass, you deal with that Black Tortoise first. I'll go kill Medicine Demon." He was very angry now. Although Medicine Devil was one of the weakest of the 9 life-sizers, he was still only an elementary life-sizer. However, this fellow had too many ways to kill people. Especially the GU poison, even Ling Xiao had to admire it. How did this guy raise so many strange GU worms? Therefore, he had to be killed. If he didn't kill them, he might be lucky enough to escape death through the Ice Age, but he might not be able to do so next time. Be careful. Dark Frost was very worried about Ling Xiao. However, after seeing Ice Age in Ling Xiao's hands, she wasn't so worried anymore. Even if Medicine Demon was very strong, Ling Xiao could definitely kill Medicine Demon with Ice Age. Of course, she didn't know that Ling Xiao still couldn't control Ice Age. Therefore, Ling Xiao couldn't use Ice Age as a weapon. Perhaps the Ice Age would only be willing to obey when its life was in serious danger. As he chased after Medicine Demon, Ling Xiao put Ice Age away. Then, he used the earth-crossing golden light magic to transform into a beam of golden light that vanished from Lake Xuanwu. The Black Tortoise tried to give chase, but Dark Frost blocked its path. "Lass, that pretty boy of yours has a strange treasure," the Black Tortoise said. "There's no way he'll leave the domain of the falling stars alive. I learned from my demon beast companions that even the undead king covets his inheritance. Therefore, I advise you not to be stubborn. Let that pretty boy give it to me. That way, you won't be in any danger." The Black Tortoise chuckled coldly. Dark Frost didn't say anything. Instead, she tried to stop it from chasing after Ling Xiao. Why are girls so stubborn these days? Fine. Since you don't know what's good for you, then I'll just kill you. Worst case scenario, I'll just rest for a few days. Besides, if you die, that pretty boy won't be able to get out of the green zone. Snorting coldly, the Black Tortoise attacked with even more ferocity. However, Dark Frost wasn't so easily bullied. In the blink of an eye, one human and one beast were locked in combat. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao caught sight of Medicine Demon. Medicine Demon wasn't slow, but he couldn't match up to Ling Xiao, who was using his unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation and his earth-crossing golden light magic. Now that he was in his unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation, Ling Xiao was as strong as a 9th division life-sizer. Furthermore, His earth-crossing golden light magic was faster than any movement technique that a martial artist of that level could use. There was no way he wouldn't be able to catch up. Of course, Medicine Demon had no idea that Ling Xiao was chasing after him. He assumed that he had already killed Ling Xiao. Therefore, he remained hidden, waiting for the battle between the Black Tortoise and Dark Frost to end. He only had 2 shadowless GU. Furthermore, using them required a large amount of soul power. Although he couldn't use them right now, he would be able to after resting for a while. When the time came, whether the Black Tortoise or Dark Frost one, he would be able to use the shadowless GU to kill them. Then, he would steal Ling Xiao's corpse, sneak back, and focus on his cultivation. As far as he was concerned, there was no way Ling Xiao could block the shadowless Gu's attack. Furthermore, the battle between the Black Tortoise and Dark Frost had created huge waves that obscured his vision. Therefore, when he saw Ling Xiao disappear, he assumed that he had been killed by his shadowless GU. As for whether or not Ling Xiao was dead, he didn't even consider it. Even if Ling Xiao had made a breakthrough, he was still only in the 7th division of life seizing. How could he possibly block Medicine Demon's attack? Chen I've already avenged you. Now, I'm going to get the legacy of the Ice Emperor. I'll make that bitch Dark Frost pay the price. Medicine Demon gnashed his teeth. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly saw a golden light shoot up from the ground. Then, a figure appeared in front of him. He was stunned. This person was none other than Ling Xiao, whom he thought he had killed with his shadowless GU. Although Ling Xiao had transformed into a beast soul, his aura hadn't changed. Therefore, Medicine Demon was certain. "Aren't you dead?" Medicine Demon asked, shooting to his feet and looking at Ling Xiao in disbelief. "You were the one who used the shadowless GU, weren't you?" "Oh, Medicine Demon. You really don't know what's good for you." Ling Xiao looked coldly at Medicine Demon. "Do you really think trash like you can kill me so easily? Ha 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 ha. That's right. I was the one who used the shadowless GU." Medicine Demon suddenly began to laugh maniacally. That was because he had realized something. Although the shadowless GU hadn't killed Ling Xiao had caught up to him. As for Dark Frost, the only one who could protect Ling Xiao, she was currently being held down by the Xuanwu beast. What was this? This was a heaven-sent opportunity. You really are an idiot. If you were alive, you would have just stayed hidden. If it weren't for that bitch Dark Frost, I wouldn't have been able to protect you. Why would I use something as valuable as the shadowless GU? And now, you've caught up to me. Even the heavens are giving me a chance. Medicine Demon stared coldly at Ling Xiao, completely abandoning all pretense. Chapter 3390. Medicine Demon gave up the disguise because it was no longer necessary. Although the shadowless GU did not kill Ling Xiao, this was an opportunity for him to take revenge. Moreover, after killing Ling Xiao, he could immediately take away Ling Xiao's corpse. This would save him more time and effort than the previous plan. Stupid. Ling Xiao stopped. He knew that Medicine Demon would not run away. Because Medicine Demon thought that he was more powerful than him, he would definitely seize this excellent opportunity to kill him. Yes, very stupid. Medicine Demon sneered. If you said that before the butcher tried to assassinate me, it would make sense. But now, do you think you are stronger than me? Ling Xiao released his boundary martial soul. Medicine Demon would not run away now, but it did not mean that he would not run away later. Since he had decided to kill Medicine Demon, using his boundary martial soul to keep him here was the best choice. He was not very worried about Dark Frost. With Dark Frost's strength, even if she could not defeat the Black Tortoise in the end, she would not die. Right now, what he needed to do was to kill Medicine Demon first. Then, he would go and help Dark Frost. Whether it was Medicine Demon or the Black Tortoise, he did not plan to let them go. Medicine Demon had tried to kill him several times. The Black Tortoise even coveted the Ice Emperor's inheritance. If he did not kill them, they would become trouble. The current situation was actually the best because Yang Shifeng and the others were not there to interfere. Once those guys appeared, it would be difficult to find such an opportunity. In my opinion, you are no different from that day. You are still a piece of trash that relies on Darkfrost's protection. Medicine Demon sneered and waved his hand. A strange wand appeared in his hand. The Soul Clan was good at secret techniques. The wand's enhancement of secret techniques was better than other weapons. Ordinary magic staffs were made of special materials that could amplify secret arts and soul power. After taking out the wand, Medicine Demon's martial soul appeared behind him. This martial soul was a huge golden silkworm GU. It was no wonder that the Medicine Demon was proficient in GU poison. Even his martial soul was transformed from the golden silkworm GU. This guy was really a difficult guy to deal with. If he didn't kill him now, he would definitely become a big problem in the future. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, and the bloodthirsty demon's sword appeared in his hand. Against Spiritus martial artists, the bloodthirsty demon sword was indeed more useful. Secret technique, poison kill. Right from the start, Medicine Demon had no intention of showing mercy. The golden silkworm GU martial soul behind him emitted a dazzling golden light. The staff in his hand released thick black smoke. The golden light merged with the thick smoke. Then, a huge black GU worm walked out of the void. It pounced on Ling Xiao at an astonishing speed. In the face of this sudden attack, Ling Xiao did not dare to meet it head-on. Because if he went head-on without understanding the situation, it was very likely that something unexpected would happen. After all, his opponent was a 9th division life-sizer. Moreover, he was proficient in GU poison. It was definitely not something that the butcher that night could compare to. Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps. Ling Xiao chose to dodge. Using the Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps, his entire body turned into a terrifying blizzard. Then, the huge black GU worm actually froze in the blizzard. Although it only froze for a moment. But it was enough for Ling Xiao to destroy it. The bloodthirsty demon's sword stabbed out, piercing through the black GU worm. Ha ha ha, you idiot. That GU worm is formed from soul power. Ordinary blades can't hurt it at all. Medicine Demon's laughter had just sounded out when it came to an abrupt stop. Because right in front of him, the bloodthirsty demon's sword had sucked the GU worm dry. You keep calling me an idiot, but it's actually just because you're ignorant, right? Ling Xiao looked at Medicine Demon mockingly and said, "This sword is called the bloodthirsty demon's sword. It has another name, Soul Exalt Sword. Not to mention your GU worm, even if you use all your soul secret techniques, you won't be able to escape its attack." I don't believe it. Soul secret technique, insect swarm. The golden silkworm GU martial soul emitted light again. Thick smoke was released from the staff again. But this time, Medicine Demon's attack was more ferocious than before. About 100 densely packed GU worms tore through the void and appeared. Each of them was the result of condensing true essence and soul. Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps. Ling Xiao still didn't want to meet force with force. Instead, he chose to use the Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps. Blizzard filled the air. The swarm was all frozen. Then, Ling Xiao drew a bloody light with the bloodthirsty demon's sword in his hand. This bloody light flew out in a flat surface and completely eliminated the swarm. What? Seeing this, Medicine Demon was even more shocked. You really did get the inheritance of the Ice Emperor. That movement technique just now should be the elementary king level movement technique, Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps. I've read in a book before that if the Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps is combined with the Extreme Cold Field, the effect is even better than an advanced king level movement technique. You're right. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Anyway, within the boundary martial soul, their words couldn't be transmitted. Moreover, the higher-ups of the Soul Palace knew that he had the secret of the Ice Emperor's inheritance. There was no need to hide it. Good. Very good. Now that I know you have this ability, I have to kill you even more. If I get the inheritance of the Ice Emperor, the Soul Palace will be mine. Medicine Demon was excited. He didn't feel depressed because of his previous 2 failed attacks. Because those were just probing attacks. He just wanted to see if Ling Xiao really got the inheritance of the Ice Emperor. Now that he got the answer he wanted, he naturally couldn't continue probing. Soul Secret Technique, Rotten Corpse Worm Explosion. Medicine Demon started to attack crazily. This secret technique was already a king-level secret technique. As one of the 3 demons of the Soul Palace, it wasn't strange for him to have an elementary king-level secret technique. Although king-level martial arts were very rare, he was still a higher-up of the Soul Palace. Compared to the majority of martial artists, they had more convenient cultivation conditions. The power of this technique was absolutely terrifying. As soon as it was unleashed, black smoke began to rise up from the boundary martial soul. Then, the smoke transformed into tiny mosquitoes. Each one of those mosquitoes was capable of exploding. The power of the explosion was enough to injure a 9th division life-sizer. If even one mosquito could do that, then there were over 1,000 of them. Even a 9th division life-sizer wouldn't be able to escape from such an attack. Let's see how you're going to dodge this time, brat. From the very beginning, he had realized that Ling Xiao was only dodging, and didn't dare to face him head-on. This made him mistakenly think that Ling Xiao was acting this way because he was afraid of him. Die. Ling Xiao. You're dead, and I'll take everything you own. Don't worry. I'll send that slut Dark Frost to hell with you. Medicine Demon's face twisted into a vicious expression. Ai. Since you know that I got the inheritance of the Ice Emperor, then you should know that I have the domain of extreme frigidity. Do you really think an attack like that will work on me? Chapter 3391. Realm of Frost. The blizzard ice ceiling steps could no longer stop the attack of the corrosive insects. However, the Realm of Frost could completely crush them. As the Realm of Frost was activated, in the next moment, the dense swarm of insects was all frozen. Even the explosion could not be done. Ling Xiao walked leisurely in the Realm of Frost and used the bloodthirsty demonic sword to destroy all the insects. Is this your strongest attack? I don't think it's that strong. Ling Xiao looked at Medicine Demon and felt that he had tested him enough. Although Medicine Demon was strong, he could block any attack from Medicine Demon with the blizzard ice ceiling steps and the Realm of Frost. Then, with the bloodthirsty demonic sword, it would be easy to kill Medicine Demon. He did not even need to use Ice Age. On the other side, Medicine Demon's face became very ugly. Shut up. It's not that you are strong, it's that the Ice Emperor's inheritance is too strong. If it was me who got the Ice Emperor's inheritance, you wouldn't have been able to survive. Medicine Demon roared. Are you an idiot? If I didn't get the Ice Emperor's inheritance, you wouldn't have hunted me down, right? Ling Xiao mocked. As he spoke, his bloodthirsty demonic sword had begun to gather power. Medicine Demon felt the terrifying energy in the bloodthirsty demonic sword. He knew that he absolutely could not allow Ling Xiao to unleash his attack. So he began to attack wildly, hoping to stop the bloodthirsty demonic sword from releasing the sword move. However, what he did not expect was that Ling Xiao was actually able to multitask while condensing the sword move. He made a seal with his left hand and attacked him. Ghost Deity Seal. Martial arts techniques at the peak of the general level were also extremely tricky for the drug demon. Medicine Demon only knew one elementary king-level martial skill. The rest of his strongest moves were only general-level martial skills. Facing the Ghost Deity Seal of Perfection, he was completely at a disadvantage. Even today, most ancient martial art practitioners could only cultivate one type of martial art to the Perfection Realm. As for the Perfection Realm, it was completely up to fate. However, almost all of Ling Xiao's moves were cultivated to the Perfection Realm. Thus, even when facing a martial skill of the same level, his moves were able to firmly gain the upper hand. For a time, Medicine Demon was actually forced back by the Ghost Deity Seal. Impossible. You're only in the 7th division of life seizing. Medicine Demon was very surprised. Even if Ling Xiao's martial arts were at the transcendent state, his martial technique was only at the perfection stage. However, his cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's, and the result was that he kept retreating. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't make sense. Let me tell you something interesting. My beast soul transformation can increase my strength by 2 levels. In other words, you're not facing a 7th division life-sizer like me, but rather a 9th division life-sizer. Even if my cultivation base isn't high enough, my attack power is no weaker than a 9th division life-sizer's. Therefore, you will definitely die today. Ling Xiao dared to say this because he had full confidence in being able to exterminate Medicine Demon. He would not give Medicine Demon any chance to escape. Otherwise, it would still become a problem in the future. Soul Exalt Ling Heaven Sword. The bloodthirsty demonic sword's attack had been completely condensed. It was also an elementary king-class sword technique. However, with the bloodthirsty demonic sword, the Soul Exalt Ling Heaven Sword could definitely unleash the power of a mid-king class sword technique. All Medicine Demon could see was the image of a bloodthirsty sword. In that moment, he was filled with terror. Don't kill me. I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Please, I beg you. Don't kill me. Medicine Demon was begging for mercy. Ling Xiao was very proud of himself for being able to make Medicine Demon, one of the 3 demons of Soul Hall, beg for mercy. Just a few days ago, he had been forced to use the power of his martial soul of the Tyrant Heavens to kill the Mirror Demon King. Against the Dragon Shark King, he had no choice but to use the bloodthirsty demonic rats technique, which could kill 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 casualties. But today, he was facing Medicine Demon with ease. The unbounded Heavenly Rat Beast Soul Transformation and the Soul Exalt Ling Heaven Sword were enough to make Medicine Demon beg for mercy. He had truly gotten stronger. Don't kill you. Do you really think that's possible? Ling Xiao revealed a cold expression and said, actually, you wouldn't have died in the first place, but you've been courting death. If I don't kill you, do you think I, Ling Xiao, am an idiot? You can't kill me. I'm one of the 3 demons of Soul Hall, a noble of the Inner Hall. If you kill me, the Grand Elder won't let you off. Even Dark Frost can't protect you. The water of the 4 great factions is far deeper than you think. Do you really think Dark Frost is the strongest in Soul Hall? You're wrong. With those few old fellows around, he's not the strongest at all. Oh, I'm quite interested in this. Could it be that Soul Hall has an even stronger old fellow other than Yang Shifeng? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Not only Soul Hall, but also Myriad Kingdom, Heavenly Emperor Dynasty, and Avenging Alliance. They all have more than what they show on the surface. Who doesn't have a few trump cards? Do you think you can contend against Soul Hall just by relying on them? Medicine Demon continued, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, if you anger the sleeping old monster, you definitely won't be able to live. Your Dark Frost won't be able to live either. Bluffing. Ling Xiao looked at Medicine Demon. Although he really wanted to think that the other party was bluffing, he could see that the other party was telling the truth from the other party's eyes. Scared, right? Hurry up and let me go, or else you all will die. Seeing the change in Ling Xiao's expression, Medicine Demon suddenly became cocky. Scared, but I'll still kill you. Ling Xiao's sword still stabbed out in the end. A blood-red sword light flashed past and pierced through Medicine Demon's throat. The life of one of Soul Hall's 3 demons came to an abrupt end. Soul Hall's old monsters. I really want to see how strong they are. Looking at Medicine Demon's corpse, Ling Xiao casually scooped up the other party's storage ring in his hand. There were quite a few good things in Medicine Demon's storage ring. A large number of precious medicinal herbs. And a treasure like Shadowless GU. Although I disdain using GU, Yang Qi thought, since I've got it, I might as well keep it in reserve for when the time comes. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Shadowless Voodoo could kill 9th Division life-sizers in the blink of an eye. That would save him a lot of trouble. As for the medicinal herbs, they would be very helpful to his cultivation. There were also some precious fire-type medicinal herbs that he tossed into his beast ring for Little Gold to use for cultivation. Right now, Little Gold spent more time cultivating than it did fighting. But as long as it could help out in a critical battle, that would be enough. Therefore, Yang Qi had to get Little Gold stronger as quickly as possible. If the 4 great powers weren't as strong as they seemed on the surface, then Yang Qi would need even stronger helpers, and even more power. He burned Medicine Demon's corpse to get rid of all evidence. After all, Medicine Demon was a high-ranking member of Soul Hall, and yet he was killed just like that. If Yang Shifeng and the others found out about it, they would definitely make a big fuss about it. Meanwhile, the battle between Dark Frost and the Xuanwu continued. Furthermore, the battle had reached a critical juncture. Now's the time. Chapter 3392. Bloody Plague. The terrifying Bloody Plague was unleashed. The black tortoise clearly felt uncomfortable all over. The terrifying germs entered his body, making him feel very uncomfortable. He had to use close to 10% of his strength to suppress it. This 10% of his strength might be negligible against ordinary warriors. But his opponent was Dark Frost. 10% of his strength could quickly put him at a disadvantage. "Kid, what the hell are you doing?" The black tortoise finally began to feel fear. He had always looked down on Ling Xiao, but only now did he know that this kid's methods could make him feel very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to answer. Dark Frost intensified her attacks. The black tortoise finally couldn't hold on any longer. "You two brats just wait. I'll go back and rest for a while. Both of you will die." The black tortoise dived into the water, trying to hide at the bottom. However, how could Ling Xiao give him the chance? He directly used the shadowless GU. The black tortoise couldn't react in time. After all, they were only 10 meters away. The shadowless GU directly hit the black tortoise. The black tortoise's body directly stiffened. It was as if it was suffering from a serious illness. The shadowless GU couldn't kill the black tortoise, but it could injure the black tortoise and even cause it to stiffen temporarily. "Girl, kill it!" Ling Xiao roared. Actually, there was no need for him to shout. Dark Frost had already launched a fatal attack. The terrifying attack landed on the black tortoise's snake head and directly shattered it. Then, Dark Frost continued to attack. Although the black tortoise could already move, it became very slow due to the influence of the shadowless GU. It was crazily attacked by Dark Frost. Before it could dive into the water, it was completely killed. F***CK, how can I die? The black tortoise simply couldn't understand. It was a demonic beast at the first level of the reincarnation divine realm. Its combat strength was comparable to the second level of the reincarnation divine realm. But it died just like that. Before it died, it even glared at Ling Xiao viciously. It was a pity that its gaze couldn't kill. Ling Xiao didn't care. He put the black tortoise's corpse into the mountain river world. The canopy beast martial soul could no longer keep up with his cultivation. As for the black tortoise, it could be converted into a beast soul and fused with the canopy beast soul. Let the canopy beast level up. This could be considered an unexpected gain. Moreover, the black tortoise's demon core was enough for Ling Xiao to accumulate a large amount of potential. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough potential in his body and not being able to make a breakthrough. After experiencing 2 battles, although both were very dangerous, they ended in victory in the end. Ling Xiao and Dark Frost originally planned on resting a bit before returning to Soul Palace. After all, the battle between Dark Frost and the black tortoise was too intense. Perhaps many of the experts in the green zone had already sensed it. It would be unwise to stay here any longer. Just as the two were about to leave, Ling Xiao suddenly smiled bitterly and said, "It's too late." He frowned. He could feel that dozens of powerful auras were approaching. Most of them were 8th Division life-sizers. However, there were quite a few 9th Division life-sizers as well. Although he couldn't reach the level of the 3 devils, he was still extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, the entire Lake Xuanwu was surrounded. In addition to the Soul Palace experts, there were also quite a few neutral martial artists. Ling Xiao had no idea that there were 9th Division life-sizers among the neutral martial artists. From the look of it, everyone had been hiding their cultivation bases while waiting outside the necropolis of the god Necropolis. But now that they were in the Primeval Necropolis, there was no need to hide their cultivation bases. After all, the stronger you were, the fewer people who would dare to attack you. "Hurry up and recover, girl," Yang Qi said. "With you here, we'll be safe." Ling Xiao gave Dark Frost a reincarnation heaven-breaching pill. This pill could restore one's true essence, and it could also promote one's cultivation. Even a reincarnation god-level expert would have a chance of breaking through after using it. As long as Dark Frost continued to grow stronger, he would be safe. Of course, the chances of a breakthrough were slim, so recovering was the most important thing. If things didn't work out, Ling Xiao planned to reveal the Ice Age. After all, the Ice Age belonged to him now. Although he couldn't control it, it could appear and protect him on its own accord. If someone wanted him dead, it wouldn't be easy. More and more people were heading toward Lake Xuanwu. Ling Xiao could sense that there were nearly 10,000 people here. In addition to the neutral martial artists, almost all of the Soul Palace experts were here. However, he didn't see any of the old freaks that the medicine devil had mentioned. At least they weren't here. Otherwise, things would be even more troublesome. Someone must have heard the Black Tortoise's voice. If that wasn't the case, Ling Xiao really couldn't understand why the neutral martial artists were here. Furthermore, the way these people looked at him was filled with intense greed and desire. He wasn't a virgin, so it was only natural that they wouldn't be interested in him. So what were they interested in? It had to be the legacy of the Ice Emperor. With Black Tortoise's loud voice, it was likely that everyone in the green zone could hear it clearly. Although Dark Frost was right next to Ling Xiao, those greedy gazes ignored her. Greed could really cover up fear and drive people crazy. This was not the first time Ling Xiao had seen this. What are you guys trying to do? Ling Xiao looked at the Soul Palace crowd and asked coldly. Yang Shifeng glanced at Dark Frost, who was recovering, and then at Ling Xiao. He knew that he had to change his previous plan. Previously, only the upper echelons of the Soul Palace knew that Ling Xiao had the Ice Emperor's legacy. Therefore, even if they couldn't get it for the time being, they could still make further plans. However, things were different now. Now, the Black Tortoise had told everyone in the Green Zone that Ling Xiao had the Ice Emperor's legacy. Even though the Soul Palace occupied this place. If the neutral martial artists of the Green Zone joined forces, they would still be a terrifying force. If the Ice Emperor's legacy fell into the hands of those people, the losses would outweigh the gains. Therefore, Yang Shifeng was prepared to snatch the Ice Emperor's legacy from Ling Xiao's hands now. Thinking of this, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, everyone knows that you have the Ice Emperor's legacy. Although this old man knew about it before, because others didn't, you were still safe. After all, this old man wouldn't covet your things. But now, everyone in the Green Zone knows that you have the Ice Emperor's legacy. You are in a very dangerous situation. The Ice Emperor's legacy is one of the inheritances of the 8 Great Imperial Mausoleum. The owner could even create powerful forces like the Soul Palace and Wan country. Therefore, it was inevitable that others would covet it. Among the people who came today, there were quite a few who were greedy. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to stay in the Green Zone safely. Therefore, this old man hopes that you can temporarily store the Ice Emperor's legacy in my Soul Palace. When you are strong enough, it won't be too late to return it to you. Chapter 3393. I think Hall Master Darkfrost should also understand this old man's painstaking efforts. As the saying goes, wealth moves people's hearts. The Ice Emperor's inheritance is even more of a supreme treasure. To Ling Xiao, it's not something good. It's a hot potato, or even a disaster. One had to accept it. Yang Shifeng, this guy, really knew how to talk. His words were clear and logical, and even pompous. He clearly wanted to snatch the Ice Emperor's inheritance from Ling Xiao's hands. But in the end, it seemed like he wanted to help Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had seen many shameless people. This Yang Shifeng could also be considered one of the best. Hearing Yang Shifeng's words, those neutral martial artists were naturally unhappy in their hearts. Once the Ice Emperor's inheritance fell into the hands of Soul Hall, then Soul Hall would become even more powerful. They would also lose all of their opportunities. Dealing with Ling Xiao was fine, but dealing with Soul Hall? Don't joke around. That was no different from courting death. Therefore, what they were most worried about now was Ling Xiao handing the Ice Emperor's inheritance to Yang Shifeng. If that really happened, they would completely lose contact with the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Ling Xiao looked at Yang Shifeng coldly and suddenly said with a smile, "Many thanks for Soul Hall's Grand Elder's concern. But there's no need for that. Whoever wants the Ice Emperor's inheritance can come directly to me. I'd like to see who in the Green Zone is stronger than the Black Tortoise. If you're not afraid of death, you can come together." His voice gradually became gloomy and cold. Killing a medicine demon was killing. Killing a Black Tortoise was killing. Killing a group of people was also killing. Since he, Ling Xiao, wanted to become a top powerhouse in the immemorial divine tomb, he absolutely could not be afraid. Handing over the Ice Emperor's inheritance now? Seeking temporary peace? Don't joke around. That would only ruin his opportunity to become stronger. From then on, he would fall behind those powerhouses who possessed the Emperor's tomb's inheritance. How could he possibly do something like that? If he went all out, he might not necessarily lose. But if he admitted defeat now, he would definitely lose. Ling Xiao, don't be so ungrateful. My grandfather is doing this for your own good. Yama shouted. You're just a 6th division life-sizer. Anyone here could kill you. He even dared to dream of obtaining the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Do you really think you're invincible? Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you want the Ice Emperor's legacy, just do it. Oh right, I just killed Medicine Demon today. If you kill Yama, I don't know where your Soul Palace's face will be. Originally, he had planned to hide the fact that he had killed the Medicine Demon. However, now that the Ice Emperor's legacy had been exposed, there was no need to hide Medicine Demon's death. On the contrary, he could intimidate a group of people if he said it out loud. As expected, the expressions of many neutral martial artists changed drastically when they heard that Medicine Demon had been killed. All of a sudden, they thought back to the day when Ling Xiao had slaughtered the Whale Gang, including the Butcher. That kid is not to be trifled with. He might only be in the 6th division of life-seizing, but he killed the 8th division Butcher. 8th division life-sizers shouldn't send themselves to their deaths. That's right. That kid must have already gained some enlightenment of the Ice Emperor's legacy. He's definitely strong enough to fight people above his level. That day, I saw Tribulation Lightning. Who knows, maybe he's already broken through. He's probably not in the 6th division, but in the 7th. If that's the case, then it's possible that he killed Medicine Demon. After all, a 6th division life-sizer can kill an 8th division life-sizer. 7th division life-sizers can kill 9th division life-sizers, and 7th division life-sizers can kill 9th division life-sizers as well. Everyone was discussing fervently. They were indeed frightened by Ling Xiao's words. However, there were still some who were brave enough to do so. What a bunch of cowards. I can't believe some 7th division life-sizer scumbag would scare them like this. I refuse to believe this. Hurry up and hand over the Ice Emperor's legacy, kid. If you don't, I'll kill you. He was tall and burly, fully 3 meters tall, and wielded a horse-slaying saber that was stained with blood. Although it was hard to say whether or not he was doing it on purpose, he didn't wipe the blood away. Clearly, he was trying to intimidate his enemies. His cultivation base was at the peak of the 8th division of life-seizing, similar to the Butcher's. That's Wild Luo. He's sparred with the Butcher before, and they were evenly matched. Wild Luo's horse-slaying saber could kill a bloodthirsty with a single blow. Who knows, he might actually be able to kill Ling Xiao. Quite a few people knew how strong Wild Luo was, and therefore, had some confidence in him. If you want the Ice Emperor's legacy, come and get it. Ling Xiao curled his finger at Wild Luo, beckoning him over. You dare to look down on me? Wild Luo wanted to attack, but when he saw Dark Frost standing next to Ling Xiao, he hesitated. Don't worry, Sect Lord Dark Frost won't make a move. Ling Xiao sneered. You want the Ice Emperor's legacy, and you're scared to death. What a coward. Wild Luo let out a bestial howl. Then, his body began to transform, and he transformed into a gorilla. Obviously, this was his beast spirit. Unfortunately, his beast spirit transformation was so ugly that it couldn't even compare to Ling Xiao's beast spirit transformation. That said, Wild Luo's beast spirit transformation was still very strong. Ling Xiao could sense that Wild Luo was at least 5 times as strong as before, although he still wasn't as strong as a 9th division life-sizer. But he was very close. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen from the Hall of Souls. The Ice Emperor's legacy belongs to me, Wild Luo. Although he was strong, he was a complete idiot. He didn't even consider that with so many experts around, even if he killed Ling Xiao and got the Ice Emperor's legacy, he would still be in the Hall of Souls. Did he really think he could just take it away? Yang Shifeng didn't say anything in response. After all, he wanted Wild Luo to test Ling Xiao's strength. If Ling Xiao dared to act so arrogantly, then he must have some special technique up his sleeve. Otherwise, how could a 7th Division life-sizer be so arrogant? Howling, Wild Luo gripped his horse-slaying saber with both hands and slashed it toward Ling Xiao. Barbarian saber technique, landslide. Howling, Wild Luo's horse-slaying saber seemed to rip apart space itself. Fissures appeared in the air as the saber slashed down. The huge saber chi slashed towards Ling Xiao without any deviation. Ling Xiao is going to use the Ice Emperor's legacy, right? Definitely. I bet he used the Ice Emperor's legacy to avoid Butcher's attack. Everyone was staring at Ling Xiao, waiting to see what Ling Xiao was going to do next. However, they were disappointed. Ling Xiao didn't do anything. He just stood there, as if he were scared witless. He didn't move at all. Wild Luo's horse-slaying saber slashed down toward Ling Xiao's head. Everyone was startled. No way. He died so easily. Even as everyone was wondering what was going on, a huge boom rang out. It was as if the horse-slaying saber had slammed into steel. Wild Luo was sent flying backward. Fire even sputtered from the top of Ling Xiao's head. Holy crap! What's his head made of? How could it be so hard? Many people were flabbergasted. They had thought of countless possibilities, but this was the only one they hadn't expected. Ling Xiao didn't move at all. He just let Wild Luo attack him, and yet Wild Luo couldn't even slice his head open. That was too ridiculous. Chapter 3394. Impossible. Barbarian Luo was also dumbfounded. I say, Barbarian Luo, did you not eat, or were your hands and feet softened by a woman? Your attack is so useless. Someone mocked. Shut up, what do you know? Barbarian Luo was very flustered in his heart. That attack just now, he confirmed that it was aimed to kill Ling Xiao. But he never expected that it would end up like that. This was too inconceivable. What? You're scared? Ling Xiao ridiculed. He now had the king-level middle-grade Black Tortoise divine body, plus the Ice Age defense. It was already close to high-grade king-level defense martial art. Even if he stood here and let Barbarian Luo hack, there would be no problem. Scared? Bullshit. That attack just now doesn't count. Barbarian Luo waved the saber in his hand again and rushed towards Ling Xiao. This time, he erupted with several times more power than before. It could be seen that in order to kill Ling Xiao, he was going all out. However, the result was even more embarrassing than before. Ling Xiao gently stretched out his right hand, and 2 fingers clamped that violent saber. It made Barbarian Luo unable to move. Let go of me. Barbarian Luo roared. Let go of you. Okay. Ling Xiao sneered, exerted force in his hand, and reversed the saber, directly chopping Barbarian Luo's head. In that instant, red and white splashed out, as if a cloth-dyeing workshop had opened. And Barbarian Luo also fell into a pool of blood amidst a painful roar, completely losing his breath. Barbarian Luo was killed. For a moment, the audience was silent. After a long time, someone couldn't help but discuss. He didn't use the Ice Emperor's inheritance at all and killed Barbarian Luo. This kind of strength, how many of us can do it? I think it's better to forget it. For the Ice Emperor's inheritance, it's really not worth it to lose your life in the end. Everyone spoke one after another. Among the neutral martial artists, nearly 90% of them were ready to give up. Although greed could cover up fear. But it couldn't cover up death. Ling Xiao killing Barbarian Luo was done in front of these people. How could they possibly not be terrified? However, even though these people had given up, they still planned to continue watching today's show. They were really interested in what would happen to Ling Xiao. After all, how could Soul Palace let go of such an arrogant person? However, Ling Xiao had Darkfrost's protection. What should Soul Palace do? Could it be that he would fall out with his own palace master? Looking at the corpse on the ground, Yama frowned. Did you really kill Medicine Demon? So what if I am? Ling Xiao asked. If that's the case, then you're Soul Palace's enemy. Even if Dark Frost doesn't know any better, she can't protect you. Yama said coldly. Hehe, If you want the inheritance of the Ice Emperor, just say it. Why do you have to accuse me of something else? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, according to your logic, if Medicine Demon comes to kill me, I can only be killed by him. I can't even fight back. Mph, it's your one-sided story again. There's no proof. Yama snorted coldly. I killed Medicine Demon. At this moment, Dark Frost stood up. She had completely recovered and felt that her cultivation was about to break through. The battle with the Black Tortoise had benefited her greatly. In addition to Ling Xiao's reincarnation heaven-breaking pill, she already had faint signs of breaking through. Palace Master. Yang Shifeng frowned and sighed in his heart. As expected, in Dark Frost's eyes, Ling Xiao's position had already surpassed Soul Palace. Why? Yama shouted. Why does Palace Master want to kill his own people? Why? Dark Frost said coldly. I remember clearly saying that I'll kill whoever dares to touch Ling Xiao. Medicine Demon hired assassins to kill Ling Xiao. I already spared his life because he's a higher-up of Soul Palace. However, he didn't repent and used Shadowless GU to kill Ling Xiao. I naturally want to kill him. Since when can the words of the Palace Master be ignored? Do you really think that I, Dark Frost, am a hired thug of your inner palace? If it weren't for those old fellows, do you believe that I wouldn't abolish your inner palace's privileges right now? At this moment, Dark Frost spoke without holding back. This made Yang Shifeng's old face very unsightly. Grand Elder, this outer palace martial artist is no longer suitable to be our Soul Palace's palace master. Please dismiss her immediately, someone suddenly suggested. This suggestion immediately received the support of many people. For a moment, the scene was very chaotic. However, Yang Shifeng's face was very unsightly. Dismiss Dark Frost. This group of idiots. With Dark Frost's current strength, if she was willing to serve Soul Palace, she would be their greatest reliance. It didn't matter even if they couldn't obtain the Ice Emperor's inheritance. After all, they already had the Soul Emperor's inheritance. Now, this group of idiots actually wanted to dismiss Dark Frost for the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Wouldn't this mean that Ming Shuang would be kicked out of Soul Palace? How could they drive out such a strong fighting strength? This was too stupid. For the first time, he felt ashamed for the inner palace people. What kind of trash were they? Sure enough, as Dark Frost said, the inner palace had completely degenerated after thousands of years of peace. Shut up, all of you. Yang Shifeng roared. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Yang Shifeng to be so furious. For a moment, they were a little stunned. In the past, they followed Yang Shifeng blindly. However, they couldn't understand today's matter. The Ice Emperor's inheritance was right in front of them. Didn't they want it? Grandfather, please delay Dark Frost. We will take the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Yama was the first to rebel. Yang Shifeng felt that he couldn't control the situation anymore. As for Ming Shuang and Ling Xiao, they merely looked coldly at these pieces of trash who only cared about immediate benefits. Yang Shifeng originally wanted to stop Yama. However, he didn't expect Yama to attack as soon as he finished speaking. Following Yama's attack were many of the inner palace's upper echelons. They all pounced towards Ling Xiao. Yang Shifeng was helpless. He could only attack Dark Frost. This was because he didn't want his grandson to die. Since that was the case, he had to delay Dark Frost. This was also Yama's plan. Unfortunately, the plan was great. However, it was just an armchair strategist. Yang Shifeng didn't expect this even in his dreams. The current him couldn't even block a single attack from Dark Frost. Dark Frost's left hand sent Yang Shifeng flying. Her right hand directly killed several inner palace's upper echelons. However, she still showed mercy to Yama. This was because Dark Frost knew the situation in Soul Palace. Once Yama was killed, those old guys would definitely make a move. However, even so, Yama was heavily injured. He couldn't even stand up. So powerful. Everyone watched this scene with their mouths agape. I've long heard that Soul Palace's master is extremely terrifying. I thought she was about the same strength as Grand Elder. Now it seems that Grand Elder isn't on the same level as her at all. Ling Xiao has this woman's protection. Who can be her opponent? Dark Frost didn't pursue. Instead, she coldly looked at Yang Shifeng, who was crawling up, and said, "Don't force me to be ruthless. Today, I'll put my words here. Ling Xiao is Dark Frost's subordinate. The Ice Emperor's inheritance also belongs to Soul Palace. Whoever dares to snatch it will become my enemy and Soul Palace's enemy." Chapter 3395. Dark Frost could be said to be the strongest person in the Green Zone right now. If those so-called old monsters did not come out, no one could deal with her. Furthermore, in Yang Shifeng's view, even if those few old monsters of the Soul Hall came out, they might not be able to suppress this little girl. Unless he was able to use that treasure. But that treasure could only be used once a year. Once it failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, Yang Shifeng absolutely would not use it. Dark Frost released the powerful aura of a reincarnation divine realm martial artist, practically enveloping a radius of several dozen miles. All the martial artists present, regardless of whether they were Soul Hall martial artists or neutral martial artists, were all suppressed until they could not catch their breath. Some of the weaker ones actually started vomiting blood already. Although they would not die for a while, they were really frightened. Ling Xiao knew that this was not just a simple aura, but the soul-devouring domain that Dark Frost obtained from the Soul Emperor's inheritance. It was the same as the extreme cold domain, but much more powerful. At that moment, Ling Xiao could feel it. In this soul-devouring domain, Dark Frost was the ruler. She was a god. Unless the opponent also had a domain or was stronger than her, otherwise, inside this domain, one could only be slaughtered. This domain did not take the initiative to restrain Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao still felt that it was powerful and terrifying. He felt that his cultivation was still too low. If his cultivation could reach Dark Frost's level, then his extreme cold domain would also have such a powerful effect. Other than him and Yang Shifeng, everyone in this soul-devouring domain knelt down. "Spare us, spare us." They howled in pain. And Yang Shifeng's expression was also very ugly. Similarly, as a reincarnation divine realm martial artist, he was also suppressed until he could not catch his breath. Even if he did not kneel down right now, he believed that as long as this soul-devouring domain continued, he would probably have to kneel down too. Too terrifying. In the Soul Hall, only two people comprehended the essence of the Soul Emperor's inheritance. One was Dark Frost, and the other was Leng Chuoyan. In any case, Yang Shifeng wasn't able to comprehend the soul-devouring domain. Many people thought that they would be able to inherit some kind of legacy. That was not the case. Without sufficient comprehension ability, one would not be able to obtain the acknowledgement of the inheritance. You might get something out of it, but you won't get the essence. Thinking of this, Yang Shifeng could not help but sigh. If the Soul Emperor's inheritance was like this, then presumably the Ice Emperor's inheritance would also be like this. Even if he exhausted all his schemes and finally obtained the Ice Emperor's inheritance, he would still be able to do so. Could he really comprehend it? This was really a question mark. "Hall Master, please retract your divine ability. We know we were wrong." Thinking of this, Yang Shifeng said. Although his grandson Yama's aptitude was not bad, compared to Dark Frost, he was still a far cry. There was no need to fall out with Dark Frost for the sake of the Ice Emperor's inheritance. That was not worth it. Dark Frost gave Yang Shifeng a cold glance before slowly putting away the soul-devouring domain. She looked coldly at those people who had not recovered until now and said, regardless of whether it's the outer hall or inner hall martial artists, "You all best remember one thing clearly. I, Dark Frost, am the Soul Hall's master. Today, you all dared to be disrespectful to me. This is just a small lesson. Next time, it won't be so easy. I'm someone who has experienced countless kinds of painful punishments before surviving. My temper isn't very good. You all mustn't provoke me. I can let the Soul Hall flourish until now, and I can also destroy the Soul Hall overnight. You all should understand that I have the ability to do this." Dark Frost's cold words made the Soul Hall's people's hearts tremble non-stop. Fortunately, Dark Frost did not turn hostile and be heartless today. Otherwise, under that soul-devouring domain just now, who could survive? Even the dignified Grand Elder Yang Shifeng had to lower his head. What could the others do? It was Yama's first time truly feeling Darkfrost's terror. Up until now, he was still kneeling on the ground, unable to stand up. His legs were sore, and his heart was filled with fear. The feeling just now was as if he was thrown into an endless sea. The seawater kept pouring into his body, making it impossible for him to breathe. He struggled with all his might, but found that he could not move his body. He never wanted to experience that kind of terrifying nightmare again in his life. However, the soul-devouring domain's terror also made the greed in Yama's heart even stronger. If the soul-devouring domain is like this, then the extreme cold domain should also be incomparably powerful. If I can obtain it, wouldn't I soar to the heavens? Yama was not as calm as Yang Shifeng. He only knew that he wanted to obtain the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Moreover, he also believed that he could comprehend the Ice Emperor's inheritance. He believed that his talent was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. Thinking of this, he finally could not hold back his impulse and suddenly stood up. "Palace Master, I have something to say," Yama roared. Hearing this, Yang Shifeng was shocked. Darkfrost had just retracted the soul-devouring domain, and Yama did not know what was good for him. What would he do if he really angered Darkfrost? He was extremely worried in his heart. "What do you want to say?" Darkfrost looked coldly at Yama. This Yama, she really wanted to kill him. However, considering that Ling Xiao was still there, she suppressed this thought. She could escape after killing Yama. However, it was not so easy to bring Ling Xiao along. Let's hear what this guy has to say first. Yama straightened his neck and walked out of the crowd. Then, he looked at Darkfrost and said, "Palace Master, you just said that Ling Xiao is one of your people? The Ice Emperor's inheritance belongs to the Soul Palace. Is this true?" "It's true." "So what?" Darkfrost could not guess what this guy wanted to say. However, Ling Xiao already had a bad feeling. This Yama was not an idiot. He would not stand up and throw away his life. The reason why he stood up should be because he thought of a brilliant plan. If that's the case, according to the Soul Palace's rules, the inheritance item can only be obtained by the most outstanding martial artists. In the past, the Soul Emperor's inheritance was like this. You, who obtained the inheritance, are the strongest and most qualified person in the Soul Palace. Since the Ice Emperor's inheritance also belongs to the Soul Palace, shouldn't we also follow the rules? Yama felt that he was really too smart. How did he come up with such a good reason? Now, let's see what Darkfrost and Ling Xiao have to say. Darkfrost looked indifferently at Yama. To be honest, Yama's question was really unexpected. She had only said that to protect Ling Xiao. Never could she have guessed that Yama would use it against her. That said, she was the lord of the Soul Palace, and had encountered all sorts of storms. That's right. The Ice Emperor's inheritance does belong to the Soul Palace, but it also belongs to Ling Xiao. The Ice Emperor's inheritance has long since acknowledged Ling Xiao as its master. Even if someone else obtains it, it won't be of any use to them. Also, you need to be careful. According to the rules, the inheritance item is not given to the strongest person. If it's given to the strongest person, then the eccentrics in the Soul Palace are the most qualified. The inheritance item must first acknowledge a master. Only then will the person it acknowledges be qualified to compete for it. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's cultivation base is only in the 7th division of life seizing, but he killed 8th division life sizers, the Butcher and the Barbarian Civ. He's not weak. Chapter 3396. Yama smiled and said, "Hall Master's words are reasonable. How about this? Let's let the Ice Emperor's inheritance choose its successor now. The chosen inheritors would battle it out. Whoever wins will get the Ice Emperor's inheritance. How about it? I admit that Ling Xiao has some strength, but is still too weak. If the Ice Emperor's inheritance falls into his hands, it will be taken away by others sooner or later. Why don't we have a fair competition? It's good for everyone." He didn't refute Darkfrost and always put himself on the side of righteousness. It was as if doing as he said represented fairness. Darkfrost's expression was very ugly. In terms of scheming, she was indeed not Yama's opponent. At this moment, She was already filled with killing intent. Regardless of whether it was reasonable or not, the Ice Emperor's inheritance was Ling Xiao's. No one could take it away. However, she had to admit that Yama's words forced her into a moral passive position. If she forcefully protected Ling Xiao, it wasn't impossible, but she probably wouldn't be able to stay in Soul Hall in the future. Even the Soul Emperor's inheritance would be taken away. After thinking about it, she decided to fight. At worst, she would just leave. Who cared? As long as there was Ling Xiao. She didn't care about Soul Hall. She was about to speak but was stopped by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that in terms of scheming, Dark Frost was definitely not Yama's opponent. At this moment, it was time for him to enter the stage. He looked at Yama and said, "You're blabbering a bunch of nonsense. In the end, don't you think I'm not worthy of the Ice Emperor's inheritance? What do you want? Just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush, and don't make yourself seem like a representative of justice. It makes me feel disgusted." Choked by Ling Xiao's words, Yama almost flew into a rage again. However, he endured it in the end and sneered, "Since you're so straightforward, then it's simple. If you can beat me, I won't say another word about the inheritance of the Ice Emperor. And if you lose, I must have a share of the Ice Emperor's legacy. I won't forcibly deprive you of the right to comprehend the inheritance, but we have to comprehend it together. Haha, can you represent the entire Soul Palace? Do I have to fight someone else after winning against you? Do you think I have nothing better to do?" Ling Xiao sneered. "Don't worry, I can naturally represent the entire Soul Palace, don't you think so?" Yama turned around and asked. "Yes." Everyone said in unison. Yama was Yang Shifeng's grandson, and a 9th Division life-sizer. Whether it was in terms of power or strength, he was qualified to represent them. How is it? They had already made their stance clear. If you win against me, you win against everyone. In the future, if anyone dares to have any ideas about the Ice Emperor's legacy, not even I, Yama, will let them get away with it. Yama spoke as if he were a righteous man, an emissary of justice. Inwardly, he was very happy. He felt as if he had forced Ling Xiao into a corner. Other than fighting him, Ling Xiao had no other choice. "Are you kidding me? The Ice Emperor's legacy is mine. Why would I use it as a wager? Isn't this very unfair to me? Do you really think I'm an idiot? If you want a wager, sure, but only if you use the Soul Emperor's legacy." Not only did Ling Xiao want the Ice Emperor's legacy, but he also wanted the Soul Emperor's legacy. After all, his soul power was incomparably powerful. The Soul Emperor's legacy was very important to him. When Yama heard that, he was stunned. Ling Xiao's words had turned defeat into victory, leaving him speechless. He didn't have the qualifications to use the Soul Emperor's legacy as a wager. Therefore, he could only look at Yang Shifeng. Yang Shifeng was also in a difficult position. The ownership of the Soul Emperor's legacy belonged to those old monsters. He didn't have the qualifications to use it as a wager. This grandson of his was really stupid. He had directly put him on the fire to roast. Then used the Soul Emperor's legacy as a wager. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. He couldn't see the person, but the voice was very clear. "Old ancestor." Yang Shifeng hurriedly knelt in that direction. "Let's bet. Perhaps you can bet the future of Soul Hall." The voice said again. "Many thanks, old ancestor." Hearing this voice, Yama was very excited. Finally, he had enough to bet. Like this, he wasn't afraid that Ling Xiao would go back on his word. In fact, he was wrong. Why would Ling Xiao go back on his word? With such a good opportunity to obtain the Soul Emperor's legacy, he couldn't ask for anything more. You can bet, but there must be a rule. The wager will be held 10 days later. There will be a buffer period. In addition, Ling Xiao can't use anything from the Ice Emperor's legacy. Otherwise, it won't be fair. The voice continued. It turned out that this old thing had already thought of how to restrict Ling Xiao. But he didn't know that what Ling Xiao relied on the most right now wasn't the Ice Emperor's legacy. He had something more terrifying than the Ice Emperor's legacy. But even so, Ling Xiao wasn't stupid enough to give up his advantage. "If you want me to give up the Ice Emperor's legacy, You should at least give me some compensation, right? He looked into the distance. Although the person in the distance was very strong, he felt that he was at most at the level of Dark Frost. He wasn't particularly afraid. Impudent, how dare you talk to the old ancestor like that? Yama roared, old ancestor, there's no need for him to give up anything. Even if he has the Ice Emperor's legacy, I won't lose. Shut up. Yang Shifeng said angrily. This stupid grandson, I naturally have my reasons for saying that. What nonsense are you talking about? Seeing that Yang Shifeng was angry, Yama shut his mouth. The voice continued, I can give you compensation. Weapons. Beast cores. Pills. Martial techniques. Just tell me what you need. Ling Xiao of course understood that there was still a limit to what he could ask for. It wasn't that the other party would give him whatever he wanted. Otherwise, he would directly ask for the Soul Emperor's legacy. So he thought about it. He didn't lack pills, and the other party probably couldn't take out anything good. As for martial techniques, he already had the 9 supreme sword arts and the Ice Emperor's legacy, so he didn't need them. As for beast cores, he could hunt for them. There was also no need for them. Then I'll ask for a weapon. If the old ancestor has the 9 supremes treasured swords, I'm very interested in getting them. Ling Xiao said in a clear voice. Here you go. A cold light came from afar. It was extremely fast. With Ling Xiao's strength, it was impossible for him to block it. Obviously, this old thing was deliberately making things difficult for Ling Xiao. Extreme cold domain. Ordinary people couldn't block it, but it was different in the extreme cold domain. From the soul-devouring domain, Ling Xiao also received some enlightenment and gained more experience in the use of the extreme cold domain. The sword light suddenly shot over and plunged into the domain of extreme cold. Then, it rapidly slowed down. Wind Snow Ice Sealing Step. Immediately after, Ling Xiao used the Wind Snow Ice Sealing Steps and moved around in the extreme cold domain. The sword light chased him for more than a minute before it was finally caught in his hand. Oh! It's the 7-star sword, thank you. Ling Xiao now had the Fire Supreme Sword, Ice Supreme Sword, Soul Supreme Sword, Bloodthirsty Demon Sword, Snake Supreme Sword, and 7-star sword. Chapter 3397. Currently, Ling Xiao's 9 Supreme Sword Arts were Supreme Fire's Blazing Sky Sword Art, Supreme Ice's Freezing Sky Sword Art, and Supreme Soul's Spirit Heaven Sword Art. Among the weapons he obtained, there was also the Supreme Snake Sword and the 7-star sword. If he could obtain more suitable materials, he would be able to cultivate even more of the 9 sovereign sword techniques. At that time, even if his cultivation didn't increase, his combat strength would skyrocket. Good boy, you're good. However, this extreme cold domain is really powerful. A sword is not a loss. That voice seemed to be talking to himself. The reason why he was testing wasn't to test Ling Xiao, but to test the Ice Emperor's inheritance. If Ling Xiao couldn't use the Ice Emperor's inheritance, then Yama's chances of winning would be very high. After all, he had to gamble with the Soul Emperor's inheritance. That old man didn't dare to be careless. Now, can you agree to fight with Yama? That voice said. Of course. 10 days later, on this Black Tortoise Lake, I will fight with Yama. If I win, I will obtain the Soul Emperor's inheritance. If I lose, I will give the Ice Emperor's inheritance to Yama. Is that okay? He said loudly. All right, since that's the case, you guys can continue. This old man is leaving. That voice disappeared. At this moment, Yama was incomparably excited. Although the battle hadn't started yet, Ling Xiao had already taken advantage of him and obtained a good item like the 7-star sword. However, it didn't matter. Anyway, the battle had been set. 10 days later, it would be Ling Xiao's death date. Boy, you better remember what you promised the old ancestor. If you go back on your word, even Hall Master Darkfrost can't protect you. Yama looked at Ling Xiao and sneered. Hee, I'm afraid that you won't dare to come. How about this? The battle in 10 days will be changed to a life and death battle. No regrets. No one is allowed to find trouble with the other. Do you dare? Ling Xiao looked at Yama and laughed. I couldn't ask for more. Yama agreed without hesitation. What kind of joke was this? He had always wanted to find a way to kill Ling Xiao. Just obtaining the inheritance of the Ice Emperor was definitely not enough. Only by killing Ling Xiao could he dispel the hatred in his heart. Besides, now that Ling Xiao was dead, Dark Frost had no one to protect. In the end, wouldn't she be his woman? Ling Xiao actually took the initiative to bring up the opportunity that he had been looking for. He would be a fool if he didn't agree. Hearing the conversation between the two, everyone felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Just betting the Ice Emperor's legacy is already unbelievable. What is Ling Xiao thinking? That's right, he actually dared to gamble with his life. Does he really think that he can defeat Lord Yama in 10 days? Who cares? Let's just watch the show. That idiot, it's clear that Hall Master Dark Frost is protecting him. Even if he doesn't agree, no one can do anything about it. But he is arrogant and ignorant. He actually agreed to this bet. He's doomed. That's right. In 10 days, Ling Xiao will definitely die. At that time, our Soul Hall will have 2 inheritances of the ancient emperor. We will become even stronger. Regardless of whether they were neutral or Soul Hall members, the majority naturally supported Yama. There was no doubt about this. However, Ling Xiao felt that these conversations were laughable. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, completely unaware of the situation outside. If you knew that I killed the Mirror Demon King, if you knew that I defeated the Koi King, if you knew that I snatched the Ice Emperor's legacy from the Dragon Shark King, if you knew that I was the one who killed the Medicine Demon and not Dark Frost, you probably wouldn't be so happy. Dark Frost looked at Ling Xiao with some worry and said, "Actually, you don't have to do this. I can protect you." "Girl, you don't believe me either?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Don't forget that I killed the Medicine Demon alone. But they don't allow you to use the Ice Emperor's legacy. Moreover, Yama's fighting strength is several times stronger than the Medicine Demon's." Dark Frost was still a little worried. "Don't worry. There's no possibility of losing this battle," Ling Xiao said confidently. Looking at Ling Xiao's confident expression and resolute eyes, Dark Frost's pretty face suddenly turned red. In this world, only those who were confident and courageous could truly make a name for themselves. Those who were submissive were ultimately not enough. She suddenly thought of what happened in Star City. Facing the Undying King, Ling Xiao actually dared to save her and leave. How much courage and confidence did he have? Ordinary people would probably be so scared that they couldn't even speak when they saw the Undying King's strength. She might have gotten to know an incredible person. Although he still looked relatively weak right now, he was already able to stir up trouble in this immemorial divine tomb. It wouldn't be long before he became even stronger. "I believe you." Dark Frost finally nodded her head and said. She didn't believe in Ling Xiao. Who else could believe in Ling Xiao? After all, in this green zone, apart from her, Ling Xiao didn't have any other acquaintances. All right, all disperse." Seeing that the matter had calmed down, Yang Shifeng was in a hurry to go back and increase his grandson's fighting strength. Although he was very confident that Yama could defeat Ling Xiao, there was always a what-if in this world. Therefore, as long as it was a way to increase Yama's strength, he would try it. Everyone left one after another. However, they were still talking about the arranged battle 10 days later. This battle was related to the ownership of the Soul Emperor's legacy and the Ice Emperor's legacy. It might even be related to the future of Soul Hall. Both the neutral martial artists and the Soul Hall martial artists were very concerned. 10 days, Ling Xiao. Enjoy the last days of your life. Yama looked back at Ling Xiao. When he saw how close Ling Xiao and Dark Frost were, his heart burned with jealousy. He swore that he would definitely kill Ling Xiao, no matter what. "All right, keep cultivating. From now on, no one will dare to disturb you." Dark Frost looked at Ling Xiao. "You don't have to stay here with me, girl. The Xuanwu tortoise is dead, so there's no danger here. You've seen how strong I am. Not even a 9th division life-sizer would be a match for me. So, you need to hurry up and cultivate. You're on the verge of a breakthrough, and the stronger you are, the safer I'll be." Ling Xiao thought for a moment. "All right. I'll cultivate with you." Dark Frost was still worried, but she accepted Ling Xiao's suggestion to cultivate with him. That way, not only would her cultivation progress not be delayed, she could also protect Ling Xiao. It was killing two birds with one stone. All right. Ling Xiao couldn't argue with the girl, so he didn't say anything else. He swore to himself that he would make sure she lived a happy life, and never suffer the torture of Soul Hall again. If he did that, he would personally destroy Soul Hall. He was confident that he would be able to do that soon. But for now, he had to deal with the matter at hand. The two of them began to cultivate. By this time, Yama had returned to Soul Hall with Yang Shifeng. Leng Qiuyan was already waiting for them. Looking at his mother, Yama was a little nervous. He wasn't afraid of Yang Shifeng, because Yang Shifeng doted on him. But his mother, Leng Qiuyan, was a truly vicious and merciless person. Chapter 3398. Yama's father was killed by his mother, Leng Qiuyan. And Yang Shifeng did not dare to have the thought of revenge at all. Although this woman was his mother, he was really very afraid. Idiot! Leng Qiuyan suddenly said. No one knew who she was scolding. Mother, I clearly did very well this time. As long as I kill that Ling Xiao, the Ice Emperor's inheritance will be mine. How am I stupid? Yama felt that Leng Qiuyan was scolding him, so he was somewhat unconvinced. You still dare to talk back? You don't even know how strong that Ling Xiao is. It's enough to set up the bet. Even if you lose, there's still a possibility of turning the tables. But you set up a life and death battle with him behind the ancestor's back. If you die, what will you use to fight? Leng Qiuyan shouted. So this is what mother is worried about. Don't worry. That Ling Xiao is prohibited from using the Ice Emperor's inheritance in battle. Without the Ice Emperor's inheritance, he's not worth mentioning at all in front of me. So the life and death battle is actually giving Sun a chance to kill him. Yama said with a smile. Not to mention whether you can kill him or not. If you really kill him, do you think that Darkfrost will let you go? That girl Darkfrost has clearly been bewitched by that Ling Xiao and is completely not on our Soul Palace's side. Leng Qiuyan said coldly. Qiuyan, don't blame him. Things have already come to this point. I think it's almost time for us to break off with Darkfrost. The monster siege is estimated to be in these 2 or 3 days. At that time, will the plan be carried out as usual? Yang Shifeng suddenly said. Of course, this is the safest. If this plan fails, let Yama fight that Ling Xiao. Leng Qiuyan nodded. Mother, speaking of the monster siege, I want the Undying's life crystal. Yama suddenly said, recently, I accidentally obtained the legacy of the Undying General. Although it was not as good as the ancient emperor's legacy, it was still a rare treasure. In the Undying General's inheritance, there was a king-level martial art called the Undying Battle Body. Only by obtaining the life crystal of an Undying can one successfully cultivate it. Furthermore, he needed 13 one-star life-seizing Undying shortcuts. I'm afraid I can't do that. Grandpa will help you with this. Yang Shifeng said. Thank you, Grandpa. The Yama demon said excitedly, as long as I can refine the immortal war body, my strength will skyrocket, even if I can't break through to the life-snatching realm during this time. We can also guarantee that we can easily kill Ling Xiao. It's not enough. Yang Shifeng shook his head and said, in order to ensure your victory, I have decided to teach you the soul-extinguishing sword. Really, Grandpa? Yama was extremely excited. He knew that the soul-extinguishing sword was a precious treasure of the Soul Hall, and was the only weapon in existence that was a precious item. The soul-extinguishing sword was superior to most of Ling Xiao's weapons, except for the Ice Age. However, because of the agreement, Ling Xiao was not allowed to use the Ice Age. That way, the soul-extinguishing sword could completely crush Ling Xiao's weapons. The soul-extinguishing sword could not only injure the body, but also the soul. Add in the power of the sword itself, and even reincarnation god-level experts would have to be wary of it. Furthermore, Ling Xiao was a mere 7th division life-sizer. Of course. Your victory or defeat will affect the future of the Soul Hall. You can't afford to be careless. Yang Shifeng nodded. Many thanks, Grandpa. Don't worry. I'll definitely take the Ice Emperor's legacy, and the Ice Age. When the time comes, the Soul Hall will have 2 precious treasures. One will be the Ice Emperor's Ice Age, and the other will be the Soul Emperor's soul-devouring Devil Staff. Who could possibly stand up to the Soul Hall? Yang Mo was incomparably excited. He couldn't wait for the day 10 days later to arrive. Aye. Perhaps this is the best course of action. Leng Chuyen sighed. She truly couldn't imagine her son failing miserably at such an easy task. However, when the monsters attacked the city, she would try to possess Darkfrost's fleshly body. If she succeeded, the bet would be meaningless. Without Darkfrost's protection, Ling Xiao would be a fish on the chopping block. One day later, the green zone was suddenly filled with tension. Everyone was nervous to the extreme. Outside the green zone, a terrifying aura spread out. Black masses of monsters were closing in on the green zone. Everyone knew what was happening. The monsters were attacking the city. This was Ling Xiao's first time seeing a monster attack of this scale. He stopped cultivating, and his eyes shone with the desire to do battle. As expected, just sitting there and cultivating wasn't of much help to him. He still hoped to hone his battle techniques in the midst of battle, and make a breakthrough in his cultivation. As long as he could break through to the 8th stage of the life-seizing realm, he would be able to do so. Furthermore, he would be able to perfectly strengthen his king-class Black Tortoise divine body. Even if he didn't use the Ice Emperor's legacy, he would still be able to kill Yama. Therefore, while others trembled in fear at the sight of the black masses of monsters, Ling Xiao's eyes shone with excitement. The King of the Undying, the King of the Bloodthirsters, the King of the Zombies, and the Tyrant. Amazing. The kings of the Starfall Quarter are all here. The experts of the Soul Hall had already gathered on the walls of the Green Zone. This was a battle for survival. If they couldn't defeat the monsters, the Green Zone would fall. And the people who lived here would all die. When that happened, not a single person would be left alive. Ling Xiao stood next to Darkfrost, looking at the 4 kings. The King of the Undying was the strongest of them all. He was in the 2nd stage of the reincarnation god realm, and had clearly broken through after his fight with Darkfrost. As for the Tyrant, the King of the Bloodthirsters, and the King of the Zombies, they were all in the 9th stage of the life-seizing realm. Pontiff, I'll have to trouble you to deal with the King of the Undying, Yang Shifeng said, looking at Darkfrost. No problem. Darkfrost nodded. Looking at this old foe of hers filled her with the desire to do battle. However, Ling Xiao seemed a bit worried. The King of the Undying is too strong for Pontiff Darkfrost alone. Elder Yang Shifeng, why don't you work with Pontiff Darkfrost to deal with him? Besides, the King of the Undying isn't that strong. You can leave it to the others. No need. Darkfrost shook her head. Before Yang Shifeng could say anything, she turned down Ling Xiao's offer. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. This Las Ming Shuang had the same personality as him. When facing a powerful opponent, they didn't want help. They wanted to deal with it themselves. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to help. Although the King of the Undying was strong, he was only slightly stronger than the Xuanwu tortoise. His bloodbath plague could still be effective. And if it didn't work, he could use Ice Age. In any case, with him protecting Darkfrost, he couldn't let the Soul Hall take advantage of the situation. Yang Shifeng's expression turned serious. Waving his hand, he said, "Everyone, listen up. Don't charge out. Use the stronghold to keep the monsters out of the Green Zone." Chapter 3399. Remember this. If we lose today's battle, we'll all die. If we win, we'll be safe for another month. This is a battle for survival. We have to survive. Yang Shifeng shouted at the top of his lungs, rallying everyone's emotions. We have to survive. Everyone roared back. Perhaps it was only in the face of such a monster that the martial artists in the Green Zone would truly unite. But what puzzled Ling Xiao was that Yama was nowhere to be seen. For better or for worse, he was a 9th stage life-sizer. Why hadn't he come out to fight? It seemed that Yama really was willing to give up everything for the battle in 9 days. Fine. Let's see if your reckless cultivation can match up to my combat training. Ling Xiao smiled, but didn't point that out. Meanwhile, the monsters were closing in, and the battle was about to begin. Darkfrost was the first to charge out and engage the Undying King. The undying king seemed to be afraid of hurting his subordinates, and so kept moving away. Dark frost followed. Ling Xiao was worried about Ming Shuang, so he chased after her. The two of them quickly disappeared from view. Haha, that brat is really loyal to Ming Shuang. It's a pity that he's too stupid. He doesn't know his own worth. One of the leaders of Seoul Hall sneered. But what if he dies outside, and the Ice Emperor's legacy is taken by the monsters? Another person asked worriedly. Don't worry. The Ice Emperor's legacy can only be taken by martial artists from the western regions. That's because the 8 ancient emperors and the ancient sword emperor were born in the western regions. They have a sliver of their soul attached to the legacy. It can only be taken by martial artists from the western regions. Monsters, or martial artists from the other regions, can't take it. The only way is to erase their soul. But that won't be easy. Yang Shifeng said coolly. If Ling Xiao dies, the Ice Emperor's legacy will be hidden again. When the siege is over, we can go and look for it. Actually, he really wished that Ling Xiao would die. That way, he would be able to avoid the risk of the bet battle. Although he felt that Yama would definitely be able to defeat Ling Xiao. But those were just his thoughts. No one could say for sure what the actual situation was. If there was a better way, who would take the risk? Alright, let's stop talking and focus on the battle. Don't let us die before Ling Xiao. That would be embarrassing. Yang Shifeng then rushed towards the bloodthirsty king. The bloodthirster king was probably something only he and a few old monsters from Seoul Palace could deal with. But to his surprise, the bloodthirster king, who had been attacking the city with him, turned around and chased after Ling Xiao. Could it be that the bloodthirsty king has also smelled the scent of the Ice Emperor on Ling Xiao? Yang Shifeng knew that among all monsters, the bloodthirsters had the sharpest sense of smell. Of course, it was just a guess at this time. It was probably too late to confirm it. Now, he could only focus on the battle in front of him. On the other side, in the sky, the undead king was fighting with Dark Frost. On the ground, Ling Xiao stood there with the Fire Supreme sword in his hand, his expression indifferent. Not far away, the bloodthirster king let out a low roar. The sound was very unpleasant. The two had been fighting for a few minutes. Obviously, the bloodthirster king did not expect Ling Xiao to be so difficult to deal with. He thought that this inconspicuous boy could be easily killed by him. Who would have thought that this boy would be unscathed under his fierce attack? But even so, the bloodthirsty king's blood-red eyes were still cold and sinister, without the slightest bit of fear or panic. This was a monster even more terrifying than a monster beast. It seems that you are different from ordinary bloodthirsters. You actually have some wisdom. In that case, you should know that you are definitely not my opponent. Ling Xiao was in no hurry to end this battle. In any case, when he fought the bloodthirster king, the monsters around him would not dare to come close. This made it easier for him to keep an eye on the battle between Dark Frost and the undead king. What he was most worried about was Dark Frost. He had already seen how terrifying the undead king was back in Star City. Raw. The bloodthirster king seemed to be very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao's underestimation. His bloodthirsty eyes shone with an even stronger killing intent. Clearly, he felt that Ling Xiao was underestimating him. You might have been a powerful martial artist when you were alive, but now, you are nothing but a corpse invaded by germs. I will give you a peaceful ending. With the Fire Supreme sword in hand, Ling Xiao walked forward. Blazing flames burned on the blade of the sword. Strange fire. Terrifying strange fire. Against a 9th-level life-sizer, with his current cultivation base, ordinary demon fire was no longer effective. Only strange fire could hurt his opponent. Along the way, Ling Xiao had already transformed into the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul. His opponent was too strong, and he didn't dare to underestimate him. I'll take you as the key to my breakthrough. As he spoke, the Fire Supreme sword pulsed with a frenzied sword will, which then shot toward the bloodthirster king. The bloodthirster king stared at Ling Xiao. Although his strange body was twisted and deformed, it was tougher than a living person's. His hands had already transformed into sharp claws. His nails were more than a foot long. Even in the gloomy weather of the domain of the falling stars, They shone with a cold light. Kill. Suddenly, Ling Xiao shouted coldly. His body trembled, and he rushed out. Killing intent shot out from the Fire Supreme Sword. Strange fire merged with the sword energy and stabbed toward the Bloodthirster King. Roar. A ferocious roar rang out. The Bloodthirster King seemed to have springs under his feet as he suddenly shot up. He jumped 7 to 8 meters high and then suddenly fell down. Black gas lingered on his sharp claws as he crazily grabbed at Ling Xiao's head. Clang. The Fire Supreme Sword changed from forward to upward, directly colliding with the sharp claws. The blazing sword energy shattered, and the Bloodthirster King actually gained the upper hand. One claw grabbed Ling Xiao's Fire Supreme Sword. The other claw quickly grabbed at Ling Xiao's head. That terrifying destructive power, as long as it touched Ling Xiao's head, would probably be smashed like a watermelon. Golden Dragon Seal. Ling Xiao held the sword in his right hand and suddenly formed a seal with his left hand. A golden dragon broke through the air and directly collided with the Bloodthirster King's claw. The terrifying impact actually caused the Bloodthirster King to be in a stalemate for a moment. Ghost God Seal. Ling Xiao's left hand formed another seal. His speed was so fast that it was dazzling. An even more terrifying ghost god blasted out. The Bloodthirster King clearly felt the danger and hurriedly retreated. In an instant, he had retreated dozens of meters away. This guy's jumping ability was too terrifying. With just one jump, he was dozens of meters away. Therefore, even if he was dozens of meters away, he could not be careless because the other party could attack again with just one jump. Kill. The sword intent exploded again. Ling Xiao attacked again. He did not intend to retreat. In any case, in his current state, although he could not compare to the Bloodthirster King. However, it was definitely not easy for the other party to hurt him. Chapter 3400. Facing the powerful King of Bloodthirsters, Ling Xiao planned to take this opportunity to improve his combat strength. This time, the Fire Supreme Sword was even more blazing. Annihilation Sword. Ling Xiao let out a furious roar. Dazzling sword light bloomed on the wasteland. The space was almost shrouded by this sword light. The King of Bloodthirsters did not speak, but there was a hint of surprise in his fierce eyes. There was also confusion. He probably couldn't understand how such a weak-looking guy could unleash such a shocking attack from his body. Roar. The red light in the King of Bloodthirsters' eyes became even more intense. Probably because Ling Xiao's strength stimulated him and made him even crazier. Boom. The Annihilation Sword collided with the King of Bloodthirsters again. This time, neither the man nor the monster retreated. Neither of them flinched. In Ling Xiao's eyes, there was a strong fighting spirit and will to become stronger. In the King of Bloodthirsters' eyes, there was a crazy killing intent. Terrifying collisions exploded on the ground again and again. The surrounding environment was constantly being destroyed. The power generated by the collision between the Fire Supreme Sword and the Sharp Claws was incomparably powerful. Black smoke filled the air, and terrifying flames exploded. The ground was already full of potholes. Even the Undying King and Dark Frost, who were fighting in the sky, were very surprised. "Your little friend is not bad." The Undying King laughed. "You'd better worry about yourself. Today, I must take revenge for Star City." Dark Frost looked at the Undying King and said, "Did you misunderstand something? Those warriors who were killed in Star City deserved it. They wanted to kill me and my subordinates. Why can't I kill them? Actually, you warriors of the Western region should not be my enemy. Instead, you should thank me. Your real enemy is the people of the 4 major regions. Back then, when the Western region was prosperous, it had the most powerful beast god in the Black Tortoise continent. Even later, there was the powerful Ancient Sword Empire. The Ancient Sword Emperor was the most powerful existence after the 12 beast gods. Unfortunately, he was still killed by despicable means. And those who killed him became the rulers of the Black Tortoise continent. After becoming the master of the 4 great domains, it would become the Eternal Life Palace. The people of the Eternal Life Palace claimed that they were gods and that only they were fit to rule the Black Tortoise continent. Us parasitic beasts are nothing compared to them. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Undying King said indifferently. But you attacked the Green Zone and annihilated my Western region's martial artists. That can't be false, right? Dark Frost said coldly. It's not my idea to attack the Green Zone. It's the rules of the game. It was the master of the Divine Devil Order who set this rule. If I don't follow this rule, once he attacks, none of us parasitic beasts will be able to survive. If you have the ability, you can go find the owner of the Fiend God token. Undying King said disdainfully. Boom. Just as the man and beast were talking, another violent collision on the ground ended. The Bloodthirster King was obviously at a disadvantage. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already gained the upper hand without even using the Ice Emperor's inheritance. This was enough to show how much he had improved. Compared to the night when he killed Medicine Demon, he had become stronger. I'm afraid your little friend is going to die. Undying King suddenly sneered. Why, he clearly has the upper hand. Dark Frost was puzzled. TMPH, don't you know about bloodthirsters? The more injured they are, the stronger they become. If your little friend can kill him in one blow, it's fine. If they continue to fight like this, it will only make the Bloodthirster King stronger. This level of improvement is at most close to the realm of snatching fate. Isn't your little friend dead? Undying King snorted coldly. Ling Xiao. Dark Frost looked down and was a little distracted. At this moment, Undying King suddenly attacked, and his sharp claws pierced through Dark Frost's body. Stupid girl, do you really believe my words? Although what I said is the truth. But, rules are rules. We parasitic beasts like you human blood the most. Ha 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 ha. Crazy laughter rang out. Undying King seemed very proud. To be honest, he noticed that Dark Frost had become stronger. So he didn't have full confidence in killing Dark Frost. So he used such a dishonorable trick. However, although it was dishonorable, Dark Frost was still a little too naive and gullible. Do you think you can kill me like this? Dark Frost's eyes revealed a cold light. She actually pulled the Undying King's claws out of her body. Then the wound began to heal quickly. I've been through countless terrifying punishments, and I've experienced countless deaths. In the end, I obtained this body that can be called immortal. Last time, because I didn't understand your undying plague, I fell for it. But do you think I will still be afraid of your undying plague if we fight again? Dark Frost's body was already immune to the undying plague. This was done for her by Ling Xiao. As a matter of fact, Ming Shuang's body was very strange, as if it had been forged through countless terrible punishments. This kind of body had an extremely strong self-healing ability and immunity. However, to stimulate this ability, she needed the help of an outsider. And this outsider would be best if it was a doctor. Dark Frost's luck was good. She met Ling Xiao, which was the luckiest thing in her life. Ling Xiao not only stimulated her body's characteristics, but also made her stronger than before. This was why she trusted Ling Xiao so much. Next, it's my turn. Dark Frost decided to concentrate on fighting the Undying King. She couldn't distract Ling Xiao. As for the Bloodthirster King, she believed that Ling Xiao could deal with it. It wasn't her turn to worry. In fact, this was exactly the case. Ling Xiao had noticed the Bloodthirster King's characteristics from the beginning. His Tai Chi eye was not to be trifled with. And he wanted to make his opponent stronger. Otherwise, it would not be able to exert pressure on him and stimulate the potential in his body to erupt. What did he rely on to break through? The battle continued, and more wounds appeared on the Bloodthirster King's body. His body began to emit red light. His fighting prowess continued to soar. Finally, at some point, he began to counterattack. Ling Xiao was on the defensive. As expected, this guy's fighting prowess has soared to the limit. Ling Xiao could sense that the Bloodthirster King's attacks were very close to the level of seizing heaven and exchanging life. That was the strongest level in the life-seizing level. Surpassing the 9th level of life-seizing was the key to reaching the reincarnation god realm. That's more like it. Although Ling Xiao was on the defensive, he wasn't at a disadvantage. Not only that, but he could also sense the power in his sea of cultivation increasing. When he had broken through to the 7th level of life-seizing, His sea of cultivation had gone to 0. Later, he had fused with the Xuanwu tortoise beast soul and raised his canopy beast soul to the first level of the reincarnation god realm. That had raised his sea of cultivation by 20%. But that was the limit. No matter how much he cultivated, he could not raise his sea of cultivation. But now, the situation had changed once again. Chapter 3401. Following the battle with the bloodthirsty king, Ling Xiao's cultivation sea energy had increased to 30%. And it was still going on. Not only that, Ling Xiao was also frequently using Fire Supreme's blazing sky sword art in actual combat, honing his skills and control. Fire Supreme's blazing sky sword art had only been cultivated to the large success stage before, but now it had been promoted to perfection in the continuous battle. But this was obviously not enough. Only the sword art of perfection was Ling Xiao's most perfect sword art. Realizing that Ling Xiao was not in danger, Dark Frost was relieved and focused on fighting the Undying King. At the same time, in the Green Zone, the battle was also very fierce. Fortunately, Dark Frost and Ling Xiao had taken the Undying King and the Bloodthirsty King away. Otherwise, the battle would have been even worse. Now, they could finally block the attacks of the monsters. As long as they waited until dawn tomorrow, this battle would end. So everyone gritted their teeth and fought with all their might. The battle between Ling Xiao and the Bloodthirsty King had also entered a white-hot stage. The cultivation sea energy continued to increase. 40%, 50%, 80%, 90%. After reaching 90%, the speed gradually slowed down. At this time, the battle between the two sides had already lasted for more than 10 hours, and the sky had already darkened. In the dark, the monster's combat strength would skyrocket. This was extremely disadvantageous for both Dark Frost and Ling Xiao. I have to end the battle as soon as possible. Ling Xiao looked at the sky and finally unleashed his most powerful attack. Fire Supreme's blazing sky sword art, perfection stage. Ice Supreme's cold sky sword art, perfection stage. Soul Supreme's Ling Tian sword art, perfection stage. The three swords combined into one and erupted with a terrifying power that was 15 times stronger than an ordinary primary king-level martial skill. The bloodthirsty king seemed to have sensed fear. He turned around and wanted to escape. But how could Ling Xiao give him such a chance? Extreme cold domain. The extreme cold domain spread out, and the surroundings fell into a cold realm. The bloodthirsty king's body suddenly slowed down. At this moment, three-sword chi stabbed into the body of the bloodthirster king. The 9th Division life-sizer collapsed to the ground. His body had been blasted into smithereens. One of the swords even destroyed the monster's head. Ling Xiao had seen the undead king's powerful survival ability. He wasn't sure if the bloodthirsty king could heal. Therefore, he would do his best to kill him. A ball of deviant fire was released from his hand. The terrifying flames instantly spread and burned the bloodthirsty king's body to ashes. Only the life crystal was left on the ground. Ling Xiao casually scooped him up. This life crystal could not only be used to heal injuries and refine life pills, but it could also extend one's lifespan. The life crystal of a 9th Division 1-star life-sizer would add at least a month to his lifespan. Although it did not sound like much, to many old martial artists, 1 month of lifespan was extremely precious. Of course, to Ling Xiao, the life crystal could also be converted into potential in his body. This was something only he could do. Rumble. The collision in the sky roused Ling Xiao from his thoughts. He couldn't help but look up. The battle between Dark Frost and the Undead King was in full swing. Dark Frost was clearly stronger than she had been the last time they had fought. She was definitely not at a disadvantage against the Undead King. No, it's getting dark. If I don't get rid of the Undead King as soon as possible, the Bloodthirsty King will definitely grow stronger. The Undead King will definitely continue to grow stronger. If that happens, I'll be in big trouble. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Ling Xiao flew up into the air and unleashed his frigid domain. Although his frigid domain was weak, it still had an effect on the Undead King. As soon as he used it, Dark Frost had the upper hand. Next, Ling Xiao unleashed the bloodthirsty plague and the Death Kingdom Black Blight. As long as he could weaken the undead king, he would use it. Dark Frost's advantage was even more obvious. Bastard! How could there be such a strange kid? The undead king was shocked. Ling Xiao had actually killed the bloodthirsty king, and was even affecting the undead king's battle. The undead king was both shocked and enraged. "I'll kill you so I can fight in peace." The undead king stretched out a tentacle toward Ling Xiao. It was so fast that there was no way to evade it. Not even Ling Xiao could avoid it. The tentacle slammed into him, sending him crashing to the ground. Of course, Dark Frost didn't miss out on the opportunity to attack. An enormous spike pierced through the undead king's body. Although the undead king had an undying body, the bloodthirsty plague had greatly weakened his regenerative abilities. "Girl, his life crystal is in his abdomen," a voice called out from the ground. The undead king was startled. Of course, he knew full well how powerful his attacks were, much less a 7th division life-sizer. He could even kill a 9th division life-sizer with a single blow. And yet, this kid was still standing. His face was a bit pale, and he was even coughing up blood. Most terrifying of all was that this kid had actually identified the location of his life crystal. That was terrifying. The only reason he had survived Dark Frost's attack last time was because Dark Frost hadn't been able to destroy his life crystal. Once the location of his life crystal was revealed, he would be dead for sure. All right. Dark Frost didn't care how shocked the undead king was. Since he had dared to hurt Ling Xiao, she had to kill him. Soul-devouring domain. Dark Frost called upon the legacy of the Soul Emperor. Within the soul-devouring domain, all secret soul magics would be multiplied in power, perhaps by 5 or 6 times. Not only that, but once one mastered the soul-devouring domain, they would be able to use soul magics without limit. The amount of soul power consumed would be greatly reduced, perhaps by 50% at the most. Furthermore, the time it took to cast secret magics would be greatly reduced. Ordinary soul magics would be instantly cast, and super soul magics would be much easier to use. That was the most terrifying aspect of the soul-devouring domain. The pressure it exerted on an enemy's soul was only an additional effect. Soul-devouring wand, soul-sealing chains. As soon as the soul-devouring domain was unleashed, a strange wand appeared in Dark Frost's hand. The wand was pitch black, and clearly made from special materials. At the tip of the wand was a black gem. Although Yang Qi didn't know what kind of material it was, he was certain that it would greatly enhance all secret soul magics. Dark Frost let out a soft moan. A total of 18 heavy chains appeared out of nowhere, some of which wrapped around the undead king's body. Others pierced the undead king's abdomen. Dark Frost had complete faith in Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao said that the undead king's life crystal was in that location, then it had to be there. There was no mistaking it.